Okay, thank you. All right. So today, as we have gathered here, we can see our event's name from all the way from Rhodes, right? WordCamp Kerala 2024. For those who were joined us last back in Kochi last year, welcome back. And for those who have joined here new, you're going to have an amazing, amazing experience. And whether you're here to learn, to network, or to just, soak up your energy, this is the right place. And talking about Kozhikode, it's like a beautiful city, rich in history and culture, just like how WordPress has evolved over these years. And anyone from the audience, what is the specialty of this year? Related to WordPress, what is the specialty of this year? Anyone? Anyone? Apart from volunteers and organizers. We'll get a special gift if you wanted to speak up. Okay, all right. I'll put it up. It's the 10th anniversary of WordPress, so it's more like a decade, and we'll be celebrating that too here. And what to say else? I love the venue. There is a lake view at the back side, and if you guys get time, please go take some photos. It's so lovely. It was so good. When I reached here, I got some vitamin D with, the lake view and lawn and beautiful pictures. It was wonderful. So, I hope you all got your goodies and swags, right? Right? Okay, if you can't open, you can give a note or thumbs up. Anything? Thumbs up, yeah? Okay, all right, thanks. Okay, so you guys might have unpacked your goodies and have got a, card like this, yeah? I don't know if any of you got missed it. You can collect it from our community desk. So what you're basically supposed to do in this card is, we have our sponsors. This day wouldn't have been possible without the support of our sponsors, volunteers and organizers. And of course, you guys attendees. So big round of applause to everyone. Come on. All right. So the card stuff. So what you're supposed to do is, we have a sponsors booth, okay? The hall next, right behind. So you have to go to each booth, get it marked from them. Like for example, the first one is Jetpack. So if you go to the Jetpack stall, they're going to mark this card. And similarly, all the boxes are to be marked. And the last one is social post with hashtag WC Kerala. And that can be put in any social media. Let's say it's LinkedIn or Twitter. And go to the community desk. You show the post, they mark it. Okay. Now you got everything marked. What to do? Fill up your name, phone, and email. There will be a very beautiful box, probably blue in color, kept at the community desk, and you guys can drop it. And what happens? It would be more like a lucky draw. So you will have gifts, you will have prizes, and all those stuffs. Now done with the card. And if you guys haven't, got your notepad, you guys can collect it from the community desk. Now moving on to the sponsors. So yeah, you all got your tags? Can I see them? If you're, okay, all right, thanks. Yeah, so at the back side, you can see some colorful logos. Front, you can see your very beautiful name. But at the back, you can see colorful logos. So I'll just read it out so you guys just see if I miss it. Okay, if I miss any. Okay, so moving on to our sponsors. We have here the platinum sponsors: Bluehost, WooCommerce, WP Beginner, GoDaddy, Jetpack, Support Sages, Mini Orange, Mozilla. So far, so good? Okay. Moving on to our gold sponsors, Zoho and Rockon. Silver sponsors, RunCloud, Flying Press, UCards, WP Remote. And bronze sponsors, Awesome Innovations, Booking Press, Stella WP, EchoWebs, MailerCloud. All good? Okay. Now we have our contributors, Mikne and Design Kit. also we have wonderful partners, Cyberpark, Cafit, and Ticket for Events. Okay, so that part is also completed. Now, I guess we'll kick off with a wonderful opening remarks, and whom I cannot, miss out to welcome our wonderful organizers of the day who made this day possible. Organizers, Heidi, ready for the opening remarks? 2 minutes. All right, take your time. So, how far are you guys from? Like, those are from Kozhikode, just can you raise your hands? Kozhikode? Okay, majority are from Kozhikode. Anyone from Thrissur? Yes. Okay, nice. Okay, I'm also from Thrissur. Great. Which is like, okay, who came so far? Which is so far from Kozhikode? What about Trivandrum? Anyone from Trivandrum? Oh, that's lovely. You guys came all over from there. Oh, that's great. Okay. You guys had your breakfast? Yes. Okay, you guys can see us in, white t-shirts or black t-shirts, volunteers and organizers. So we are here if you need anything, if you have any problems, come talk to us. And we just want you guys to smile and be happy all the day. And just, just make this day useful because you guys put in so much effort and stuff. So we just want you guys happy, relaxed, enjoy the sessions. We have workshops, we have lightning talks, we have stories, people, So just connect with everyone, just be, there is also a saying, even if you are a beginner, how many of you are beginners? Okay, that's great, you have beginners here. So you guys most probably won't understand some deep talks, right? Maybe you won't get the title, but that's perfectly fine because when you go to these events, you get to know what you don't know. Like see, you hear something and now you know, okay, I don't know the stuff, So next time you can look it up or you can just say, yeah, I have heard about that. So that is an added advantage when you come to these events. So go out and spread out and connect with everyone. So yeah, that's like a tip from my side maybe. Okay, all right. Heidi? Okay. So I'm just stepping down and passing the venue to our wonderful organizers. Yeah. Casey, please. Yes, over to you.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. ഒരു കാര്യം കൂടെ ചെയ്താലേ തുടങ്ങുള്ളൂ എന്നാണ് പറഞ്ഞേക്കണത്. കാരണം മുമ്പിലത്തെ റോ കാലിയാക്കിയിട്ടിട്ട് തുടങ്ങാൻ പാടില്ല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. സോ ബാക്കിലിരിക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാർ, the people who are sitting, back row, please come. Please come forward. This is not history class, this is not English class, this is not maths class. So no need to backbenchers. So we need people in the front row. Please come, otherwise actually not going to start this. So welcome to WordCamp Kerala 2024 in this Malabar Marina at Calicut. You know WordPress, this is a gathering or celebration of WordPress. WordPress is nothing but which power more than 40% of the world's web. So today is the day for all our Malayalis, and not just for Malayalis, the people from almost all over the India, people from Delhi, Kolkata, Mumbai, Gujarat, and almost all major cities are here. So this is a true, maybe national event of WordPress, kind of that. So I think more than around 700 people, correct, we are. So people are coming on the way, A lot of more interesting sessions are coming. It's a time to network, collect goodies and all. So if you want to know more about our WordPress journey in Kerala, I invite our Bigul, the lead organizer of this WordCamp. Bigul.
Thank you, Casey, for the wonderful introduction, and Rima, too. Good morning, my dear friends. Welcome to WordCamp Kerala once again. My name is Bigul. I'm born and brought up here. And how many of you attended WordCamp before? How many of attended WordCamp Kochi or Kerala before? Decent numbers, great. So today we are gathered here. We were able to make registration up to around 700. So we are expecting more folks. They are on the way. So any clue why we are here? There is a special thing behind. Any clues? Why we gathered here? This is the 10th anniversary of WordPress Kerala community. We started as a small group of people back 2014 in Kochi, and it took 3-4 years to build up a good, strong community there. Not only there, and here also in Calicut and Trivandrum. Then we organized our first WordCamp Kochi in 2017. After that, we successfully organized 2 more WordCamps in Kochi. 2018 WordCamp Kochi and 2019 WordCamp Kochi. Then everybody knows there was a gap of 2-3 years because of the pandemic. Then we organized our first WordCamp Kerala in Kochi last year, and this is our second WordCamp Kerala. Now we started as a group of 3-4 people. Now we are a group of more than 5,000 active members in different channels like our meetup group, WhatsApp group, LinkedIn, Facebook, etc. Okay, you can, one of the best helpdesk in WordPress is our WordPress Kerala community. More than around 700 people are members of that community. Whenever you face a query, you can easily shoot up there and you will get an instant response. And surprisingly, it is not from active volunteers or organizers. There are few people, they always hide, but they are ready to help. That is the strength of WordPress community. So we are doing our best to match our expectation. We hope it will be a great event. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. I would like to introduce my buddies here. Casey's real name is Jagadeep, but we all call him Casey. Then Jose, Hari, Aravind, Arun, Shilpa, Sheda, Ajay, Ajit, Nebu. Okay? Aravind. Okay, one more guy is there. Oh, sorry. Okay. That's all from my side. Thank you very much. I would like to request all of you to stay here until our closing remarks, because there will be some surprise gifts, surprise lucky draw contacts going all over the counter. So please visit the sponsors booth. Okay, collect your swags, try your luck. Okay, all the best. Thank you very much. I'm passing my mic to Heidi.
Hello, friends. Okay, I heard our friendly MC Rima asking you all if you all had breakfast today. It looks like a lot of folks have not had. So if you've not had, we have snacks. But please don't miss out on that opportunity to get yourself recharged with the sessions today. I just have one point that I want to offer you. So the WordPress has a code of conduct. WordCamp Kerala has a code of conduct. You will find it in our website. So the summary of it is, please be good open source citizens. Please be kind and respectful. Please don't be jerks. Please support, please essentially just be good people. Please be kind and please be respectful to all the attendees, all the speakers. I mean, so this is a positive environment. We have tried to create a positive environment today, an environment of learning, an environment of education, an environment of fun. So please keep that in mind. We will be sharing the code of conduct in the website. You can find it in our website. So that is the only request that I have. And I realize that you are all waiting blatantly, oh sorry, that's not the word that I want to use. You're all waiting with bated breath for an amazing day of WordPress and WordPress education and WordPress learning and to have a lot of fun. Without further ado, I am going to invite Rima to invite our first speaker. And trust me, we have the best keynote speaker that we could get. And I am not going to share more. I'm going to let Rima introduce her so that Rima introduce our keynote speaker so that we can kick off the session. Thank you once again, friends. And here's to a fun and exciting WordPress event. Here's to a fun and exciting WordCamp Kerala. I'm going to ask you to do one thing for me. I'm going to say J WordPress. Can you all repeat that with me? That's our official motto, J WordPress. And it's something that is born from the Indian community. So J WordPress. Not loud, not loud. I want you to be louder. I want you all to be louder. I don't care if you've not had breakfast. I want you to be louder. J WordPress. J WordPress. That's the spirit. All right, friends, let's kick off our day with our first session. Rima, over to you.
Okay, all right. Thank you, organizers. Thank you, Hari. Now, let's move on to our very, very first session of the day. And it's taken by a gentleman in gorgeous traditional outfit. Oh my God, I loved it. His name is Arun Basil Lal, and he's going to take a session on building a WordPress product empire from scratch, a blueprint, okay? Now, talking about Arun, let's see his bio. I just, snipped out 2 lines. So, Arun has been a WordPress product developer and a long-term WordPress contributor, okay? It's said he started his WordPress in 2007, which means I'd probably be 5 years old, I guess. Yeah. And so he started his journey when his friends suggested it as an alternative to a blogger. Okay, that's interesting. Now, he discovered his true passion for creating WordPress products after spending several years building WordPress websites. His role as Associate Product Owner at WP Rocket further honed his skills as a product developer, and currently he's working on Image Attributes Pro, which is the most installed image SEO plugin for WordPress, along with other upcoming WordPress products. And he was also the co-creator of Super PWA, the leading progressive web apps application, like web apps plugin for WordPress. All right, all covered, Arun? Please forgive me if I missed anything, but over to you. Guys, a round of applause.
Hello. May I have the slides on screen, please? Welcome. How many of you are from outside Kerala, non-Malayalis? Okay, we have quite a few. Welcome to Kerala. Is this your first trip? No, you've been here before? Oh, there is no way to answer that. It is a, okay. All right, from my side, welcome to Kerala. And you are in the best spot if you are into food. If you enjoy food, you are in the epitome of gastronomical experiences in Kerala. Also, you might see Calicut as a big city. If you travel maybe 30 minutes, these are some pictures from a place called Kodancherry. It is barely 1 hour from here. And the route to Kodancherry is very beautiful. So if you have time, try to explore the area. A couple of more pictures from that. Before we get into making WordPress products and
building a product empire and all that. Let's first try to talk about why you are not building WordPress products already. So when I started building WordPress products, when it started getting traction, I was making some sales. My first thought was, why did it take so many years to get here? Because most of you maybe, you are already contributing to WordPress. You already write code. You already help WordPress websites solve problems on a day-to-day basis, or WordPress customers solve problems. And if you think about it, you are all WordPress product makers, just with a user base of 1. Imagine you wrote some code and you're able to sell it to everybody, the same code multiple times, right? Why wouldn't you want to do that? And this was my thought. And as I kept thinking about it, and maybe you can also relate, maybe you think you don't have the skills required to build products. Maybe you think you're not good enough. Maybe you think nobody will buy from you, because you are a small developer, and why would somebody want to buy your code, right? I also had these thoughts. And as I was preparing for this session, my thought was, if I can convince you to at least try to build something, it does not have to be a fancy plugin that you see someday. It's just a simple product. I have succeeded. This is everything that was promised in the session, and I would like to tell you something. You're going to be disappointed, because this is one of those situations where you overpromise and underdeliver. There is no way I can cover all this in the next 20-30 minutes, and there is no way I can provide value. But I will make a promise. If you make an effort to get started, and if you think you need my help, I will be there to help you get that product to market. That is a promise I will make. Also this. So you can decide which is which and make that call, but you know what to do. Okay. So as every time I come into a WordPress product discussion, a feedback that I hear from consulting clients of them is, WordPress is so saturated. If you think of a product, there is that in WordPress already. And this is very true. WordPress is a big space. There's a lot of WordPress plugins and other products in WordPress. So what can you bring to the table? What is new, and what can you do it? So in the following slides and following discussion, we will see some very specific examples, and also some very broad examples of how you can approach WordPress products, what kind of products you might want to get into, and all that. Every time I might include some screenshots from existing products, and I want to say in advance that my intention is not to diss them and bring them down. It is constructive criticism. I have tried my best to avoid trademarks, brand names, and all that. It is just to give you an idea on what you can bring to the table. Let's look at a first example. Does anybody think this is simple to use? It is a settings page of a plugin that does one thing. It renames your images. One of my developers brought up to me, and he said he could not figure out how to use this product. And I thought to myself, if a developer has been working with WordPress for a while, if a developer cannot use a product that is supposed to do one thing, how will normal people be able to use it, right? You can see there is, so I have built a mock-up for a suggestive change in the product that does very simple things. First thing is it adds default settings to the product. Everything related to the UI is tucked away in other options pages. There are so many options pages. And that instantly makes the product usable from first install. So this is a product with 40,000, I think 50,000 active installs. So which means some people want to use it. So you can think of building something that is much easier to use. And if you can do that, there are 50,000 people who are potentially your customers or more. Oh, don't get me started on the next advanced page. There is one for developers, and there is one for advanced users and developers. So a developer is not qualified to be an advanced user for some reason. We have some range issues. This is another of such a product. You probably use this product. I don't want anybody to call out the names and anything. But it is a page cache. It's a plugin to cache your pages. But you see the default option. This is the default, first installed and you activate the plugin. The page cache is disabled. It is not enabled. So some user have to go into the setting and know to enable this for the advertised feature of the plugin to work. And look at all the options they have on the sides. And I think this is a good example because page caching and WordPress performance is a very old area. It has been here since the time of dawn of WordPress, and we have a product from Thrissur, a plugin named Flying Press. They started in 2020, and they're doing very well. They're a sponsor for our event today. They have a stall outside, and you will meet Jijo and Blessy and their teammates today. And this is not a paid promotion. This is just, I promise that I against my wishes, I asked them to pay, but they did not. So this is not a paid promotion. So you can see, even in a saturated market, in a saturated space, I worked in WP Rocket, so I knew the space very well. They have managed to build a successful company. This is from a backup plugin, and the plugin is actually very usable. But one thing you can see is they have so many options to backup. And most websites would not be backing up to, 20 options all the time. They might be backing up to 1 or 2. So if you are a small-term developer, you can think of building a plugin that backs up to Google Drive. And there will be a lot of users who are happy to just use that. And there already exist plugins that does it, but this is to give you an idea of how you can look at a big plugin and see what you can do and how would you want to take a small piece out of it. And you will be getting a small market share out of their whatever share they have. Another thought I want you to think about when you consider thinking of a WordPress product or in general is about recurring pain versus a toolbox. What is a recurring pain? For example, backing up. Backing up is something that you want to do every day or every week. It keeps on happening. As the website, for as long as the website exists, there is that pain. They want to do it. Caching is an example of a recurring pain. SEO is an example. And you can think of, when you think about a product, you can think if the website is going to need this for the rest of their existence. Versus if you look at renaming images, one of the plugins we already discussed. Once you have renamed, that product is no longer required for the website to operate. They can uninstall the product. So what happens is it becomes a toolbox kit. It's like a screwdriver that you have in your toolbox. You will use it when you need it and then it is off. Versus the TV is not a toolbox. It does not stay in the toolbox. It stays on your living room, right? So that is one thing. And both sides have its perks. Because the toolbox might not be a big enough market, so big players might not want to come into it. So you can safely exist in that space, it's space for small developers. Versus if you want to go all the way, you might want to think of a recurring pain. Now this is some inception level thing happening here. I just talked to somebody who has a plugin for WooCommerce subscriptions. So here you can see a couple of plugins that are built for Elementor. So Elementor is a page builder plugin in WordPress, and these plugins are adding on features to Elementor. So you have WordPress on one level, there is Elementor, and then your plugin. What this lets you do is you get to tap into existing markets, and Elementor would want to promote you maybe. Their users would, what they are searching for, what pains they have. It's a very smaller piece of the market to identify the pain and build for it. This is another example for WooCommerce. I already said we have somebody here who was building a plugin for a WooCommerce payment plugin, WooCommerce subscription plugin. So that is, you have WordPress, you have WooCommerce subscription, and then the plugin comes as an add-on to that. You probably want to build for businesses. because they are happy to pay a set of money. If you want to make money with your product, they are happy to pay to solve a problem. So this is something you might want to consider when you're building for, are you adding a nice to have feature to a website, or is it something that will add value to a person and will save them time or bring more customers, something like that. So for example, if you're building for WooCommerce, you are all the, let's say 95% of WooCommerce customers are people who make money with their website. So to solve a problem or to help them sell more products, that's something they would be happy to pay for. And this is not just with WordPress in general. If you think about a product or a plugin, whatever, you want to consider the total addressable market. So if you go back to the examples we have already discussed, if you look at caching, every WordPress website can have caching or need to have caching. SEO is something that is very broad. Versus if you look at optimizing images, that is a very niche within a niche. So that is something you might want to consider. Another thing you can think about is how hard it is going to be to switch from your product to another. I'll explain with an example. That will be easier. Hosting is an example of a service that we use that is very hard to switch from. If you have to migrate websites, especially live websites, from one host to another, it is not something that you would want to do on a regular basis. You might do that once in 5 years, once in 3 years, when something is terribly wrong with the host you are on. Otherwise, for minor things, you would usually stick to the same host forever. So if your product is hard to switch from, one example would be a page builder. You build a website using Elementor, you build a website using Divi, or any of the page builders that you have, it is very hard to switch out of that to a different one. Another example is WooCommerce subscriptions. It's related to payments. There are so many moving elements. So somebody who installs WooCommerce payments, a certain plugin, they are probably going to have that for a very long time. We have a company named WebToffee here. They have one of the 4 WooCommerce subscription plugins. I think you can probably talk to them and see if this is true or not. Another consideration you might want to have is the size of the support team. And here is a trick that I use when I am considering new products. I look at the existing products and I go to their company page and I look at the team size, and they are very happy to advertise their team size. So you can see the number of developers they have, the number of support people they have. And if you look at a product like caching, they usually have a very big support team relative to the team size. While I was at WP Rocket, there was a time when the product was installed on 1 million website with one developer. The support team size was, I think, 15 at that time. And that is going to be very expensive on your, if you're trying to build a business out of it, it's going to be quite expensive. My thing is, anytime a product deals with the front end, and because front end is so scattered, we have so many themes that handles the front end. It is coded to different standards. If you have multiple standards, then it defeats the purpose of having a standard, right? That it becomes very hard to integrate into these themes, and users are going to ask you for support over and over, and you're going to need to have a huge support team. Versus if you're dealing with images or dealing with something on the back end, that would generally have a much lesser demand for support. So that is something that you might want to consider. So when most people think about products, they want to do something new and innovative. Everything we have discussed so far is that's been done with, right? And I think that is one thing. If you can create magic, that would be an instant hit. There is a person called Kunal Shah. You might know him as a founder of Cred. Now, he has spoken about a concept called a delta for product. The example he spoke about was Uber. How many of you tried using Uber yesterday? Did it work? No, it did not work. But that was your first try. Was it? Yeah, so once you are used to Uber, that is something that you would want to default to. Even though you have rickshaws outside, even though you have taxis outside, it is very hard to not use it. I was lucky enough to get a booking for an auto yesterday. But that was my first thing. I could have just walked out. I know the language. There is no way they're going to take me for a ride. But that was my first thing. So is your product a Delta 4 product? Is that something that a user signs on for? And they are going to never go back to the old way of using it. You could look at existing spaces like backup or something that you think is quite complicated, and you build a very awesome user experience, and they are not going back to the old ways even if you make mistakes on the road. There is a huge tolerance that is there. Another example is a product that can become a social currency. Me and one of the organizers, Joe's, we built a product called Super PWA. And the cool thing about this was it converts WordPress websites into mobile apps. You would have a progressive web app on your phone. And imagine you as a website admin, you installed Super PWA or any of the other PWA plugins, and you have a mobile app for your website. What are you going to do? Generally, you would want to talk to your friends about it. Hey, dude, I have a mobile app. You want to try it. You would want to put it on your social media. Even on your website, you would want to tell your users to install it. So, by its nature of being a social currency, and because it adds value to the product, it sells on itself. People will talk about it. Another example of a magical product would be something that is trending. Now we have AI, that is the most trending topic, and AI is just getting started. So you could build products that use existing AI APIs and use that for various features in your WordPress website. I think this is something as consumers you would hate, but as founders or as business owners that you would really love to have. And I would argue that a subscription is a gold mine for both parties involved, as long as somebody is not taking the money and not doing much with it. Because as founders, it gives you the opportunity to hire more, because it brings predictable revenue each month. You know how much you are going to make next month. You can invest that back into the product and build a better product, hire better people, and grow your business. So these are some of the aspects that I wanted to talk to you about today. These things, if you could keep in mind, and not all of them would apply to every product, but these are some broad areas that would give you an idea of how to build WordPress products. I think you will have a reasonable chance of getting started. I'll give you a guideline on how to validate your product, because you could ask your friends on how this product is, how this plugin is, all that feedback is just
testing and all that. But until somebody parts with their money, the product is not validated in my book. My first goal I would advise is to try to get 25 paying customers. And this could be from your social media, from LinkedIn. You could do a one-on-one call with them, spend so much time, try to convince them, tell them your story and all that. Try to get 25 customers, even if you lose money on each sale. And do 5 video calls. The reason I say this is 5 versus the other number was 25 is because from each video call with the customer trying to use your product, you will learn so much on how terrible your product is. That is what normally happens. And from the first 2 calls, you will see a pattern. And 5 would give you so much to work with that you won't have the development capacity to implement all of them for the next 6 months, maybe a year. And keep writing 2 articles a week. This will get listed on Google over time, and you will start getting traffic.
Solve a specific problem, and since you are writing the article, your product will be the obvious and the most recommended answer. So have this going, and over a period of 6 months, over a period of 1 year, you will have enough traffic coming from Google to sell your product. Don't forget to share your story. I think what happens a lot is we feel like since we are a small time developer, we don't want to hide that up. We want to have an office somewhere abroad where it feels like we are a more established company. And yes, that could have its own advantages and disadvantages. But more and more we live in an age where one person can talk to the entire world through Twitter, through Instagram, through all the socials we have. So share your story and show that that is a boutique product built by a couple of passionate people, and all that story goes a long way. People want to invest in that story, people want to invest in that product, and they'll be happy to do that. In summary, we're looking for this is a higher and a lower version of it. An intuitive product that solves a recurring pain and that generates predictable revenue, and that is in a broad market. If you can hit all four of that, you're set. You are in the gold mine of products, because you have recurring revenue coming. It is big enough market, so there is room to grow. It is intuitive, so people don't want to leave your product. They are happy with your product and all that. So some variation of this is the summary of what I'm trying to give you today. Gonna build a mountain. Okay, no. I'm waiting for the rotten tomatoes and all that. No, okay, great. I want to leave you with this. I know at this point, or if you have never tried this, it sounds like a lot of work. But just get started. And the rest of the path, you will be able to find it. Just get started. That is the key. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you got something useful from this talk. The slides are available on this link, so you might want to take that down. If you have questions, I will take them. Can I see a show of hands if there are questions? No questions either mean I did a very good job, it was very clear, or you're like, okay, this is not for me. All right. Thank you so much.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Arun. I couldn't take my eyes off his slides. It was so engaging. Yeah, and although, pictures and all, everything was so engaging. You did a great job. Now, we can, leave him empty-handed. We have a token of love, a small token of love from our side. I'd like to invite Bigun to give away a small token of love for him. Please, put up your hands. Okay, all right. So, well begun is half done already. But yeah, let's move on. So, our next speaker, he is a badminton player and a violinist. He is going to take a talk on WordPress Playground, a fast and simple way to test and develop. So, talking about the speaker, Arun R. Shenoy. He is basically a software engineer at Newfold Digital Bluehost, where he has been, I'd say, revolutionizing the WordPress user experience for over like 2 years. And he is specialized in WordPress, latest technologies like site editor and block themes. And he's really committed to develop cutting-edge solutions that exceed user expectations. And he's all interested in everything that is open source. So that is all about Arun. And Arun, ready? Yes, please, over to you.
Thank you, Rima, for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. How many of you have had breakfast yet? Oh, not many. Can you just raise your hands? No one has had breakfast. Okay. Good morning, everyone. A little bit louder. Thank you. Can we have the slide? Okay, so this is a bit of a tech topic compared to the last one. So we'll have to get some energy going on. I'll try to keep it simple, just like I've mentioned it in the slide, because the idea behind WordPress Playground is to keep it very simple. So I'll explain to you what WordPress Playground is, how it works, and how it can make your life much easier. I heard about hosting MySQL, Apache, Nginx, what do I use? So Playground's here to abstract all that. You don't have to know anything. You just visit one URL and you have WordPress for you to use. But we'll take a look at that slowly. So next slide, please. So we already have the introduction. I think from the way I've designed this PPT, you can tell that I like to code using all the HTML syntax, if you've not noticed. And the reason I learned to play violin was that I used to write a lot of bugs and they used to not solve in like 1 or 2 days. So in hopes that some of the bugs get solved, I used to play them the violin and see maybe something works out. Next slide. Okay, let's leave the definition. Let's do a show of hands again. How many of you in your childhood have gone to a playground and played football or cricket or anything like that? Or you still do now? Unfortunately, I am working now, so that's something I've had to compromise on. Let's do a show of hands. How many of you have gone to a ground with your friends, played football in the evening? See, a lot of people, right? What do? You make plans with your friends after school, show up at the playground, play football. If it's cricket, you play cricket. And then if it's cricket, you want extra batting. If it's football, whoever scores the more goals. And then you just leave from there. And the next day you come to play, the playground's still there for you to use. Nobody has done anything there. It's just there. You just make the plan and you go there and you play. Nobody really has whose space is this or who owns this or whatever. You are just looking at playing. So that's exactly how Playground is for WordPress. It's basically a playground where you can go play and come back. Nobody is going to tell you anything as to why you should not play or anything like that. Nobody is going to ask you what server are you using, what database are you using, nothing like that. Everything's there. You just go and you play. So to look at the definition, it's basically WordPress in your browser. There's no server involved. There's no database involved. Nothing. It's a beautifully designed concept. We'll take a look at how it works. But it completely browser. Once you load it, you do not even need internet to run WordPress in your browser. Next slide. Okay, so the fact that runs in the browser, that it's instant runs in your browser. And because it's a normal WordPress instance, you can test anything. You can test core, you can test your plugins, you can test themes. And it is so fast to switch WordPress and PHP that if some of your customers or somebody is telling you that it's not working on the WordPress latest 6.2 version, you can test it. It also has development tools such as if you're a developer like me, you kind of need some extensions. And it also has WP CLI tools. It also has a JavaScript API that you can use inside your apps. We'll take a look at more of that later. And the more important thing is that it's mobile friendly, which means that you can just use WordPress in your mobile by just visiting a URL. So a lot of times what has happened with me is that whenever I'm traveling or not near a laptop, that's when all the critical incidents or critical bugs happen. There's millions of customers affected, all these things. So what I do, I just pull out my phone, visit Playground, install the plugin that's causing the issue, and in 5 or 10 minutes I just figure out the issue and I tell them this is the issue. Didn't even have to open my laptop. and my manager thinks, oh, very hard-working person, he has solved the bug. So that's kind of a lot of the features of Playground. Next slide, please. Okay, so we looked at all the theory and we are talking about a playground. I don't think anybody went to a playground and discussed 10 slides and then came back. So all theory and no play makes a dull playground basically. Next slide. So let's see how it works. So I visited the URL playground.wordpress.net and it's already setting up WordPress for me. It's downloading all the WordPress files into my browser so that I do not have to connect to anything else later on. It does not talk to a server. It takes some time for it to prepare and load everything inside your browser. And once it's done, if you see, a vanilla WordPress instance has been set up for you completely. And this would look no different. If you buy hosting or do a local setup, you would get the same thing. But I did not have to do anything like that. I just visited playground.wordpress.net. And if you see, everything looks like I'm using a normal WordPress instance. It doesn't look any different, or it doesn't say that, oh, this is kind of different or anything. And if you see here, I don't know if it's clear or not till there, you can change PHP and WordPress versions in just one or two clicks. You do not have to change your database or ensure everything is compatible, all these things. Next slide. Okay, so now that we have Playground set up in like 30 seconds, I just went to the URL and Playground is set up on its own. Let's see how we can test a plugin and a theme. Next slide. So I'm going to upload the of now. This is a safety feature. It does not allow your Playground to talk to any third-party apps unless you explicitly allow that in the settings. So I've uploaded the WooCommerce zip, and if you see now, WooCommerce is installed in this Playground instance. And now if somebody is telling me there's a bug with orders, I can check it out here or also on my phone. Similarly, I'm going to add a new theme. Let's say you're a theme developer or you want to test some theme, or you want to see, somebody told you that, oh, this theme is really great, and you want to see how it looks like. You can go and you can add your new theme, and you can see that this is a block theme, so the site editor is also available to you in like 1 or 2 minutes to use. Everything, all the blocks, and nothing of this would tell you that it's any different from the normal WordPress instance you have. Next slide. Okay, so the way Playground is built, it's built to be fast, it's built to be reliable, which means that when you refresh your browser, the entire changes that you have made will go away unless you tell it to specifically save. So this is something like you went to a playground and it was an empty playground. You want to play football. You need a goal post, you need some of those markers, all these things. What will you do? You will get some sticks, you will put them there, those become your goal post. So what you are technically doing there is you are saving a version of that playground which has your goal posts and which has all those markers, so that others can also use it, and you can also come the next day and you can play football in that playground. So that's how you will have to save that in WordPress Playground as well. Next slide. So let's see two different approaches as to how you can save it. So now I've installed this theme called Wonder, and now when I refresh this, right, it's gone. It's completely reset again. Now I do not want to sit and again add a new theme and again install WooCommerce and all this, because let's say my work involves these two already being there. And every time I go to Playground, I do not want to install all of these things. So what I'll do is, there is a save button there. It says this is a temporary playground, please save. You can save this in your browser, which means that it will use your browser storage to store all the changes that you have made. Now, I'll not go into too much detail into how it's saved, but then it will save it in your browser. And once you save it, you cannot change your WordPress or PHP version. And that is designed that way because it is still a new project. It is still an upcoming. Maybe in the future, even if you save it, you will be able to change the versions. So now that this is saved, I've refreshed my site. And if you see that it's already loaded with the Wonder theme that I had installed. So that is one way to save it. This is a temporary way. This is also a temporary way to save it. Because as soon as you close your browser and start a new browser instance, it is still gone. Now let's look at a more permanent way. Next slide, please. So here what I'm going to do is same thing. Again, Wonder theme is installed. Now I'm going to download this entire instance as a zip file. So I'll go to save, same process what we did last time. Click on save in a local directory. When I click on that, it will allow me to download this thing as a zip. So this zip, I can give it to anybody else. I can also keep it with myself. Every time I visit Playground, if I just upload this zip, it will immediately set my site to this. So now I'm just uploading that zip I downloaded. And as soon as I click on it, it will look at all the configurations I have made. It will refresh this page and I'm back to where I had configured this. Now this is a very simple example. You can make it very complex. You can install multiple plugins, multiple themes, everything. Download the zip, re-upload it the next time you visit, and it is done. Okay, next slide. So this is an interesting feature where because of the nature of which Playground works, it does not talk to any server. So I've loaded Playground. You will need internet the first time you load it. And now what I'll do is I'll turn off my internet completely. And if you see, I can still use WordPress here. I can upload my theme. I can still test different things in that theme. And I do not need any internet access here. So as soon as I activate it, I'm back to again testing in a normal WordPress instance. No need of any kind of internet or any of these things. This is JSON configuration file. How many of you know what the JSON file is? Okay. So basically, it's a way of telling Playground that I want to do these things as soon as I visit. It's a programmatic way of saying that visit this URL, log into WordPress admin, then do these different things. Install this plugin for me, install this theme for me, and it will happen fast. You do not have to click anywhere. So what I'm saying here is, first thing is I'm defining that this is how I will specify all my data. The second thing is that I'm specifying the different versions of WordPress and PHP to use. So depending on where you want to test it, you can specify that. Then I'm giving it a list of steps. The first step says login. Login says log into your WordPress admin. Second thing says install WooCommerce, and in options I can pass activate as true. So if you are not developers, you do not have to do all this. There is a playground blueprint website that you can visit, and all these blueprints are available there for you to use. This is an example I took that installs WooCommerce and Wonder, but you do not have to do any of this if you do not know what is JSON or what is Wonder or anything like that. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide, next slide. Yeah, thank you. So yeah, what I'm doing is, I already have the blueprint with me. I'll just show you guys how to use this. So what you can do is, there's, again in the settings, you can view the blueprint for this particular site, which is basically empty now. I will take this blueprint, or you can visit all the blueprints. I'll give you guys the link to view all the blueprints. They all have like real life use cases. And I pasted it here. And if you see that thing, no, it gets added into the URL, this entire blueprint. Now if you see, just because of this blueprint, I did not have to follow all of those steps of installing the Wonder theme and doing all these different things. It is automatically doing all of these things for you. You do not have to go there, click the theme page, add a new theme, upload the Wonder theme, upload WooCommerce, and activate, nothing like that. It is automatically setting it up for you. And again, this is a simple example. You can make it as complex as you want. It is, you can add as many steps as you want into the blueprint. The idea is, it will save you time. You do not have to sit and install all of these things. So let's say, how many of you are attending some of the beautiful workshops we have today? Okay. How many of you have local setup and WordPress setup and all of these things? See, you do not have to do it. Just go to playground.wordpress.net. If somebody in the workshop is telling you, go to the site editor, just visit this, open the site editor and follow along. That's all you have to do. So it takes some time, because it's trying to make sure that everything is loaded properly. Sometimes the time itself varies, because it's not constant all of the time. When I was recording this, it took some time, but then it might not take so long for you to do it. And just because of that one blueprint, if you see, it has already started that WooCommerce onboarding as soon as I visited that URL. Next slide. Okay, if you do not understand JSON, this is a more simpler way to do it. When you are visiting playground.wordpress.net, you can specify the theme and you can specify the plugin to install. You can also give a list of plugins here as well in & in query parameter format. But as soon as you visit this, next slide, I put that into the URL, and if you see, it's doing the basic thing that it always does, which is preparing WordPress. And then it will go through your URL parameters, install the theme, install WooCommerce, all of these things. So this is another way to configure it. Let's not go through the whole video in interest of time. Next slide. If you're looking to do something more advanced, let's say get more creative, I think Arun gave a very good example of building great products. Great products also require great documentation, stuff like that. So what people have started doing is, instead of writing and saying, if you click on this button, this will happen, then you click the next button, this will happen, and that is my product's documentation. What people have started doing is, they have started making interactive documents. Of telling them click here, you will say, why don't you click on the different things here? And nothing is going to happen. It will not affect you in any way. It is just a interactive way of looking at my product. So you might have clients that tell you, oh, can you give me a demo of your product? You just put this playground instance there and tell them, go berserk. Try whatever you want. If you don't understand something, tell me and I will change it for you. So that is one use case of this. This is just some code snippet to achieve that. Let's not go too much detail into that. But that is a good way as to how JavaScript APIs are used. Instead of writing your documentation down or explaining how your product works, you just put it and give them the UI there for them to try it out. Next slide. And this is the other one. If you're a WP CLI fan or you use WP CLI, which is basically a command line to manage your WordPress sites, you can also use this. And if you're attending some of the workshops today as well, if they are talking about WP CLI, you can just install this and this will immediately start a WordPress instance for you. Next slide. Okay. So now to get into the tech of how WordPress admin in your browser, there is a worker that will basically say, don't send this request to the server. I will handle it here only because I am capable enough now. It will basically talk to two files, two handlers in your browser itself. Those are written in JavaScript, which are basically WordPress translated into JavaScript and something called WebAssembly. It will compile your code, it will translate that request and immediately respond in the browser itself. There is no need to talk to a server. So on a high level, the request goes, the service worker intercepts it, there is WebAssembly, there is a JavaScript version of WordPress that is there. And finally, there's also SQLite, which is a file system based database. So instead of storing data in encoded formats and different things, it will just store it on your file system in the browser itself. So on a high level, that is how this works. Next slide. So let's look at some of the use cases. The first one is, again, referring to the previous session, you're trying to build a great product. You and your bro are having a very good session on how you can build this thing, very good products inside WordPress, but you're not sure if it works or no. You're not sure if, if that idea is feasible or no. And by the time you do a local setup and then you go to buy a hosting instance, install WordPress, you are now more bothered about why my setup is not working rather than will my idea work. So that's where you can use this for very quick prototyping. You will get to know very fast as to whether or not something works or no. And since you can switch versions and PHP and all these things, it happens very fast. Education is another thing. Let's say you're trying to teach WordPress to someone. You do not want to have to explain to them what is SQL or like what is JSON or what is PHP or what is a server, all these things. You tell them, just go to this URL, click on these 3 buttons, and then you can start writing your content. You can build your portfolio website, all these things. Client demos, again, you have a product, you just give them the link. An example was that URL parameter. Let's say you have a plugin, you write plugin equal to my plugin and give them the parameter. They will sit and they will play around in that WordPress site. No need to sit and share your screen and then show them all these things. Let them share their screen and you see how they interact with your product. Content creation, I think it was fast. You just go start writing content. Somebody is reporting bugs to you and you want to see how it works, comes under support. Compatibility testing, again changing PHP, WordPress versions in just one click and then making sure your things work on that. Sandboxes, let's say you're testing some virus or something like that. You do not want it affecting your hosting instance or your local setup. Just go to Playground, try it out. And like I mentioned, interactive documentation. Ultimately, the Playground is there for you to play in. So I cannot put all the use cases here since I cannot say how to play football in a playground. Everybody makes up their own rules ultimately. So the playground is there for you to play in. The rules, you can make it up and use it. Next slide. Okay, so this whole project is based on contributions from all of you and all of us. There's no one single person doing this whole thing. If you think it's interesting enough, the playground project encourages contributors. You do not have to be a developer to do it. If you're good in writing documentation, you can do that. If you're good in designing or you think something can be improved, you can do that as well. You do not have to be a coder or a developer just to contribute to this. To get started, you can join the Meta Playground Slack channel, and somebody will help you understand how you can contribute to this project. There's many benefits to contributing, but I won't go into all of that. But ultimately, it's about how you can improve yourself and improve all of our WordPress for all of us. Next slide. Okay, any questions that you guys have? I can take them. Raise your hands if you have any questions. Yeah. I think there's a question there. Mike.
Hey Arun.
Hey.
Actually, it was a very interesting, class. I have heard about WordPress Playground, but I've never thought of using it. Like, I didn't bother to try it.
Okay.
But like the way you have mentioned it, like I really want to try it out. Just one question I have, like, like regarding the blueprint.
Yeah.
Like you're passing a query string to install a theme and plugin. So like, is it possible to install a prop plugin? Like for example, like I have to show a demo to a customer.
Okay.
Like, is it possible to install a prop plugin which is not available in the repository?
Yes, you can install any plugin into it. So you cannot use that URL parameter approach. But in that blueprint, if you specify the endpoint to where to download the plugin from, it will download it for you. Otherwise, you can go into the UI and upload your zip file.
Okay, so like in JSON file, I can configure it.
Yes, JSON file or in the UI itself, you can specify. Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think there was a question there.
Hi, the session was very nice. Actually, I have a very small doubt. I just want to make sure that suppose I have an already running WordPress website in xyz.com.
Okay.
It is built in WordPress, and I want to do some updations. Suppose I want to change the version only.
Okay.
So can I take the zip file from all-in-one WP optimization and then import it here?
You can import it here.
Change whatever I need.
Yes.
Then export. Okay.
You can do that. Correct.
Okay, fine.
So you can import and then change versions and then try it out. Correct.
Not only changing the versions, any change that I would want.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to ensure that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If you have any other questions, I'll be around at the Bluehost booth or here. You can just find me there. Thank you so much, guys. I'll just leave you with some links. Just next slide. Yeah, you can just check Playground or the GitHub here. You can just scan it. It should load in your mobile as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Arun. So he talked about Playground and his session was almost like watching a game. I felt so. Like some theory, some, playing around. Yeah, it was fun. So yeah, we'd like to give a small token of love to him too. Can I have Shweta here? And Arun, please. Please, a round of applause. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Arun. Okay, next. Hungry? Huh? Okay, I can hear some yes, but still hold on. 15 minutes more. We have a lightning talk on the essential WordPress security checklist. Okay. Now, who is the speaker? Our speaker's name is Abhishek Ladda, and he is a senior cybersecurity engineer at Mini Orange, specialized in IAM, Identity and Access Management. With over 5 years of experience, he has built and implemented security solutions primarily for WordPress and also other platforms. And his expertise spans across SSO, REST API security, data provisioning, and workflow management. And it's said he is really, his goal is to deliver robust, scalable security solutions that protect critical systems while maintaining ease of use for end users. And Abhishek, all set? All right, over to you.
Hello. Hi guys, a very good morning. The last two sessions were very amazing. Hope you are having a great time so far. Introducing myself. It is not working. Okay. I'm Abhishek Ladda, a senior cybersecurity engineer at Mini Orange. I am specialized in identity and access management, IAM, which mainly includes API security, single sign-on, multi-factor authentication, provisioning, and so on. I have been contributing to WordPress site security for around 5 years now. And this is not my first WordCamp. I have been to WordCamp Italy earlier this year, and I had a great time there. Okay. The session is all about WordPress security. So the first questions that come into our mind is, isn't WordPress secure by default? So how many of you think WordPress is secure by default and you can rely completely on it to use it directly? You can raise your hands. Anyone? Let me repeat the question. So how many of you think WordPress is ready to use and secure by default? No one? Okay. Let's talk about that. Okay, so WordPress is a well-maintained platform, and our community is doing a really good job to make sure that the WordPress core is vulnerabilities free. But the thing is that WordPress is made for easy to use, and they provide default settings. Because of that, you are prone to security risk. So if you don't change the security settings, you are prone to security risk, and your data can be leaked. Apart from this, WordPress provides facility to inject themes, custom codes, plugins, and because of that, vulnerabilities can be introduced, and that is not the safe thing to completely rely on them. And due to security misconfiguration as well, your site can be attacked. Okay. So I will give you the 10 ultimate checkpoints that will make sure that your WordPress site is secure, and you must have in order to gain trust of your customer, your clients as well. So if we talk about the WordPress security, the first thing come into our mind is login. And for the login, we use passwords. So we all have been guilty of using the very weak passwords like ABCD, 1234, or just passwords. But the thing is that these are the first one attacker tries. So that is not safe to have. So it is always recommended to have the strong passwords, because on the WordPress has limitations in which any brute force attack can be made, and ultimately your password can be cracked. So it is recommended to have the strong passwords with a lot of complexity. The example can be like you can include special characters like alphabets, capital, small, combination of 0, 1s and all. And it will basically increase the complexity of guessing for the attackers. And ultimately they may not able to crack down your password and not able to access the site. There is a term called password policy, in which you can enforce users to update their password over a period of time as well. Okay, so in that what will happen is that even they get access to the password, they won't be able to access the site for a very long time. Because ultimately, due to the password policy, they will be prompt again to change the password, and only the valid user has access to change the password. So their access will be gone and no more data leakage after that. Okay, that's the first checkpoint. Second checkpoint is to have 2FA. Okay, so password even you keep like strong, due to brute force attack, there is a chance that these may get compromised. So why don't you go to the site for login, enter the strong passwords, and verify yourself that you are the valid person who is accessing the site. So that is what 2FA is all about. At the time of login, you enter the username, then you enter the strong password, then you are prompted to choose a method. So you can add the secret, you can add one-time passcode, you can do approval-based system, like what Google do is that they send a message to you on your mobile device that this is you who is trying to access the site. So that is what 2FA is all about. Okay, I deal with a lot of clients and they are like, we have the site easy to use. We do not want users to have too much complexity of adding the two-factor authentication every time. So in that case, I recommend them to use the 2FA at least for administrator, because if admin account is hacked, then any damage can be done. So it is recommended to have 2FA at least for administrator, and if you can keep it for all users, that will be great. Okay, the next checkpoint will be the single sign-on. So let me explain you what single sign-on is. So let's take an example. We use a lot of applications. So how many of you have used login with Google into that? Anyone? Okay. So that is what single sign-on is. You click on login with Google icon, and you are asked to authenticate with Google. Then you are logged into that application. That is single sign-on is all about. So in the single sign-on, your identities are stored somewhere else, and they give you approval to access the application. Okay, so why single sign-on? So far I have discussed about using the MFA, 2FA, and using the strong password. But the thing is that in that you have to manage everything on your own. You need to install some plugin or add the code. So why not to have the single sign-on providers that will take care of everything, including the password policies, the multi-factor authentication, and everything as required. So going with single sign-on is a good idea, and nowadays most of the applications are using that because it is also easy to use apart from secure. The next checkpoint will be the rate limiting. So by default, as I discussed earlier as well, WordPress does not have any control how many times you can make login attempts. In that, ultimately, attacker will try many combination of passwords or even the 2FA, and they may succeed. So it is better to have the rate limiting. One example of the rate limiting can be that you will be adding some limits to your login attempts. So let's say you can only allow login for 3 times per day or maybe per hour. So in that way, attackers will face very difficulty in order to crack down your password and get access to the site. Apart from that, there is a term called suspicious login activity as well. So what it do is that it will if your site is facing some illegal activity of login, it will notify your admin or it will notify your personal email account that is connected and can monitor on the basis of that. Okay. So as we all know, the WordPress has its login form on wplogin.php page. So if I know the WordPress site URL, it means I know your login page. And if your site is meant for the internal purposes, the thing is that it can be attacked, and as brute force attack can be done, so it will be in danger. Okay, so it is recommended to update your WordPress login.php to something else, like very strong name, which is not easily recognizable by the external users. And you can do that by changing the file name directly into your directory. Apart from that, you can also completely disable the wplogin.php page and use some other login page instead of that for your internal users to prevent the direct brute force attack. Okay. So far, I have discussed about strong password as well. So in order to crack down the password, you must have the username. I deal with a lot of clients, and in many cases, I found out that they have very easy username as well sometimes, like admin, root, administrator. So if your username is cracked, that's the first check thing that attacker will try. The second thing that will try is just to crack the password afterwards. So it won't be very easy to crack the it will be very easy to correct the password if they got the username. So it is recommended to have the very strong username. Okay, if you are having the admin username by default, you can change it directly. So far, I have discussed about the login security. But there is one more entry point of data leakage or data accessibility, which is the REST endpoints, which not many people are aware about. So using the REST API, any attackers can interact with your WordPress database programmatically. So that causes data leakage. So securing the REST endpoints are very important. So I will take an example. So by default, WordPress provides very good endpoints for accessing the user data, post data, and everything. So I know the format for accessing that. I just need that site URL, and I will find that online. So I will just hit that with the user's endpoint, and I will be able to access all the user's data. So that data that you are registering on that site is get leaked because of that. So it is recommended to have the secure REST endpoints as well. By the security, you can enable authentication and authorization. I will explain this with an example. So we all go to like hotels, we do booking online and make the payment. At the time of reception, we show them this is the receipt that we received for making the online payment. This is the authentication that you are verifying that you are the valid user. Your manager gives you a key. Now, with your key only you can access your room, not the other room. So that is what authorization is all about. You are accessing or you are like adding the limitations on a particular account that you are only like have this much privileges to access that, and that is what authorization is all about. Okay. So we have discussed REST API security, we have discussed login security. Now what about file security? You store very sensitive information in your files directories, and there is high chance that any sensitive files can get leaked. Let's say like you are managing the government site. Governments have added some rules, regulations into that. That should be meant for private purposes. So what about that? What about preventing those from leakage? Okay, so the first thing will be to disable the file editing. So by default, WordPress provides facility in which you can go to WordPress admin dashboard and can like access the files and add your code. And let's say if someone got access to your admin dashboard, they inject malicious code. So it will like break down your site, and let's say we are using railway applications and all these. All these applications may get down if they are built on WordPress and we are not disabling the file editing from the dashboard level. The second thing will be to disable the directory listing. So you store all your crucial information in the WordPress uploads folder if you all are aware about that. So like let's say your media folders, your images, everything, the sensitive content is stored in the uploads directory. So if I know your WordPress site URL, it means I know all the data that you have. So it is strongly recommended to disable the public listing of the directory. Okay, so this will help you to prevent the sensitive content leakage. Nowadays, a lot of third-party plugins are there. They do the backup. So in the backup, the thing is that like you also want to have the easy to use. That's why you use backup, because let's say in case of failure, you can easily like revert back. But the thing in the backup is that you provide all the permissions to them, and that includes sensitive file as well. It is sensitive file for you, but not the ones who are managing those, because they do not know this is a sensitive file. So it is recommended to exclude those sensitive files from the backup, so it will help you to prevent those from leakage. The next type of attack can be the database attack. Okay, and by default, like if I know WordPress provide WP underscore as a prefix of all the database tables. So if you don't change the settings of the WP underscore prefix, it means any attackers know all the tables that you have in your database. Okay, so it is recommended to change those database prefix to something stronger one. So if any third-party plugin introduce a vulnerability due to SQL, so even like attacker will try to access the site with WP underscore prefix, they won't be able to access the database. So that what like this changing the prefix will help you out. Okay, keep your WordPress version up to date. So I deal with a lot of clients, and what they mention is that we do not want to update the version every time because we are dependent on a lot of custom codes, we are dependent on a lot of third-party plugins. So in that, what they do is that they don't change their version, and if you change their version, your site will get down. So they are reluctant to do that. But I explain them with an example. Let's say WordPress 6.0 has some vulnerability that they were unknown at the time of release, and they fixed that in 6.1. Let's say now you are on WordPress version 6.0, so the vulnerability will be there in your site, and attackers knows that and will expose your site. So it is strongly recommended to keep your version of the WordPress up to date to make sure that you are on the stable version. And it is also recommended to the third-party plugins or your developers to be up to date with their coding levels so that you are always maintainable and like upfront with the WordPress version. Okay. That's all. Hopefully these checkpoints will help you to make sure that your WordPress site is secure. You can get in touch with me on my work profile, abhishek@securify.com, or can connect directly on LinkedIn. And you can ask me any questions if you have. I'm available all day at Mini Orange booth. That is just at the front of the gate. And Mini Orange is also organizing the quizzes at the networking area just after the tea, where you can guys come and see how the security can be implemented in real time. Thank you guys.
Hello. Okay, all right. Yeah, just stay there. Thank you, Abhishek, so much. It was a lightning talk, just 15 minutes, and this poor guy just tried his best to give out all the knowledge possible. We appreciate your effort, and a small token of love from our side. Casey, please. Guys, please. All right. Thank you so much, Abhishek and Casey. Okay. Now, serious question. Hungry? Yes. Okay. Fairuz, can I get the sheet? You all got this sheet, right? This one? Yeah? Can I just see the sheet? Did you guys look at it? Yeah? Okay, all right. So, when you just hop outside, you're going to see a tea counter. That is not your tea counter. I'll just explain it. You can see in the map, there is a food and networking area, right? That is just behind this, that tea counter. Just go outside, our volunteers will help you out to get to this food and networking area. Go there, have your tea and snacks from that area. Okay. And one more, just a second. And you have that card, right? I just told you about the card in the morning. So just get it marked from your sponsors, from our sponsors, and put it in a box for the lucky draw. We are having some amazing, amazing gifts waiting for you. And at the back of the schedule, you can also see the, the timings and the tracks. So there are 2 tracks, basically. This is the first track. And there is also a second track happening just beside the food and networking area. And that track is for workshops. Okay. Now, you can see after the tea break, we are having benefits of contributing to WordPress here. And that will be taken by Ganga Kafle. That will be happening here. Okay. And in track 2, there is basics of building your full site or blog-based theme on WordPress. And that would be a workshop handled by Aditya Kane and Sheba Abraham. So far, so good? Okay, now enjoy. Go fill your tummies. Thank you. Also, we'll have just 15 minutes, okay? Because we're already running a bit late. So yeah, let's be faster. Come on.
Matter your role or business. Whether you're an enterprise looking to manage workflows across all your teams from a single platform, or an SMB looking to scale quickly and save resources using automation, or a freelancer looking to implement automation solutions for your clients, Zoho Flow empowers you to build custom workflows and automate mission-critical processes, saving time and resources every day. Getting started is as simple as dragging and dropping the required triggers, actions, and Zoho Flow's logic elements to customize your workflow however you want. Invite all your teams across the organization to Zoho Flow, so each team can build the kind of workflows they need to automate key processes. Apart from building specific workflows for each team, you can also connect different teams like sales and support, HR and finance, or sales and marketing, ensuring that critical information doesn't remain in silos and the organization functions as one well-oiled machine. So try Zoho Flow today. It only takes minutes to build your first workflow, even less if you choose from over 1,000 pre-built templates covering the most common apps, which means anyone from any team can leverage the power of automation and unlock a new level of productivity.
Is your AWS infrastructure well architected? It's time to level up with Support Sages, your go-to AWS Advanced Tire Services partner. Meet our squad of skilled solution architects with a rock-solid track record. We're not just offering to review your AWS workload for free. We are ready to boost it to new standards. But hold on, it gets even better. Let our AWS solution architects dive deep into your architecture. And guess what? You'll get a whopping $5,000 in AWS credits. It's not just about savings. It's about best practices and innovation. And here's the cherry on top. Optimize your architecture with us. And you could also tap into AWS funding programs. Maximize your potential with Support Sages. Ready to transform your AWS experience? Explore more at supportsages.com. Reach out via email at sales@supportsages.com or give us a call at 773-638-1410 to secure your review today. Support Sages, your launch pad to optimized AWS excellence.
platform that helps you automate workflows no matter your role or business. Whether you're an enterprise looking to manage workflows across all your teams from a single platform, or an SMB looking to scale quickly and save resources using automation, or a freelancer looking to implement automation solutions for your clients, Zoho Flow empowers you to build custom workflows and automate mission-critical processes, saving time and resources every day. Getting started is as simple as dragging and dropping the required triggers, actions, and Zoho Flow's logic elements to customize your workflow however you want. Invite all your teams across the organization to Zoho Flow, so each team can build the kind of workflows they need to automate key processes. Apart from building specific workflows for each team, you can also connect different teams like sales and support, HR and finance, or sales and marketing, ensuring that critical information doesn't remain in silos and the organization functions as one well-oiled machine. So try Zoho Flow today. It only takes minutes to build your first workflow, even less if you choose from over 1,000 pre-built templates covering the most common apps, which means anyone from any team can leverage the power of automation and unlock a new level of productivity.
Is your AWS infrastructure well architected? It's time to level up with Support Sages, your go-to AWS Advanced Tire Services partner. Meet our squad of skilled solution architects with a rock-solid track record. We're not just offering to review your AWS workload for free. We are ready to boost it to new standards. But hold on, it gets even better. Let our AWS solution architects dive deep into your architecture, and guess what? You'll get a whopping $5,000 in AWS credits. It's not just about savings, it's about best practices and innovation. And here's the cherry on top, optimize your architecture with us. And you could also tap into AWS funding programs. Maximize your potential with Support Sages. Ready to transform your AWS experience? Explore more at supportsages.com. Reach out via email at sales@supportsages.com or give us a call at 773-638-1410 to secure your review today. Support Sages, your launch pad to optimized AWS excellence.
platform that helps you automate workflows no matter your role or business. Whether you're an enterprise looking to manage workflows across all your teams from a single platform, or an SMB looking to scale quickly and save resources using automation, or a freelancer looking to implement automation solutions for your clients, Zoho Flow empowers you to build custom workflows and automate mission-critical processes, saving time and resources every day. Getting started is as simple as dragging and dropping the required triggers, actions, and Zoho Flow's logic elements to customize your workflow however you want. Invite all your teams across the organization to Zoho Flow, so each team can build the kind of workflows they need to automate key processes. Apart from building specific workflows for each team, you can also connect different teams like sales and support, HR and finance, or sales and marketing, ensuring that critical information doesn't remain in silos and the organization functions as one well-oiled machine. So try Zoho Flow today. It only takes minutes to build your first workflow, even less if you choose from over 1,000 pre-built templates covering the most common apps. Which means anyone from any team can leverage the power of automation and unlock a new level of productivity.
Is your AWS infrastructure well architected? It's time to level up with Support Sages, your go-to AWS Advanced Tire Services partner. Meet our squad of skilled solution architects with a rock-solid track record. We're not just offering to review your AWS workload for free. We are ready to boost it to new standards. But hold on, it gets even better. Let our AWS solution architects dive deep into your architecture. And guess what? You'll get a whopping $5,000 in AWS credits. It's not just about savings. It's about best practices and innovation. And here's the cherry on top. Optimize your architecture with us. And you could also tap into AWS funding programs. Maximize your potential with Support Sages. Ready to transform your AWS experience? Explore more at supportsages.com. Reach out via email at sales@supportsages.com or give us a call at 773-638-1410 to secure your review today. Support Sages, your launch pad to optimized AWS excellence.
platform that helps you automate workflows no matter your role or business. Whether you're an enterprise looking to manage workflows across all your teams from a single platform, or an SMB looking to scale quickly and save resources using automation, or a freelancer looking to implement automation solutions for your clients, Zoho Flow empowers you to build custom workflows and automate mission-critical processes, saving time and resources every day. Getting started is as simple as dragging and dropping the required triggers, actions, and Zoho Flow's logic elements to customize your workflow however you want. Invite all your teams across the organization to Zoho Flow, so each team can build the kind of workflows they need to automate key processes. Apart from building specific workflows for each team, you can also connect different teams like sales and support, HR and finance, or sales and marketing, ensuring that critical information doesn't remain in silos and the organization functions as one well-oiled machine. So try Zoho Flow today. It only takes minutes to build your first workflow, even less if you choose from over 1,000 pre-built templates covering the most common apps, which means anyone from any team can leverage the power of automation and unlock a new level of productivity.
Is your AWS infrastructure well architected? It's time to level up with Support Sages, your go-to AWS Advanced Tire Services partner. Meet our squad of skilled solution architects with a rock-solid track record. We're not just offering to review your AWS workload for free. We are ready to boost it to new standards. But hold on, it gets even better. Let our AWS solution architects dive deep into your architecture. And guess what? You'll get a whopping $5,000 in AWS credits. It's not just about savings. It's about best practices and innovation. And here's the cherry on top, optimize your architecture with us. And you could also tap into AWS funding programs. Maximize your potential with Support Sages. Ready to transform your AWS experience? Explore more at supportsages.com. Reach out via email at sales@supportsages.com or give us a call at 773-638-1410 to secure your review today. Support Sages, your launch pad to optimize AWS excellence.
platform that helps you automate workflows no matter your role or business. Whether you're an enterprise looking to manage workflows across all your teams from a single platform, or an SMB looking to scale quickly and save resources using automation, or a freelancer looking to implement automation solutions for your clients, Zoho Flow empowers you to build custom workflows.
Okay, hello guys. All had your tea? Swags? All good? We are going to start the workshop at track 2. So it's based on the basics of building your full site or blog-based theme on WordPress, and it will be handled by Aditya Kane and Sheba Abraham. So if you guys are interested in workshop, please head back to track 2 area. And now we're going to have benefits of contributing to WordPress by Ganga Kafle here. Shortly, speaker will be here soon. So please be seated. Okay, all right. So our speaker is here. So I'll just give 2 lines. I'll just speak 2 lines about him. So his name is Ganga Kafle, and he has been a full-time WordPress contributor at Rank Math. Also, a WordPress themes team representative, WordPress photos team representative, and a Go with WP podcast host. Okay, interesting. Besides that, he has also contributed to Themes Developer Handbook, WP Core, Polyglots, Patterns, and many more. And he has been one of the organizers for WordCamp Asia 2025 also. So it's coming up, all right. He is already in the team. Wow, great. And he has been contributing in WordPress projects since 2012. And he just transitioned from that to being a full-time contributor from 2021. Very impressive bio. I hope he'll take a great session on benefits of contributing to WordPress. Whenever he is ready. I request everyone to please come in and get seated because our speaker is here. Just speed up. Red t-shirt, white checked, please speed up. Volunteers, Junaid, can you please inform our participants over in the networking area that our session is going to start in 2 minutes? And just inform them so that they can get back in. Okay, so we are going to start. Those who are sitting at the back, please come and sit at the front. Yeah, okay, fine. We'll start. Ganga, you're ready? All right, over to you.
Thank you. Namaskaram. I learned this to came here. Hello, everyone. So it's really glad to be here today in front of you, speaking in WordCamp Kerala. So this is my first time visiting south part of India. So thank you organizers who made this possible so that I can be here standing in front of you and talking about WordPress. So thank you organizers, volunteers who work really hard to make this event successful, and I'm really glad to be a part of this. Today I'm going to talk about benefits of contributing to WordPress. I think in the previous talk you learned about some stuff both technical and non-technical. But I'm going to talk about what is contribution, and I also share some insight about my journey as well, and the benefits of contribution that we can get by contributing back to the project. For example, if you are making a living from one platform, then that platform needs to be sustainable so that you can always get benefit from it. On regards to that, you have to feed that platform. You have to get into that platform so that the platform will be sustainable. So I am Ganga Kafle. I came here all the way from Nepal, from Kathmandu, to talk in front of you about the benefits of contributing to WordPress. So the company that I'm working is in RankMath. So RankMath supported me for contributing to WordPress project as a 5 for the Future program. I'm going to talk about this 5 for the Future program later as well. So if you know about RankMath, then that is the company that is supporting me and sending me here to speak in front of you to talk about contributing to this project. And I'm going to talk about few things. Hello. I'm going to talk about my story. I'm going to talk about what is the 5 for the Future. I'm going to talk about benefits for the contributors. I'm going to talk about benefits for the companies. And I'm going to talk about how you can get involved to the project and start contributing. And I will also take some question and answer if you have. So let's go ahead. So, okay, ask yourself, are you a WordPress contributor? Are you a WordPress contributor? What do you think? Yes, you are a WordPress contributor. Why? Simply because you are attending WordCamps today. If you haven't done anything before it, but if you attended WordCamp today, it means that that is one form of contribution because you are talking about WordPress, you are attending a WordPress conference, and you are meeting WordPress people. That is also a part of contribution. But that is not well enough for the project to be sustainable. So that I'm going to talk about few more things. You are a WordPress contributor. You can proudly say that I was attended WordCamp Kerala, and I met so many people. I talk with WordPress. I know some of the product behind WordPress as well. So you are WordPress contributors like me. But I am full-time. It means that I work every day for the WordPress project. So probably you are just attending few WordCamps, but you are still the contributor for this project. Okay. So how I jump into the WordPress ecosystem in the part of contribution. So probably this story might be very helpful for you as well if you really wanted to be a part of contributors. I know many of you are WordPress developer, many of you are making money from WordPress, but I think some of you have that idea, but some of you don't, that we need to give back to the project. why we need to give that to the project, I'll talk in a while. But the thing is that I started contributing to WordPress from 2012 by organizing a WordPress meetup. As I said before, you are attending a WordCamp and you are also a contributor. Likewise, I did same thing. Like I organized a WordPress meetup in my local hometown, and the contribution journey started from 2012. So that was all free, you know. So I did a lot of work for free. Same thing that the WordCamp Kerala organizers are doing at the moment. And in 2014, I got a chance to do a volunteering in WordCamp Nepal, 2014. And that was another turning point that came into my life about the contribution. So I did volunteering in 2024, WordCamp Nepal. And after that, on that WordCamp, I got chance to know how to review WordPress themes. There was a workshop about reviewing WordPress themes, and I got chance to attend on that session. Even I was like volunteer for that event. And I learned how to start reviewing WordPress themes. So at the moment in WordPress repository, we have 12,000 plus WordPress themes live. At that time, like there was 4,000, I guess. And I started learning from seniors that how you can review WordPress themes that is submitted from developers all around the world. That was another turning point for me. So from 2015, I started reviewing WordPress themes, and I have been doing the same things till now. But in 2021, I got support from RankMath, a popular WordPress SEO plugin. You can easily find in WordPress repository. So from 2021 to today's date, I am fully sponsored contributors. So you can see my journey over here. From 2012 to 2021, I did all the work for free. But from 2021 and today's date, I am getting paid by doing the same work. So isn't that interesting? Like I have been doing the same work for free for more than 7-8 years, and I have been getting paid by doing the same job after 2021. So the thing is that hard work pays off. So I have been doing from 2021 for free, and now I'm getting paid by doing the same job. 7 to 8 years for free, and I started getting paid. Okay, so what are the things that make contribution better? So I have highlighted a few things over here. The thing is that contributions should be meaningful and sustainable. These days, I am advocating on these two topics, sustainable and meaningful. You need to contribute to the project in a way that the project should be sustainable, and you need to contribute in a way that the contribution that you made should be meaningful. Okay? As I said before, the attending a WordCamp is also a part of contribution, but you can step ahead. On the top of that, there are so many other things that you can contribute and get benefit from it, and also can contribute to the project so that the project will be sustainable. For example, what type of contribution is meaningful? So, for example, the contribution that make positive impact to the project. For example, if you talk about WordPress, if you teach WordPress to new people, probably that is what the positive impact can happen in the ecosystem. Also, you can also take project to the next level. Like, probably, one simple example. You are the WordPress user in your home, but I think your family member doesn't have WordPress.org account, I guess. So if they don't have, try to tell them how you can make WordPress.org account and encourage them to at least do some part of contribution, like submitting photos in WordPress photo directory. Probably you can ask them to create patterns if they are not techie people. So we can also take WordPress project in that form as well. And another thing is sustainable. For example, if the project is sustainable, then we can work on that project for longer period of time. For example, today WordCamp is happening because WordPress is almost 43.6 or something percentage of the web. That is why we are here. If the project is getting down, down, and down, then we are not able to host this type of big events. And the company that you are working probably rely on WordPress project, and they are not getting enough project, and probably the job will be in a problem, you know. So we need to make the project sustainable so that we can create more jobs, we can create more opportunities in that platform. And how we can make more sustainable project is that we can continuous contribution. We need to contribute in a regular basis. As you can see on my previous slide that I started contributing to WordPress from 2012 and I'm still doing that. Isn't that a continuous contribution? So more than like 12 years, I have been doing the same thing like contributing to the project. And I'm not contributing to the project, I'm trying to make more contributors. More contributors in a various form, like we have a community mentorship program, where if you are interested to contribute to the project and don't know how to get started, then we have community mentorship program. So you can sign up for the community mentorship program. We run in a different phase as well. The phase that we are currently running is going to end, and we will probably have next phase as well. So in that community mentorship program, you can sign in and learn from the experts, like how you can contribute to the project. So why contribution is necessary? I said before, for the sustainability of the project. The project should run for the long period of time. There are so many CMS. There are so many CMS that is like almost dead. Why? Because there are so less contributors. Why WordPress is so popular? Why WordPress is still in the race? Is that we have like contributors from all around the globe, and they work on a different area of WordPress. Some of them work in core, some of them create plugins and submit in WordPress.org, some of them create themes, some of work in Meta, CLI, there are lots of areas. I'll talk those in a while. So to make the project sustainable, we have a 5 for the future initiative. It means that how much money you are generating from WordPress, try to contribute 5% for its future. So me, Hari, and there are so many other contributors who are getting paid from similar companies, such companies, to work on this project, to make this project sustainable. And you can be one of them. Okay? So the thing is that if you start contributing to a WordPress project, and probably you might find some companies that is really interested to support you for your contribution. But if you start today, and if you look for sponsorship from tomorrow, that is not going to be happen. But if you start today, if you started making good contribution, if your contribution is meaningful, and if you seems that you are continuous to the part of contribution, if you are making the sustainable contribution, then probably you might find a company who can support for your contribution. I started doing from 2012, and I got sponsorship only in 2021. It means that almost 8-9 periods of time. So you need to be sustainable so that you can get support. And this is 5 for the future initiative we have. So let's try, if you work like 8 hours per day, try to give 5% of your 8 hours to the WordPress project so that the project will be sustainable. If you earn like 1,000 in a month, and please give 5% of your revenue to support this type of event, or to support some others who can get involved in the project. That is what 5 for the future is. So this program is happening because of this 5 for the future, supported by various other companies, and your companies can also support. So here are a few points, like what are the benefits that a person can get by contributing to the project. So I can say I am a proud sponsored contributor. It means that I have been working in the WordPress project, reviewing WordPress themes, reviewing WordPress photos, working on core, working on documentation as well. There are lots of areas that I work. But these are the benefits that I am getting. Okay. Do what you love. It means that if you are really passionate about writing code in core, okay? We have Bigul over here. He's really passionate about clicking photos. We have Hari, who is really passionate about teaching new people how to contribute to the project. So you can do whatever you love. For example, if you work in a company, probably the boss or the project manager will force you to do a project, and that you are not interested in. Okay? But if you work in a contribute in a WordPress project, then you have like lots of areas that you can work where you love it and build your own portfolio. Okay. I think you haven't realized in my previous slide that I recently completed 6,000 plus WordPress theme reviewed in WordPress.org. I am the only one who reviews 6,000 plus themes in WordPress.org. And that is my own portfolio. So the company RankMath is supporting me, but I am building my own portfolio because that counted on my WordPress profile. So it will always with me. The Git commit that I have made, the PR that I have made, the code that I have contributed to the WordPress project through GitHubs and other stuffs, that is under my portfolio. No one gonna like take it away from me. So if you contribute, then that is the portfolio that you are going to build for yourself, and that will be sustainable for anyone. But if you work only for a company, probably you are not allowed to share your work on that particular project, white label or something like that. So you can build your own portfolio as well. Work with good people. So people from all around the world who are passionate about open source project, they are good, you know. So you can work, you can get a chance to work with those passionate people, good people. Another thing is that satisfaction. I have been reviewing WordPress themes from 2015 till date. I am themes team representative from 2018 till date. Why? Because I am so much satisfied with the work that I have been doing from so longer period of time. The satisfaction that you get is insane. For example, if you approve a WordPress themes, and if the theme author come in your inbox and say that thank you for submitting your theme, submitting my themes live in WordPress repository, then that is the satisfaction. That is the like gesture that you get is really amazing. So getting paid, I already talked that. So I am getting salary from RankMath. I am here from the support of RankMath. So I have been traveling a lot. I was in Kenya last week. I am here this week. In 2 weeks, I will be in Malaysia. After that, I will come again for WordCamp Delhi. And probably I will go to Japan for the State of the World. So after that, WordCamp Asia. So all of these things is happening by the support of company that I am working, because I am getting that much money, because I am giving back to the community and the company is supporting me. So what else? Work what you love, work with good people, getting paid. That is what we need, right? So probably you are working with a good company and thinking that why you are in a good company, why you are still in that company means you probably have that three answers. I have a good money, probably I can work on a project that I like, and I am working with the good people. And I'm still doing the same thing, making money and traveling like a lot of places. So not only for individuals. For example, if you are a company owner, and if you haven't started supporting for the 5 for the future, this is the right time that you need to support for the project. At the time, there are so many contributors wanted to be a part of WordPress project, but they are not sustainable. They want to come, they do some work, and they left, and we have to look for many contributors like again and again, or you know better than me. But if you are a company owner, and if your company is fully dependent on WordPress project, then it's your duty to support the project. If that project failed, if WordPress failed, your company is gonna fail. Why RankMath is supporting me? Because rank math is a WordPress plugin. If WordPress grow, rank math will grow. If WordPress fails, rank math will fail. It means that the company like rank math have that responsibility to make the project sustainable. That is what I'm here. I'm here from the Five for the Future. So another thing is that if you are WordPress company, then the things that is happening inside the WordPress ecosystem, you will get information earlier. Okay? So for example, if something new is coming in a WordPress core, and if your team is planning to build the same stuffs, then why you need to build that? So you already informed that something is coming that you are planning to work on, then you can skip that part and work on something different. It means that getting information early is also another benefit. Okay? So another thing is that sustainability of the project, I talked about this before as well. If the project is sustainable, everything is sustainable. If failed, everything failed. Okay. So I think you are interested to start contributing to the project. Today you attended the WordCamp. Today you learn why you need to contribute to the project. It means that you need to start it today. Okay? If you want to start today contributing to the WordPress project, even a small amount, of even a small time, then you won't start again. You have to wait for another presentation for benefits of contributing to the project, and probably after that you will start. So first thing is that you need to find the area of interest where you would like to contribute. So I started learning how to reviewing themes in 2015, and I have been doing same stuff again and again, and I'm loving that, and I'm doing that. So probably if you are a good writer, probably documentation team can be a good area where you can contribute. If you are a good photographer, then photos team can be a good area to contribute. So find your interest where you would like to contribute. And then start doing it. Probably you might be wondering like, I don't know what to start and what to do. Jump in. Okay, jump in, and then you will start how to swim. And then you will know how to learn. And then you will start talking with people. Then you will start finding the similar-minded people that they are interested to help you, guide you through the ecosystem, like how to get started or what are the areas that you can find. And then you need to be consistent. This is the key. If you start today, work for a week or work for a month, and if you leave, then you will get nothing. Only like a month of satisfaction by contributing to the project. But if you are sustainable, if you contribute in a consistent way, then you will get recognized. There are so many people in this hall that they are recognized in this community by contributing to the WordPress project. Some of them attended many WordCamps, some of them contribute to the WordPress core, some of them organize WordCamps. Those are the stuff they build, and they do it consistently, and they got recognition, and they started getting benefits from it. Okay? So the thing is that I started from 2012, have been doing, and in 2021 I get support from Rank Math. It means a long journey, right? So if you want to get benefits by contributing to the project, then you need to be consistent. Start today. Find the area of interest, start today, do it continuous, and then you will get like recognition. And you will start getting benefits from it. You will make money, you will get job, everything. So if you haven't started it, here are the few key points. Make accounts in WordPress.org. If you don't have, do it right now. Okay? If you don't have WordPress Slack, make.wordpress.org/chat. You can go, make a Slack where all the communication of the Slack happens. And if you are the only member in your family with WordPress.org account, go home and make WordPress.org account for your family as well. That is also a part of contribution. Okay? And try to attend WordCamps, try to attend meetups regularly so that you can find more people who can contribute to the project. Okay, if you are a no code, if you don't know how to write the codes, then these are the areas that you can easily contribute, easily start from today. Right now, you can go outside because the venue is really nice. Take a photo, please do it. Take a photo, and you can head over to wordpress.org/photos. There is a place where you can submit the photos, and that photos will be submitted in WordPress photo directory. Me, Bigul, and there are so many WordPress photo moderators and representatives can approve that photo. That photo will be available in WordPress photo directory, and you are a contributor, and you will get a badge in your WordPress profile as a photo contributors. Simple one. Patterns. You can go to the wordpress.org/patterns. You can create a pattern, a unique pattern, submit it. I will review it, approve it, you will get the badge. That is a part of contribution. These are the tiny things that you can start. You don't need to worry about that. You can start from a big line of codes in a WordPress core only. You can do small things that can make impact to the project and can be a contributor. So these are the areas that you can contribute. And for code contribution, if you are a programmer, then core, you can build plugins, you can build themes, you can also work on meta, you can also work on CLI, you can also work on core performance. These are the areas as a contributors, as a code contributors that you can contribute. So we have various areas that you can contribute in the WordPress ecosystem and get benefit from it. But you need to do it. If you take these things in action, then you'll get it. Yeah, I'm here right now. So if you have any questions, you can ask it now. And I would like to answer them. Or if you are shy and not able to ask the question right now, then we can meet somewhere and you can ask me the questions. Okay, thank you so much for listening me. I hope you will start contributing to the WordPress project from today, before today's sunset. If you wait for the next sunrise, then you will never start. So do it right away, do it now, do it today. I would like to see some of you working as a WordPress contributor in an active one. Thank you. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Ganga. Just 2 minutes on the stage, please. Can you stay there? Yeah. Thank you so much for having this session and letting us know that we already are a contributor by attending WordCamp Kerala 2024. That means a lot. All the way from Nepal, this guy has flown down to give us a wonderful session. We cannot leave him without a token of love from our side. I request Hari, please, to give over the moment. Once more, a round of applause, please. Thank you. All right. Moving on to the next session, we have here Akshat Chowdhury to take a session on chasing the perfect core web vitals score, demystifying the same for WordPress. A bit about Akshat. He's the founder and CEO of BlogVault, and their products include BlogVault, Malcare, WP Remote, and Airlift, which are successful WordPress plugins. Okay. And it's said he has always prided himself on his ability to teach himself things. Okay, interesting, all right. And he transformed his side project into a very profitable venture, which is obviously BlogVault, and it's very much scaling into new heights in Indian startup, area. And as a member of being WordPress community for almost a decade, that is from the starting, right? Akshat's core belief when building any product is to ensure the end user doesn't need assistance and to assist them in the best possible manner if they do. Wow. Akshat, all set? Okay. All right. So coming back to you guys, how is it going? All good? Hi. I hope you guys are taking photos with our people. Photo booths are set up. We have camera guys here. So you guys can take our photos, post it, connect with us. Okay, let me ask. Who was the speaker of the first session? Who was the speaker of first session? The keynote speaker. Anyone? Arun? Good, good. The second one? Again Arun. Yes, good. What about the third? Just reminding you guys what happened. It was a lightning talk. Based on? Based on? Security. Good, good, good. And then we had tea, right? And swags. You all got swags? Bottles? T-shirts? No? Yeah, I also went to a store and it ran out. I feel bad, yeah. It's okay. Yeah, okay, all right. Over to you, Akshat. Yes.
All right. Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me? All right. Thank you for being here. I'm Akshat Chaudhary, and here I'll be talking about Core Web Vitals. But first, thank you, Ganga, for a great session earlier on contributing to WordPress. Super important. So yeah, thank you, Ganga, for all the great contributions, and definitely encourage everyone to contribute. Now, coming to Core Web Vitals, how many of you have a really fast website? How many of you want a really fast website? I think all of us want a really fast website, right? And performance actually is like the top 3 things which almost any website owner is trying to chase. And Core Web Vitals over the past few years has become the center of, it's become the measurement tool, it's become the thing that everyone is chasing. But it is a lot more complicated than it appears. So, today I'll talk about Core Web Vitals. I'll try and avoid, or I'll try and go quickly over things which you can easily get by accessing ChatGPT, and try and go deeper into some of our learnings that we have done based on our different experiences. Okay, so again, I have already been introduced, so these are some of the products we make. Let me keep moving forward. Okay, so why is this? Why am I here, and why am I giving this talk, and why it will be valuable to you? Is, see, we have spent actually 10,000. Now it is more than 50,000 plus websites. We have spent trying to understand, trying to figure out how to optimize, to go into detail of every aspect of it. We have also worked on WordPress for, like our team has worked for over 15 years now. We have tried to, we have spent years trying to figure out what makes for a fast website, what doesn't make for a fast website. So yeah, and hopefully some of the experiences that we have had doing this, we'll try and share some of that in the next 20 minutes. Okay, so again, these are things which are very easily accessible on the internet, so I'll quickly brush over them. What are Core Web Vitals? Core Web Vitals are some of the key metrics which Google has identified which leads to a great user experience when they're accessing a website. Right, and I think the most important thing to highlight there is user experience, because at the end of it, high performance is about user experience. And we'll come to this. The Core Web Vitals itself consists of, if you have ever run a page speed score or page speed test, you will realize that it comes with these six metrics. It consists of FCP, LCP, CLS, and some of these are actually, on the surface they look simple, easy to understand metric, but as you go deeper into it, they can be quite confounding. So again, I will not go too deep into what each of these metrics mean, but they sometimes we also felt that while we are exploring it, that do these metrics even matter? Because is this just some, or even does Core Web Vitals matter? And over time we realized, as we went deeper and deeper into it, that actually all of them make sense. Each of these metrics matter, and they lead to a good user experience. So FCP is how fast does the very first pixel or first thing that get rendered on your site, how fast does that happen? LCP is, okay, fine, a pixel or something might load, but how does the most important part of your website, how fast does that load? Right? While it is loading or while the user is trying to access the site, what if things are moving around? Right? So those are, all of these things are how responsive or unresponsive our websites are. Right? Because over time what has happened is our websites have become super complex. You see the HTML, there's so much markup in there, there are so many assets being loaded. All of this means that your website, the user experience, even on the browser, has taken a beating. And how you control that user experience, what is that end user experience in terms of how responsive your website is, how every time you click a button, how fast things happen, all of that matters. Okay, so like I mentioned, the important thing, so there are two parts of, two big advantages of having a high performance website. One is obviously, this is something which everyone tries to chase, which is search performance. Everyone has said that fast website is equal to good SEO. And Google really prioritizes that because they know that if a website is fast and if they send someone to that website, that person is most likely going to not leave that bounce back because people have very short attention spans. But the second thing, which is, in my opinion, even more important is conversions. So how much does a person engage on your website? It is dependent on how fast it is and if it has a good CWV score. Right? So the engagement metrics are super important. And again, what has happened is in the world of Twitter, in the world of Instagram, we are so impatient. So if you go to a website and you click from Google search or even directly, and if that website does not load right away, you are going to switch back to Instagram and then be like, I'll come back to it after 5 seconds, after 10 seconds, then you don't come back to it. So how not to approach optimization? This is our learnings from it, because when we had a slow website, this is what we thought. We try to optimize it, and then we realized that it is a lot more complicated than it appears. So first thing we did was, okay, fine, let's quickly run a page speed score test on our website, and we realized that the score was terrible, I think, which a lot of us go through. Then we went like, okay, let me read the article about, or let me see a video about how to optimize a website. Again, we read hundreds of articles, tried to figure out what exactly is happening, and then try to implement the best practices. And this is after having worked on WordPress for years. Right? So it's not like we are not novices while doing this, but actually, when it came to performance, we were. And we ended up making a lot of mistakes, which I think a lot of us make. So, like everything that we do in WordPress, for any problem, we are like, okay, there's a plugin for it. And we try to solve it with a plugin. So, the way things would happen is we'd find an issue. For example, optimize fonts, optimize images, optimize JavaScript, optimize X, optimize Y, optimize Z, and for each one we try to install a plugin to try and solve it. And it just did not work. Sometimes then someone would say that, okay, go get a more expensive web host. We did that. It optimized the score a bit, but very far away from getting the actual result that we wanted. Then someone else we spoke to, they said that change your theme. You need a faster theme. And you're like, changing a theme is a very big deal, right? And you can't just change it easily. We try to optimize the theme aspects of it, and that helped a bit. But at the end of it, what we realized is the mobile score was still bad. Like, you might optimize the desktop to some extent, but the mobile thing was, mobile score just refused to budge. It would still be on the 20s, 30s, 40s. So basically, again, repeating what we try to do is did an analysis, ran the score test, installed a plugin, ran the score test again, it didn't work, switched servers, and then basically hit a roadblock. And anything we did, it didn't really matter. And we spoke to our engineering. We're like, okay, fine, now let's get involved. Let's get the engineering involved in solving the problem. And that's when we realized that, you know, all these scores, every time we ran a page speed score test, it would give us a random number. Was it random? It appeared random, but it was not. Was it possible to get a good score in mobile? Yes, it is possible. Was it possible to fix the performance? Yes, it was. Would we have to like change themes or give up functionality that we had on our website? No, we would not have to do it. But could we do it ourselves? Like our marketing team, could we do it ourselves? And we realized that, yes, we can do it ourselves, but it is not that straightforward. So this is what we would suggest, what we think is the right way of optimizing your website. What we thought was, we understood the problem well, right? We thought we have read all these articles, we understand the problem. You do font optimization, you do image optimization, you do JavaScript optimization, you optimize your CSS and everything is fine, you load it through CDN, and that should be it. But what happened was, on the surface it is sufficient, but the details matter here. And we had to go into the details to actually solve the problem. And this is again, I think a lot of you would have seen the waterfall. So if you open the developers tab inside your Chrome browser and load your website, you will see everything that is getting loaded and how long it's taking. And this is the key to actually understanding and identifying every issue that's happening on your website and trying to solve it then one at a time. Until and unless you know these details, so you might be like, okay, fine, I've optimized my images, but you'll realize that actually while some images were optimized, others were not. And the way you identify that is by looking at the waterfall. Okay, so we also were like, okay, fine, while we're trying to do all of this, what exactly are we trying to do? What are the basic underlying principles that we should try and follow for all the 100 or 50 or whatever things that we are trying to do? And the first thing was, we are loading all of these assets. How do you load all the assets that we have to load in the fastest possible manner? How do you load as little as possible? Because not everything that is loaded is really required to be loaded. And then the order in which things have to be loaded is also equally important. And all of these have to be done correctly for you to have a fast website. I'm going to, while there are many, many factors, we spoke about fonts, we spoke about JavaScript, I'll try and cover two big ones over here in this presentation. There's a lot more to do, but we felt that these two gave the maximum bang for the buck. Okay, so everyone knows, okay, yeah, first thing actually, if you think about optimizing your website, they will say that, yeah, optimize your images, right? Okay, optimize your images. What does optimizing your images mean? Hey, go and change everything to WebP format and reduce the size of it. And this is true. It is a very, very important factor. Why? Because we'll download images from the internet, we'll upload it from our mobile, and all of these are 4 MB, 2 MB images. Your clients are doing it, and you can't really control it, because optimizing it while you're writing the blog post or building it is not a process that you want to go through. So your website will inevitably have very large images, and that's a very important step to do. But that's not that straightforward as it appears. Like, you can't, when you start thinking about optimizing images, you need to think of many, many factors, which we don't think. So even if you install an image optimization plugin, you will realize that you need to actually think of, hey, what is the actual dimension of the images in different devices that you need to load. So optimizing images should also mean that, for example, an image which appears in a very large format on desktop will render very differently on a mobile. And maybe the process that you are doing, or image optimization that your process you are going through, you are testing it on a desktop and it looks fine. Whereas what you need to optimize for is for the mobile, where the website is really, where the performance is low and the website is low. Right? We spoke about changing the format. So how do you change the format to WebP? What happens when you change the format to WebP? All of that is important, right? The size, or the dimensions of the image. What happens if the wrong image size gets loaded on the wrong device? What happens in that case? Images are not only loaded in the typical, in your, in the classical IMG tag. There are images everywhere. You have CSS, you have images inside CSS files, you have images loaded through JavaScript, you have images sitting inside other attributes of IMG tag. And all of these things happen and you need to optimize all of them. And what you need to do is you need to make sure that all these images are loaded in the correct order. Because an image which is at the bottom of the page, if it gets loaded first, that's going to penalize your performance. Right? And you might think that, okay, I've lazy loaded the images, now why isn't that working? All of that is because there are all these other factors that come into picture. Now, so you've got an image which you downloaded from the internet, or you have uploaded from your mobile device or something like that. Now it will be a 7-8 MB image today, and so the order in which you have to do it is first you have to reduce the dimensions, then compress the images, then convert it into a format like a WebP format, and then that's when you have a fully optimized image. But there are so many image optimization plugins, right? Which ones to use? This is the trickiest part. And I'm not here to give you an answer. Like, that's not what I'm here for. But the important thing to do is try and make sure that images are well optimized and they are being loaded correctly. Okay, I'll just quickly go over this. The important thing again to do is to make sure that you are doing this for every single image and nothing is getting left behind. Because even a single image which is not doing it correctly can penalize the score on your website. So even if you solve the problem for 10 images and there's an 11th image which is not working correctly, you'll see the problem because of it. Okay, I wanted to cover one more thing, which is, all right, so the other thing which okay, fine, let's just move forward. So the second problem I wanted to cover was CSS. Now CSS is a it is one of the most important aspects of a website, and it is it's a super powerful tool, right? Like the power it gives you to manipulate how the website looks, and through very simple to understand coding is amazing. But it also comes with a huge cost because of it. So if you think about a CSS, so if you think of a typical web page which has an HTML, which contains CSS files, inside the CSS files you have selectors, you have classes, and then that has properties. Now if you think about how a browser will will process all of it, you will see that it is naturally complex and it will naturally take a time. Now a CSS file might load, another CSS file might load font. Naturally that will take time. Or a CSS file will have a complex lookup to go and fix for example, what an element looks like. It has to go and find that element. Some of that lookup is complex and it takes time. And when you have thousands and thousands of lines of this CSS, all of that adds up. So obviously you have a lot of flexibility which CSS provides to you, but it's also super complex, and all of this adds time, just like I spoke earlier. So what should you do about this? You have to reduce the load caused by CSS, and some of it is not obvious. And the most powerful way and the most impactful way of reducing this load is by reducing the size of the CSS. Because less amount of CSS does not only reduce the amount of data that is sent to the browser, but it also ensures that the number of lookups, the number of elements that get modified reduces significantly. And apart from, so you remove unused CSS, but you also need to order them correctly. You need to minify them. So you want to make sure that the right CSS comes first, and CSS which is not useful can be loaded later. So the other thing is, if anyone opens any website, you will see that a typical website will have a 1 MB, 2 MB of CSS files. And it's crazy, like obviously no web page is using all 2 MB of that CSS that has been sent to the browser. So the reason is WordPress has its own CSS, page builders have their own CSS, plugins have their own CSS, themes have their own CSS, and all of them are being sent to the front end because it's not possible for the plugin maker or the theme maker or WordPress to determine which CSS is really being used and which is not being used. So all of them get piled together, stacked together, and they're all sent to the front end. Further, now every page looks different. So the CSS that is applicable to one page is not the CSS that's applicable to the next page. And the way to handle this is to make sure that you do this for page by page and remove CSS. Now the tooling, how you go about it is a completely different presentation where you can actually have a workshop on how to optimize CSS completely. But you need to do this to have a good score. So at least our learning from the whole experience was you can actually have a really fast website and you don't need to compromise functionality for it. Some of the biggest challenges come because of all the flexibility WordPress provides, HTML provides, the structure of web pages. All of that naturally leads to the complexity which impacts performance. And once you solve these problems, you need to try and figure out ways of automating the solution so that you can do it continuously for your website. Some cautions. So while we truly believe that when your score is good, your website is fast and you will see better conversions, better engagement, better SEO performance also. But it's very easy to chase the 99 score. Don't chase the 99 score. Don't let a vanity metric get in your way. Even a 75 plus score can have very good performance. The other thing, this is one just practically we have seen that every time you ran page speed score, it gave a different page speed test, it gave a different score, and it is very confusing. Those fluctuations, because every time a test is run, there are race conditions, even the browser, the location, all of those matter where the page speed score is run from. And so you'll see you'll see fluctuations. So don't let those fluctuations bother you. If you see low scores for multiple tests, then assume that something is wrong and go deeper into solving that problem. The last thing is you need to fix every issue. If you don't fix every issue, even one outstanding or one part which is not implemented correctly will impact the performance and impact the score. And the impact is not necessarily that your score will go down from 85 to 80. There's a chance that one small thing can cause your score to go down from 85 to 45. So be very mindful of what is present in the waterfall and address it all. It is possible, again, this is a nice slide to show as a 99 score, and we have got 99 scores, but don't chase the 99 again. But it is possible to get it for a very complex website using the page builders that a lot of us hear that, oh yeah, this is a slow page builder. Even those page builders can give you a very good score. and it is possible. All right, this is the, thank you very much. And you guys can reach me at my email ID, akshat@blogvault.net, and I'm also available on Twitter. I'll also be at my booth, the WP Remote at the booth at the back, so please feel free to come back and have a chat.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Akshat. Being a CEO and a founder, we got a lot of experience stories from his side too. So, yeah.
Any questions? If
any questions? Okay, all right. We have got one here.
Akshat, as you said, you do everything, but at least one thing will affect somewhere. Same thing happens, see, almost everything is green, but only on the mobile version, it's not budging at all. Maybe I need to consult you later.
Okay, yeah, so again, you have to be very mindful of which are the factors. And on desktops, getting scores is easier. On mobile, Google is, but not only Google, if you are using 3G, you're using 4G. 4G, I think now Google has made 4G the default. You will notice that even small things can slow down the website completely. And that impacts the experience significantly. So getting that right means, again, reviewing the waterfall, understanding where the bottleneck is, and then trying to remove that bottleneck. So it's a tedious, time-consuming process. Don't chase the perfect score, but at least understand that those issues are lying. And I think the biggest problem is not understanding. I think there are many issues you are okay with. The problem is if you think it's random, right? And understand, okay, yeah, this is a problem. I can live with this problem. So that's the way to look at it. Sometimes I can live with a 50, 60 score because that 60 score is happening because this thing is not loading correctly. And for me, solving that is not a priority. So maybe that's the way to look at it and make peace with it at that time.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, we'll take one more question and then we'll go for off track. Any other questions? Okay,
all right,
yes.
Thank you so much. Again, enjoy the rest of the WordCamp. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you so much once again, Akshat. I invite Bigul. Okay, all right. Yes, please a round of applause.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Moving on. So at track 2, as you all know, there are workshops happening. I'll just tell which workshop is happening. Just started shortly. It's about modern plugin development with React, and it's taken by Vishal Singh. So that's running there parallelly. Now we are going to have a lightning talk, which is on a very, very important topic. Beyond the code, essential qualities for career success. Okay, now let's see who is going to take the session for us. The speaker's name is Akshaya Rain. 2 lines about her. She has over a decade of experience in WordPress, which is almost like the starting time, right? She's a dedicated project manager at Multidots. Okay, great. She mentors team members and helps clients to achieve their business goals. She participates in meetups, WordCamps, contributor day events, and WordPress community giveaway program. And as a core contributor, also as a speaker, she is also release coordinator and meetup speaker too. And it's said she's really thrilled and excited to be a part of WordCamp Kerala. Akshay, ready? Okay, you need a second. All right. So we'll have one more lightning talk, and then we'll go for a delicious lunch, probably. And before lunch, we'll also have a group photo session, okay? Okay, let's just see how is it going so far. Anyone want to say anything? Vishnu? Anything? Just how is it going?
Actually, it's quite good. I just missed this session because I really wanted to join. I was attending at the workshop. So the workshop section is actually going pretty well. It's all going good.
Okay, I know Vishnu because he was a volunteer last time and he is an attendee this time. So I was just, eager to listen to his words. Anything else? എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒന്നുമില്ല. Okay. Is it ready? Yes. Please, over to you, Akshay.
Namaskaram friends. Today I'm going to discuss a topic called as Beyond the Code, Qualities for Career Success. Okay. So I'm Akshay Rane. I started my career as a software engineer and I'm currently working as a project manager at Multiroads. So I'm day-to-day basis I'm dealing with software engineers and some of them have come across a problem like I'm working correctly, okay, but I'm not able to move up the ladder, okay. So I'm going to share few of the qualities that will help you in making a career success. Okay. Now, are these qualities helpful just for a software developer? No, not exactly. Okay. These qualities are in general. If you are working as a salesperson or a marketing person or any content team member also, you will be able to relate to it. But I'm covering the examples from the development point of view. So therefore, the name is Beyond the Code. Okay, let's get started. So first one is the estimates. Okay, now let's say your manager asks you when this particular task will get completed. You say it will get complete by end of the day today. Okay, let's consider you are a senior developers. Okay, you will come across. I mean, somebody will ask you some help, or your manager will ask you get some information. Okay. Or let's say you are a junior developer and you need some help. So therefore you are waiting for somebody to help you. Okay. In that case, these are some unscheduled activities that has come into the picture and you have not actually considered it while giving the estimates. Okay. Now, what will be the result of this? Either your day will stretch or your deliverable will get pushed to the next day. Okay. Now, these unscheduled activities you cannot consider, but you can definitely consider some buffer in your estimates, right? So, do think of considering the buffer in the estimate and be realistic about the estimates. Like, let's say if the task is going to take 1 to 2 hours, don't give the estimates like 3 days until and unless you have so much pipeline in the task and you will be able to do like after 3 days, okay? And be proactive in the communication, and while giving the estimates also, let's say you don't know how much this particular task will take. Let's say you know the 60% of the task will get completed by midweek, but for remaining 40% you need to do some research, okay? Then you mention that clearly. Rather than just saying that I don't know about this, it will be better that we communicate clearly. Okay, so that's where we coming to our next point, proactive communication. you you keep proactive or over communicate while doing the work. Okay, put yourself into some other person's shoes. Okay, so for example, let's say you are give an example. You are explaining some workflow to your client. Okay, then you will consider how this workflow will be helpful from their business point of view. How it will change their workflow, how to who all are users who are restricted to use those workflow, to whom it will not be restricted. Okay, so so let's say the same task you are explaining to your manager, then you will explain the workflow in a shorter manner, but they will be more interested in knowing how much this task is completed, what is the percentage of task that is completed, or where the task is currently, where the task currently stands in. Okay, whether it is in the, whether there are any blockers to it or something like that. Okay. So be proactive. Let's say another example is, let's say you mentioned that the task will get delivered tomorrow. Okay, and today you realize that it won't get completed by tomorrow. Okay, so then don't wait for tomorrow to come in and then you tell your manager like this task will not get completed. You realize it today, so be proactive in communicating that. Okay, that will be more helpful for anybody. Okay. Next point is our task list. Okay. Now, you maintain your task list, have the ownership of the task. You maintain where the particular task currently stands in. So from the development point of view, let's say some tasks are waiting for the client feedback, some tasks are waiting for QA. Okay, you don't need to follow up with them, but at least you understand like where the particular task currently is. Okay, so you maintain your task list. In case you are using any project management tool, then well and good. Otherwise, at least you maintain the to-dos list in your life. Okay, then prioritize your task list. You can use Eisenhower matrix to prioritize your task list. Okay, generally when the task is urgent and important, you try to do it like then and there. Okay, let's say if the task is not that urgent to be done now, okay, you try to schedule it. Generally what I used to do is, if the task is boring, I used to push it to next day. Tomorrow next other task will come in, and therefore I used to push it to another day. Okay, ultimately the task will get delayed, and this won't be helpful because ultimately I'm delaying the task, right? So instead of that, let's say if I schedule the boring task for tomorrow first thing in the morning I will do the task, so that I'm left with other smaller tasks that are easily manageable at least, right? Now another point, another scenario is delegation. Okay, so let's say you have a lot of tasks in the pipeline, and you want your tasks to be, your peers to understand how this particular task to be done, or you want, or at least you want to get the gesture of the delegation. Okay, then in this scenario you can delegate the task. Okay, but at the time of delegation also, you make sure what is the ownership of the task, who is when this task is delivered, who will deliver it, what will the next steps and everything. Okay, so the proactive communication also plays a role here. Okay, our next point is raising the red flags. Okay, now red flags examples are, let's say let's say the design will complete, if the design doesn't come by this midweek, our project will get we don't have a work from the next week. Okay, or let's say the deployment is scheduled for next week, but we don't have details about it, and we don't have a approval on one of the tasks from the client. It could happen, right? Now these red flags are important to be raised at the right time. Okay, now why these red flags are raising an important thing? Because first of all, it will minimize the delays. Okay, it will help you to increase the probability of covering it up. Okay, I mean, it will help the collaboration within the team, and it will help to gain the trust of others on yourself. Okay, Therefore, raising the red flags is a very important thing, and raising the red flags at the right moment is also an important thing. Okay. And last point is committed to problem-solving approach. Now, you will come across some of the problems in the processes or about one person, about something. Okay. Now, instead of just complaining, if you could provide a solution, then it will be helpful. Let's say if you cannot provide the solution, at least be curious about knowing the problem. Generally, problem-solving approach is much appreciated rather than just the complaining approach. One more bonus point is, so this is a QR code, this is a LinkedIn post, and it is a story of Anne. She is a very successful member and she has a successful career in various industries. Okay, you can scan this QR code. It will help you to understand basically about a mindset. It is a story about a mindset. Like, is this what I'm doing? Is this what I'm delivering? Is this the best output, or if I can do something more about it? Okay. So you can read it in free time, and it can be applicable in your real life at various stages, not just with a career, but also at the lifestyle, right? So just to summarize, so we discussed about the estimates. Keep buffer in your estimate, be proactive in your communication, maintain your task list, raise the red flags at the right moment, and have a problem-solving approach. Okay. So this is about it. Thank you so much for listening to me. Oh, okay. Thank you so much for listening to me, and thank you WordCamp Kerala for having me here. Thank you so much.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Akshaya, for coming up here and giving us such an informative session. I'd like to welcome Arun to give up a moment too. Yes, a round of applause, please. Okay, all right. Thank you so much. Okay, so next we'll have another lightning talk, and it's going to be based on how to save time and resources by integrating your WordPress with your business apps, which is really important. It's about saving time and resource. It's important. And about the speaker, Arjun VS, he enjoys watching and playing football, and he also plays chess, and he also tries his favorite recipes at his kitchen. But apart from that, he is a product marketer at Zoho with over 5 years of experience specializing in content marketing, user education, and adoption strategies. And currently, he handles the marketing efforts for Zoho Flow. And over the years, he has developed various skill sets, which includes UI UX content, email marketing, social media strategies, and long-form content development. Whew, a bunch of it, yeah, I know. So, Arjun, all set?
Yes.
Okay, over to you.
So, thank you for the introduction, and a big thanks to the sponsors for letting me speak and present here. So, hello everyone, good afternoon. This is my first time speaking at a WordCamp event. So once again, my name is Arjun VS. I'm a product marketer at Zoho. And I'm also from Kerala. I'm from this town called Perumbaur in Ernakulam. The topic that I'm going to present here is how you can save time and effort by integrating your WordPress setup with your business apps. So before I dive into this topic, I would just like to see who all are owning a business here. Can I have a quick show of hands, please? It can be of, the business can be of any size, type, industry. Yes, I'm seeing quite a few hands here. And how many of you aspire to start a business? your own business in the future? Oh, nice. Wow. Nice. So good to see that. So this topic will make so much sense to you guys, but I'll make sure that it makes, it's useful for the other folks here as well. So we all know that any business would like its employees and its teams to work in a cohesive manner, right? Only then the business operations can run smoothly and everything will be doing much faster if you all work together. But you and I, as employees, we know that we all work on apps. Our day-to-day job is being taken care in different platforms or applications. So if you have a WordPress site, you will most likely use a lot of apps, a lot of plugins. And for your business as well, you will use SaaS applications. For example, Zoho CRM, HubSpot, Jira and all. So when you are using a lot of such apps, what happens is that a majority of these apps will form their own silos. As in they'll form an environment where they will not be connected with the other apps. The SaaS applications will form their own silo. The WordPress plugins will form a separate one. So the problem is that you will get a disconnected environment of apps. And having disconnected systems, what does that mean? It translates to having disconnected departments or disconnected employees. And we all know that the solution to this problem is integration. With an integrated set of apps, what you end up with is a connected ecosystem that can move your data freely across your business. And you also get error-free data. Because there's no human error or the chance of human errors escaping into your data. And your employees will have more time to focus on work that actually matters, because on your day-to-day work, there's no manual or repetitive work involved. And finally, because your operations are running smoothly, your business can really accelerate its growth. But this is all theory, right? We all know the theory, but the more important question that I wish to present here is, how exactly can you achieve this integration here? As in simpler terms, how do you do it the right way? If you are trying to build a business, you should definitely know how to do integration in the right way. So let's dive deep into that. But before that, I want all of you here to imagine that you're just starting a new business. To the business owners here, you don't have to imagine because you have already gone through that. But for the time being, everyone just imagine that you are starting a completely new business, maybe with 4 or 5 friends that you have. Let's imagine that you're building a customized t-shirt printing business. So you have your WordPress website ready, and you are using WooCommerce to start an online store. So you have all that set up. And one day, you are brainstorming with your friends, hey, how can we make this business run faster? So let's take a scenario. Yes. So while you are brainstorming with your friends, you understand that you have WooCommerce. Whenever a customer makes a payment, you have the email address. You have your lead addresses as well. So why don't we do email marketing? We have MailChimp. So if we send these email addresses to MailChimp, what you get is you can send them promotional emails, newsletters, maybe some product updates and so on. So why don't we integrate this so that the work is automated? So what do you do as a business owner? You will just directly go to WordPress Marketplace. You will look for WooCommerce to MailChimp integration, and you will find something like this. There's a plugin for almost any integration out there. So you will find something like this. And you will just click on the download button. You will configure the integration, and you're all set to go. A few days later, you realize that this is working really well. So why don't we integrate the other apps as well? For example, for payment, you are using PayPal. For shipping or courier service, you are using ShipStation. And for making product updates, you are using Google Sheets. So why don't we automate all the workflows involving these applications as well? And this is also fairly simple, right? You just go to the marketplace again. You find a lot of plugins that are exactly what you're looking for. And you might select a few of them. And even if you don't find a plugin for your specific requirement, you will find that you might have a coder friend who is a pro coder. He knows how to script. So he or she can create a script between WooCommerce and the apps that you want. And it can solve the requirement for that problem. But now fast forward just 1 or 2 years. Okay, your business has grown from a 5-member team to a 150-member organization now. Now you have different departments. You have your marketing department, you have accounting, sales, support, and all those departments with graphic design team is there. So now, if you look at the scenario that we had earlier, just for WooCommerce alone, you can have like 10 different requirements. So not only has the requirements gone up in numbers, but the complexity of those requirements have also gone up. And now, if you try to follow the approach that you followed for scenario 1 and 2, if your business growth goes something like the green line over here, your plugins, your scripts, your ad hoc solutions for these integrations will go exponentially high like the red line over there, which you as a business owner would not want to see. So what is the solution to this problem? How are we going to really reap the benefits of integration, right? Because if you really are managing more integration solutions, you really wanted the integrations to solve your problem, but now you have more problems to solve because of the solutions, right? How are we going to solve that? So to solve that problem, you need a solution that can let you integrate any application that you want, be it your WordPress plugins, your SaaS applications, your private network apps, or your custom applications. And it should also let you build workflows. The workflows should be comprehensive enough to include logic elements like conditions, filters, data formatting, and even the ability to add your own scripts into it. Only then the workflow will look like what you have in your organization. So to do that, and by doing that, you also make sure that the platform also provides an interface where you can create, manage, and also troubleshoot your integrations. Otherwise, there's no point in having everything together. The process should be completely easy. And at Zoho, we have developed over 50+ apps over the last 30 years. So we know the struggle of having to deal with a lot of apps. And because of that, 7 years back, we came up with this platform called Zoho Flow. So Zoho Flow is an integration platform that lets you integrate any app that you have, also letting you build workflows on top of them. So what we have done is essentially, we have done the hard work for you. So all you have to do is build your workflows exactly the way that you have in your business, replicate it on a builder, and automate them. And I understand that out of all the business owners or the people aspiring to be business owners here, you will have your own way or approaches for solving problems. But a section of you would want an approach that would minimize your interaction with solutions itself, as in you should not be spending time on integration solutions every single day. For that section alone, this might be the best approach that they have. And with that, I conclude my presentation. I hope it made a lot of sense to you. And you can, if you have any questions, please, the door over there on your back, just opposite to that, we have our Zoho's booth. So please come over there, talk to us, give us your questions, your challenges, and you can also share your ideas with us. Please come over there and talk to us. We would love to have a conversation with you. I know you're all waiting eagerly for the lunch, same with me. So with that, I conclude my presentation. A big thanks to all of you who are listening. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Arjun. Please stay back. Yes. Thank you so much, and it did make sense. Thank you for explaining
Thank you.
about Zoho and all those stuffs. And it's a very, very important topic that you spoke about. And there is Bigul here running all the way to give a token of love from our
Thank you,
side.
Bigul.
Okay, okay. Hungry? Yes? No? Can I have some response? Yes, okay. I got a response from Akshay. So there is no compromise. We're going for a lunch break. We'll start by 2:30, right? So our next session will be starting by 2:30. Go fill your tummies and come back. Bon appetit.
Customize your workflow however you want. Invite all your teams across the organization to Zoho Flow, so each team can build the kind of workflows they need to automate key processes. Apart from building specific workflows for each team, you can also connect different teams like sales and support, HR and finance, or sales and marketing, ensuring that critical information doesn't remain in silos and the organization functions as one well-oiled machine. So try Zoho Flow today. It only takes minutes to build your first workflow, even less if you choose from over 1,000 pre-built templates covering the most common apps. Which means anyone from any team can leverage the power of automation and unlock a new level of productivity. That helps you automate workflows no matter your role or business. Whether you're an enterprise looking
സ്വന്തമായ ഒരു വീടെന്ന സ്വപ്നം അതുപോലെ തന്നെയാണ് ആ വീട്ടിലേക്ക് സ്വന്തമാക്കുന്ന ഓരോ ഉൽപ്പന്നങ്ങളോടും നമുക്കുള്ള ബന്ധം. ഏറ്റവും മികച്ചത് തന്നെ നമ്മൾ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നു. മികച്ചതിലും മികച്ചത് മൈജി നമുക്കായി കരുതി വെക്കുന്നു. ലോകോത്തര ബ്രാൻഡുകളുടെ ഇത്രയും വലിയ ശേഖരം മൈജിയിൽ മാത്രം. മാത്രമല്ല ഒറിജിനൽ പ്രോഡക്ട്സും ലോവസ്റ്റ് പ്രൈസും, അതും ഗ്യാരണ്ടിയോടും വാറന്റിയോടും കൂടി. സർവീസിന്റെ കാര്യത്തിലും മൈജി തന്നെയാണ് ഏറ്റവും ബെസ്റ്റ്. 100
ആദ്യമായി നമുക്ക് ഫ്രാൻസ് ചേട്ടനെ ഞാൻ വേദിയിലേക്ക് സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യണം. നമുക്ക് ഈ ഇനോഗ്രേഷൻ ചടങ്ങും അങ്ങനത്തെ കാര്യങ്ങളൊന്നുമില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ഡയറക്റ്റ് നമുക്ക് ക്ലാസ്സിലേക്ക് തന്നെ പോകാം. ബാക്കി കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഫ്രാൻസ് ചേട്ടൻ പറയും. പിന്നെ അതാത് സെഷൻ എടുക്കുമ്പോൾ എന്തെങ്കിലും ഡൗട്ട് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ആ സമയത്ത് തന്നെ നിങ്ങൾ അത് ക്ലിയർ ചെയ്ത് പോവാം. വേറെ സെഷനിലേക്ക് പോകുന്നതിന് മുന്നേ തന്നെ ഡൗട്ടൊക്കെ
ഇനി നമ്മൾ ഒരുപാട് പഴയ ആൾക്കാർ
workflows across all your teams from a single platform, or an SMB looking to scale quickly and save resources using automation, or a freelancer looking to implement automation solutions for your clients. Zoho Flow empowers you to build custom workflows and automate mission-critical processes, saving time and resources every day. Getting started is as simple as dragging and dropping the required triggers, actions, and Zoho Flow's logic elements to customize your workflow however you want. Invite all your teams across the organization to Zoho Flow that helps you automate workflows. Each team can build the kind of workflows they need to automate key processes. Whether you're an enterprise looking to manage apart from building specific workflows for each team, you can also connect different teams like sales and support, HR and finance, or sales and marketing, ensuring that critical information doesn't remain in silos and the organization functions as one well-oiled machine. So try Zoho Flow today. It only takes minutes to build your first workflow, even less if you choose from over 1,000 pre-built templates covering the most common apps, which means anyone from any team can leverage the power of automation and unlock a new level of productivity that helps you automate business. Whether you're an enterprise looking to manage workflows across all your teams from a single platform, or an SMB looking to scale quickly and save resources using automation, or a freelancer looking to implement automation solutions for your clients, Zoho Flow empowers you to build custom workflows and automate mission-critical processes, saving time and resources every day. Getting started is as simple as dragging and dropping the required triggers, actions, and Zoho Flow's logic elements to customize your workflow however you want. Invite all your teams across the organization to Zoho Flow, so each team can build the kind of workflows they need to automate key processes. Apart from building specific workflows for each team, you can also connect different teams like sales and support, HR and finance, or sales and marketing, ensuring that critical information doesn't remain in silos and the organization functions as one well-oiled machine. So try Zoho Flow today. It only takes minutes to build your first workflow.
Okay, all right. So we are going to have 2 lightning talks happening in track 1 as well as track 2. Okay. Now I'll just announce the topics happening. So here we'll be having content hubs and pillar pages, structuring your WordPress site for topic authority to boost your SEO rankings by Vipin Nair. Okay. And the second talk would be happening in track 2. And the topic is from tool to gateway, rediscovering WordPress through blogs. And that would be by Akash Krishnaraj. All right, topics are clear. If you want any further clarification, you can check the schedule page, that green color page. You have the topics, okay? And yeah. Shweta, is it ready? Okay, all right. I'll move on to the topic happening here, which is taken by Vipin Nair. So 2 lines about this guy. He is the founder of Accorda's educational and consulting solutions and Aviv Digital, delivering premier digital marketing training and consulting. He is an esteemed author, speaker, and coach with an MBA from Edith Cowan University, Australia. Okay, impressive. Renowned digital marketing consultant with a diverse portfolio of over 500 clients, including Panasonic, Axis Bank, etc., and trained over 5,000 plus students in digital marketing. Okay, I guess they have found out the best speaker today. And Vipin, where are you? Yes, are you ready? Okay, over to you.
Hello Calicut, how are you? So lunch കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് എല്ലാവരും ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ട് ഡള്ളായിട്ടിരിക്കുവാണ്. സോ ഐ തിങ്ക് ഇവിടുത്തെ ആൾക്കാർ എനിക്ക് 2 ടാസ്ക് തന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഒന്ന്, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ജസ്റ്റ് ഹബ് പേജസ് എന്താണെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു തരിക. രണ്ടാമത്, നിങ്ങളെ ഉറങ്ങാതെ വിടുക. ആർ യു റെഡി? അറ്റ്ലീസ്റ്റ് വേവ് ദ ഹാൻഡ് ഗൈസ്. ഐ വാണ്ട് യു ടു ബി ആക്റ്റീവ് ബിക്കോസ് എനിക്കറിയാം ഫുഡെല്ലാം കഴിച്ചാണ് നമ്മുടെ ഹാർമോൺസ് എല്ലാം ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ട് ആക്റ്റീവ് ആയിട്ടുണ്ടായിരിക്കും ഉറക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി നമ്മളെ. ഓക്കെ, സോ ഐ ഡോണ്ട് വാണ്ട് യു ഗൈസ് ടു സ്ലീപ്പ്. സോ ലെറ്റ്സ് ബിഗിൻ ദ സെഷൻ. സോ my today's topic is Content Hub, Pillar Pages, which leads to topical authority, and then we are going to rank that site on Google. So that is what currently working. So something about myself. My name is Vipin Nair. I am founder of Aviv Digital and director at Acodus. Aviv Digital is an institute which provide IT training, and Acodus is an IT company which offers digital marketing services. So being in this industry from last 15 years, I have learned a lot of things. Work portana namak aadyam focus cheyande, which we have to focus on first. Then we can work on the priority basis on that particular topic. Maybe like enki SEO venam, social media venam, performance marketing venam. But initial evidence in the fund spend on SEO anengile, I am going to focus on the SEO particular section. So that is the like priority basis le namak endha cheyan pattum, work cheyan pattum. Okay, so now how to build this topical authority? So basically we will be having a pillar page, that is main page, main topic. Around we are going to create so many subtopics, we call it child pages. Okay, so that is the like collection of main topics and subtopics we are going to do in a content hub. This is an example to just showcase like how I'm going to work on this particular strategy. So first I will start with the digital marketing strategy. That is the keyword where I'm going around. So what I will do is I will create multiple child pages in a silo structure. That is our first one. I start with the content marketing. That is my silo structure. That will be going to be a pillar content. Okay, when I write a pillar content, then I will move to the child pages, like how to write SEO friendly blog posts. Second is content marketing tools and resources. Third child is content creation strategy, vice versa. So all this content I will be writing like this. But the thing is internal linking, there is the game. Okay, everyone can go and write, but the main process is the internal linking. How well you can connect each topic, so that first thing users should get in a proper experience. Second thing, this link juices, authority should flow properly to the content. So here start like whenever we create a child pages, we make sure that each child pages, like it's kind of family tree vole. Like family tree ne parayanengile ende achanum ende achante aniyanum achante aniyante makkalu എൻ്റെ അച്ഛൻ്റെ മക്കൾ മീൻസ് മീ ആൻഡ് മൈ ബ്രദർ, അവർ തമ്മിൽ കണക്ഷൻ ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കും. അതേപോലെ തന്നെ അങ്കിളുടെ ഫാമിലിയിൽ ഒരു കണക്ഷൻ ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കും. അങ്കിളുടെ മക്കൾ എനിക്കൊന്നും തരൂല, ലിങ്ക് തരൂല, ആൻഡ് ഞാൻ ഒരു ലിങ്കും അവർക്ക് കൊടുക്കൂല. ബിക്കോസ് അത് ഡൈല്യൂട്ടഡ് ദ ലിങ്ക് അതോറിറ്റി. യൂഷ്വലി പീപ്പിൾ വാട്ട് ദേ ഡു, ദേ എല്ലാ ലിങ്ക് എല്ലാ പേജിനകത്തോട്ട് പോകുന്നുണ്ടായിരിക്കും. They never plan the strategy how they have to go. So here എന്തായിരിക്കും content writing SEO friendly blog postന് ലിങ്ക് പോകും, content marketing resource tools, that is child page 2 of content marketing. But we should not send how to write SEO friendly blog post to any other like social media, developing a content calendar. Why I connected to this one? Because SEO and SEO avada rendu SEO varunundu. So sometime we can connect that also. If relevancy is there, we can connect. Like child, other uncle kuttigalum ende brother sisters fund transfer cheyam, like that relationship will be there. So that is the process. But when there is a complete relevancy, like avadte topic endana, how to write an SEO friendly blog post, and അടുത്ത സീലോ സ്ട്രക്ചർ ഞാൻ റാങ്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ നോക്കുന്നത് എന്താണ്, SEO സ്ട്രാറ്റജിയാണ്. SEO സ്ട്രാറ്റജിനകത്ത് ചൈൽഡ് പേജസ് എന്താണ്, ഓൺ പേജ് SEO ടെക്നിക്സ്. സോ ഐ ക്യാൻ കണക്ട് ഓവർ ദയർ. സോ എൻ്റെ ഒരു പ്രോസസ് എപ്പോഴും ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഇന്റർണൽ ലിങ്കിങ് ഭയങ്കര പ്രോപ്പർ ആയിട്ടാവണം, സോ ദാറ്റ് അതോറിറ്റി ഷുഡ് പാസ് ദോസ് സീലോ സ്ട്രക്ചേഴ്സ് ഓൺലി. ആൻഡ് ഫ്രോം സീലോ സ്ട്രക്ചേഴ്സ് അഗൈൻ സീലോ സ്ട്രക്ചേഴ്സ് എന്താണ്, ദേ ക്യാൻ ലിങ്ക് ടു ഈച്ച് അതർ. This is the main strategy of the topical authority flow, how you can organize the content to flow the authority. Moving to next, why this works. First reason is it showcases the EEAT, experience, expertization, authority and trust. ഇതിനകത്തൊരു വലിയൊരു ഗെയിം ഉണ്ട്. നിങ്ങൾ ചാറ്റ് ജിപിടിന് പോയിട്ട് കണ്ടന്റ് എടുത്ത് എഴുതിയിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഇതൊന്നും റാങ്ക് ആവില്ല. Authority, trust, experience matters here a lot. So നിങ്ങൾ 10 ആർട്ടിക്കിൾ ആണെങ്കിൽ എഴുതുവാണെങ്കിൽ, if you able to get a PhD person to write that content going to be ranked. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് കണ്ടന്റിന്റെ ക്വാളിറ്റിയുടെ പുറത്ത് സീരിയസ് ആയിട്ട് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരും. ഇഫ് യു തിങ്കിങ് ലൈക്ക് ഓക്കെ ഇത് ഞാൻ കണ്ടന്റ് പില്ലർ ഉണ്ടാക്കി ചാറ്റ് ജിപിടിന് കണ്ടന്റ് എടുത്ത് ഒറ്റയടിക്ക് ഒരു ദിവസം തന്നെ ഇത് പബ്ലിഷ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ റാങ്ക് ആവോ, ഇല്ല. യു നീഡ് ടു വർക്ക് ഹാർഡ് ഫോർ കണ്ടന്റിന്റെ ക്വാളിറ്റി ഭയങ്കര മസ്റ്റാണ്, യൂസറുടെ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ഭയങ്കര മസ്റ്റാണ്, യൂസർ ഹാസ് ടു സ്റ്റേ ഓവർ ദെയർ ഫോർ ദ ലോങ്ങർ പീരിയഡ്. That is the it. Then second point is historical user satisfaction data. When I publish first content on my website, then only Google put me in a particular bucket. Like this person is starting talking about this content. So he is going to be expert in this particular section. And later on, when I start writing article 2, 3, 4, 500, 200, 300, it means I become an authority on that particular topic. So that is the section of historical user satisfaction data which Google is going to have for my website, and that leads to an authority for me. Then site structure which lead to user satisfaction, internal data, internal linking actually help my users to go through all the topic. If he has anything in the mind, ayak endha cheyan pattum oro topic il poite nokkan pattum, and it's all connected through internal linking aayirikkum. Third is Google the point of view, it's a cheaper. ഒരു പേജ് 1000 ക്വയറിനെ ആൻസർ ചെയ്യുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഗൂഗിളിന് ഒരു പേജ് മാത്രം ഇൻഡെക്സ് ചെയ്താൽ മതി. Obviously, after ChatGPT, so many pages are getting into. ഇപ്പം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവരും SEO ഇവിടെ ചെയ്യുന്ന ആൾക്കാർ ആരെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, anybody does SEO? എത്ര പേരാണ് SEO ചെയ്യുന്നത് ഇവിടെ? കൈവക്കിക്കേ. SEO എല്ലാവരും ഉറങ്ങുന്നുണ്ടോ നോക്കണ്ടേ? SEO, ഓക്കെ, വെരി ഗുഡ്. എത്ര പേരെ ബിസിനസ് എന്റർപ്രണേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട്? ഓണേഴ്സ്, ബിസിനസ് എന്റർപ്രണേഴ്സ്, കൈവക്കിക്കേ. ഓക്കെ, വെരി ഗുഡ്. സോ ഇപ്പം നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം, നിങ്ങളിപ്പോൾ സെർച്ച് കൺസോൾ എല്ലാം യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഒരുപാട് റിപ്പോർട്ട്സ് വരാറുണ്ട്. ക്രോൾഡ്, ഗൂഗിൾ അതിനെ ഹോൾഡ് ചെയ്തേക്കുവാണ്, ഇൻഡെക്സ്ഡ് അല്ല. ക്രോൾ ചെയ്ത് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്, ഫൗണ്ട് ചെയ്ത് നിങ്ങളുടെ പേജ്, ബട്ട് ഗൂഗിൾ ഇൻഡെക്സ് ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ല. ബിക്കോസ് ഗൂഗിൾ ഈസ് ട്രൈങ് ടു ഗെറ്റ് ദ ക്വാളിറ്റിയസ്റ്റ് കണ്ടന്റ് ടു പബ്ലിഷ് ഓൺ ദ എന്താ പറയുന്നത് ഗൂഗിളിന്റെ സെർച്ച് എഞ്ചിൻ, ബിക്കോസ് ഓൾറെഡി ഇറ്റ്സ് ഗെറ്റിംഗ് സോ മച്ച് ഹാവി. സോ ഇത്ര വലിയ കമ്പനിക്കും അതൊരു പ്രശ്നമായിട്ട് വരുവാണ്, അത്ര കണ്ടന്റ് ആണ് ഇപ്പം വരുന്നത്. സോ ദാറ്റ്സ് വൈ you can cheaper for search engine, you can rank multiple queries with the one single page. Next is you can process all entities, because this particular section works with entities, knowledge graphs. I will just cover that. Knowledge graphs comes with the entities and nodes, all those sections will be there. So entities and its attributes and its value, everything you can cover. It also satisfied Google's knowledge graph criteria. That is like our 2012 update. First Google started this particular section. So now what is a knowledge graph? It's kind of connecting entities, that's nodes, to building a relationship with ages, other content. For an example, Steve Jobs is the founder of Apple. And Steve Jobs is born in San Francisco. So if you ask Google, where is Apple's founder born? So Google is going to give you an answer, that's San Francisco. how they connected this data. This particular data is connected to this person. So what they do is they create this knowledge graph. Okay, so this knowledge graph is the what? It's going to be a rank. I think it can be played. The play hour. Okay, it's not playing. Okay, this is a representation of, I have like backup also. So you should always have a backup. So next slide, please. This one. So that's the particular video backup. That particular sadhana content. If I wanted to rank for digital marketing, I have these pointed content. This is wiki content hub. Wiki is content correct. This content basically hub pages create pillar pages create content. So that will be my strategy. And it's not going to be 1 month, 2 month journey. It's 1 year, 2 year journey. It's not, you don't think like it's a continuous process. But strategy need to be very clear and approach when you are going for the contents like this. So that is an example. You can go to this site, BLINPET.github.io. This is Wiki's graph. I'm included Wiki's graph because Google the graph so Wiki's example. This is the way Google is also trying to find the connection between two entities. Okay, so let's move to next. Now we have worked on some pages. Okay, this is one of my hub page which I have created on my website which talks about mobile. Okay, so I have tried to cover all the pillar pages. Like for mobile app development, I have tried to go for the Android app development. I try to go for React Native app, iPhone, iPad, Apple Watch, Windows, Phone GPA, all the type of content. These are the pillar pages. Now when I click, this will go to the next page, that is Dear pillar pages in detail page. Pillar page support I will publish a lot of child pages which going to be linked back to that my pillar page. So that is the one example. Another example we are working on. This is our Aviv Digital's page where we work on different location targeted rank. So here also what we have created different content pillars and we try to rank that. So let me show you the example how I did the URL process. So these are some industry's top websites using this particular approach, building topical authority from, you may have heard about Asana, Zendesk, Backlinko, which is like mostly SEO people know about. Backlinko's hub is very famous. That is an example of content hub. That's one of the best example I personally prefer to tell you. Go and look into the backlinko.com brand names. Backlinko, best example for that. And it's acquired by Simrus. This company is acquired by. This is how I created that page which I shown you in Aviv Digital one. I have created my pillar page, that is digital marketing. That's the third URL because we can create it two ways. Content pillar we can create in two ways. One is folder wise, another one is flat URL. Okay, when we go with the folder wise, that's the example of the third. You look into the third example, that is aviddigital.in/digital marketing. That is the one folder. In that digital marketing folder, I am going to add other content. Like what is that? I'm going to talk about the course. If I have an agency, I'm going to talk about agency. If I have anything else like conference, I'm going to add a conference. Event, I'm going to add an event. That will be my another next page. Here, example I have given like courses. Now, these courses I am going to deliver in multiple locations. So what I am going to do is, I am going to create a page for that particular location. So here I am example given for Pune. So we have created Pune, all the locations. What I am focusing here is, all the location will be written over that particular content. And that internal linking goes to the course page, and course page link back to the digital marketing page. That will be the internal linking process. Some people do the same strategy with അത് ചെയ്യുവാണെങ്കിൽ ഫസ്റ്റ് എക്സാമ്പിൾ ചെയ്യുകയാണെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് ഇന്റർണൽ ലിങ്കിങ് ചെയ്യാൻ നേരം ഭയങ്കര തലവേദനയില്ല. നമുക്കറിയാം ഇത് ഏത് കണ്ടന്റ് ഹബിന്റെ പാർട്ടാണ്, ഈസിലി വി ക്യാൻ കണക്ട് ദാറ്റ്. ബട്ട് രണ്ടാമത്തെ എക്സാമ്പിൾ ആണ്, വി ഹാവ് സോൺ ദാറ്റ്, വി ഹാവ് ഗിവൻ എക്സാമ്പിൾ ഹിയർ. This two are Kannur and Vadagara type of location. That is a flat URL ആണ്. ഇതിനകത്ത് നമുക്ക് സെയിം ഇന്റർണൽ ലിങ്കിങ് ചെയ്യാം, പ്രോസസ് സെയിം ഫോളോ ചെയ്യാം. ബട്ട് ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് നോട്ട് ദാറ്റ് മച്ച് എന്താ പറയുന്നത്, നമുക്ക് ചിലപ്പം മറന്നു പോവാം ഏത് ലിങ്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടോ ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ല, ഇത് ലിങ്ക് കണക്റ്റഡ് ആണോ കണക്റ്റഡ് അല്ലേ. സോ ദാറ്റ് പോയിന്റ് ക്യാൻ ബി മിസ്ഡ് ഓൺ ദിസ് കൈൻഡ് ഓഫ് പേജസ്. So now how to create the structures. Okay, so that's where I love WordPress, because I'm not that much technical guy, not a technical guy. I've never learned any coding. I like thanks WordPress for saving my life for last 15 years. I think you guys give a big applause for that. Give applause. Everyone is sleeping, I know. Just wanted to wake you up. Okay, so WordPress has given me an opportunity to do these things by myself. I don't have to rely on every single task to a developer person. Even though I have a lot of developers, but I don't have to depend on that. So how I create that is, there's two options I can create. One is WordPress, I can use blog, section, category, and that particular section. But that looks hard for me because I'm not that much technical person, and I don't want structure to be decided by WordPress. I want my control on the structure design. That's why I use pages. So what I do is, I create page with parent page and child page. That's the feature of WordPress. Okay, so here I've created the pages. What I do is, if I have to create these 3 pages, first I have to create SEO expert. That is the keyword I wanted to rank for it. So I will create a page for SEO expert first. Then I will create that page as a child page, a parent page, and create a new page with Kerala. Only Kerala, because SEO expert is already there. I don't have to come again with the SEO expert Kerala. So I will keep the only Kerala. Then if I wanted to in Kerala also, each single location if I wanted to work on, I can go and create a Calicut section, or each location ne patti aayirikkum njan focus cheyan povunathu. So that is the way structure I create, do this. I think there is in a session from our colleague only. Okay, and that is going to be detailed on WordPress hands-on experience. You can just go after this session, there would be a session for this, and second stage 2, you can join there also. So this is the way how we go and create this particular section. So I think that's it. Hope you enjoyed and learned something new. If you have any questions, so do I need to ask? Time up. Okay, so time is up. I'm here only. If anybody has any specific questions, you can always come up and ask that. And thank you for guys. Thanks for your patience and listening me out.
Thank you, sir. It was a really energetic presentation. Now I would like to invite one of our coordinator, Arvind S, to share the momentum with him. Could you? Thank you. So I think nobody is sleepy. Everyone had a very energetic session. The next session is led by Lax Mariappan, who will be speaking about the leverage power of the WordPress HTML parse API. So he was a speaker even for the last WordCamp, and he is a very passionate developer. He has been developing websites since his high school. So I'll just pass over the stage to him.
Hello. Thank you. Yeah. That's a very energetic session. I don't know Malayalam, so I'm going to speak mostly in English. Manaslayo? Okay. Can stand here or where? Okay. I don't know. Which is a better place to stand. I don't move at all. Okay. I can see my screen as well. How many of you are developers? Can you raise your hands? How many of you use AI tools every day? So you can say all of you are developers now. with AI, it becomes easy, like natural language. You can create any type of app, a simple app with just English. So I would say all of you are developers. So big congrats for you all first. You know, it took me almost 3-4 years to become a developer. Now my nephew can build a great app than me. Yeah. Okay, let's get started. I'm going to talk about the HTML tag parser. It's part of WordPress core, and it is released in few versions before. So this talk is mostly technical, but it's not very cool. I'm not going to show the code too much. Let's see. Where's the, yeah, here. Yeah, that's me. Look like my cousin anyway. So that's me somewhere near Kanyakumari. I'm a web developer. I've been creating websites for past few years, mostly 10-15 years now. So I worked with PHP, WordPress, Drupal. Anybody remember Joomla? Anyone? Oh, okay. We have a nice audience. And thanks for raising the hands as well. Great. So, and if you want to follow me, that's Lax Mariappan across the universe. The same handle in LinkedIn, Twitter, and anywhere. Maybe if I don't make any sense, or if you want to, if you're having any questions, we can connect later as well. So why do we need parsers? First, what is parsing? So when you see a website, you see HTML content being generated. It can be in any programming language. You're maybe using PHP, Python, Java, but browsers can understand only HTML, hypertext markup language. When we have HTML, we need to follow certain tag hierarchy and stuff. So you need to use header tag, head, body tag, and other tags as well, right? So every tag has its own attribute. If you don't have the right attribute, it becomes like invalid, or it's not proper way to use it. So browsers cannot work. Sometimes you notice you may see a page and it works better in Chrome. It may not be working well in Internet Explorer. So no one corrected me. I think some of you are still in. Does Internet Explorer exist now? Anyone? No, it's not. Oops. So WordPress introduced the HTML tag processor. WordPress also has HTML parser. This is like a child class of that. So if you have a HTML page and you want to change something, then you can use it. Earlier days, we will be using DOM document, PHP-based library, and it's part of PHP itself. You have to instantiate new DOM document and find the tags and change them, add them. The use case will be, for example, you want to add a class, CSS class, or you want to add some extra attributes to a tag, let's say all images in your site. You will be using that. Now, we can use WordPress core methods. So here's an example. I'm sorry it's not that looking great with the, I tried to increase the font size, but hope some of you all can read. I'll share the slides shortly. So you have to instantiate the class. You have to parse the HTML. So whatever the HTML you have, you can parse. If you are scraping, if you want to get content from, let's say, Amazon or any other platform, and you want to just get the prices, or you want to find the percentage discount in anything, like you want to parse, you want to do something with the HTML data, you can use this approach. So instantiate the class. You don't have to include or call any other stuff, because this is part of WordPress core already. And then you can just play around like this. The next tag method will help you find out the other stuff. So here I'm targeting the anchor tag. If you want to target the image tag, if you want to target the other like sections, what are the other tags we have? Table, TR, table rows, and table columns, anything. So you can do that. And supported tags, I would say most of the HTML5 tags are supported, and their attributes as well. So you can read the documentation and find out 1 or 2 exceptions. In most cases, it works. In my experience, so far it works perfectly. The font size should be big. Even me, I cannot see from here. where I feel sorry for you guys. So UTF-16, the text encoding, if it is UTF-8, the normal encoding for the standard encoding for any language. UTF-16 it supports some special characters, so it doesn't work. So that's not supported in this class. And then script tags, like HTML script or no script. So that type of tags will be skipped. So this just wants to prevent it. It doesn't pass through that. And here is a use case. So for example, if you have an old blog that doesn't use Gutenberg and you are switching to Gutenberg blocks, at that time, this class can be useful. So you want to convert all the image into image block, but you want to add some more data to it. At that time, this will be helpful. And then also for scraping, like I said, if you have a web page and you want to get a specific information, I go to Wikipedia and get all the images in that specific page. So that type of stuff you can do with this. So you have to get the HTML data first, that you can use anything. If you are from Laravel or Drupal, any other frameworks, you can first get the HTML and then load WordPress and use it. So here are some examples. Here I'm doing some accessibility check. I'm just checking if all the images have alt tag. If it doesn't have, you can add the alt tag. I feel like, when you watch a movie in the end credits, the people are like, oh, it could be better, because the talk is not intended for everyone. I see some of our attendees were like, oh, I'll have something outside. That's good. Here, the HTML tag processor, just I'm initializing it. And I'm checking if it is thumbnail images. So if all the thumbnail images, I want to do something, for example, adding a border or increasing the size, reducing the size. So you can add some style like this. This can be helpful, like I said, when you are migrating stuff, when you don't have to repeat everything. Imagine asking somebody, like let's say some intern in your team or someone, hey, can you add all borders to all these images? That's like, you can automate it. You don't have to do the preg replace, the programmatic regular expression replace. You don't have to replace, find the pattern and replace it anymore. Instead, you can target the tags. So this way, you're 100% sure, like, hey, I found the tags and now I'm replacing it properly. And here, this is from WordPress docs itself. So if you have a list block and you want to add something to it, you can do this way. Like you want to add a class, remove a class, you can do all the manipulations. So I will be sharing this in the Twitter and maybe LinkedIn as well. So if you are curious, go check out the examples folder. I compiled a few examples and I had a few working examples which benchmarks as well. I compared it with DOM document parser and this. So they both are almost the same in terms of performance and memory usage. But since this is readily available in WordPress, we can consider using this. So my idea is just to introduce you all to this class. So if you are a developer, consider using this. Yeah, so that's the talk. That's me, Lax Mariappan, at all the social media platforms. If you have any questions, you can ask now or you can tweet, message anywhere. I'll also share the links with our organizers team. You can catch a copy of the presentation and also let me know if you try it and let me know how it works and what can be improved. The core WordPress team is actively working on this project and they want to make sure to simplify this and to improve this one. Let me know. Thanks. Thank you everyone. How to say thanks in Malayalam? Maybe thanks, right? I don't know. Anybody? How to say thanks?
Nanni.
Nanni. Thank you.
Okay. Luckily, he didn't mess up with the first letter with pa.
Oh.
No.
I know the meaning, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you do? Okay, all right. Okay, thank you, Lex. Last time we met, I cannot forget your session last time. It was awesome. And this time too, you did a great job. And I'm hopefully waiting to meet you in the future WordCamps too.
Yeah, sure, definitely.
Every WordCamp. Yeah, okay. And I can see your lovely wife also here. Hi. Okay, all right. So, as a part of love from our side, I'd like to welcome Bigul to give a memento. Yes. Yes, guys, a round of applause, please. All right, thank you so much. Okay, we've got a key. This is lost and found key. Whose is this? Honda, Srivari, Honda, Trishur. Any claimers? Okay, I'll put it here on the desk. So you guys lost your key, you can come collect it. All right? Yes. So moving on to our next session. I'm really glad to welcome this particular speaker because he was an alumni from my college. I am so proud. So the topic we're going to have is scaling WordPress on AWS, and the speaker is none other than Abhilash P. 2 words about him. Abhilash P is a CTO of Support Sages, a managed cloud service provider based in South India. Yeah, you guys must have seen the stall outside, right? And he leads a team of over 75 professionals specialized in delivering cloud-based infrastructure solutions. And he also holds various certifications too. And he started his WordPress journey from like 2006. And he is a strong advocate for forced technologies and also firmly believes in peer-to-peer learning too. Yeah, that's mostly like all about him, and he's my super senior. I'd like to welcome Abhilash P onto the dice. Yes, team, is it ready? No. Okay, all right. We'll give them 2 minutes. So after this, we'll have one more lightning talk, and then we'll go to T section. And most probably, we'll have a group photo at that time. Okay. So don't miss out the group pic, because you got to post in LinkedIn and all those stuffs. You got to tag us. Right. By the way, what about the card? Like, how many of you filled the card? Oh, nice. Didn't you drop it in the box? That red shirt? It's a blue box kept just outside. Yeah, maybe you can drop it if you want right now. Please drop the card in, okay? And fill the details, your name, email, and phone number, because we want your details. How many of you could finish up the cards? Okay, nice. Is it ready? Okay. No, not yet. All right. So how is it going? Got all the swags and all? Is it almost ran out, right? I hope so. You guys having a great time? Hello. So yeah, we'll wait 2 more minutes. Does anyone want to share anything? Anything? I'm asking you the second time. Last time also I asked. You won't share anything? 2 words? Nothing. Okay. Oh, nothing now? Okay. You're saving it for the later part, after this. Okay. All right. Okay. Over to you, Abhilash. All the best.
Thank you. So I'm talking about a topic, auto-scaling WordPress on website. Auto-scaling WordPress on AWS. So what we say is, if code is poetry, we are the orchestra. Now, you know how difficult, like, any developer here, a passionate developer here, will feel that, like, the code is more of like writing a poetry. It harmonizes a lot of things. It takes place, yeah. So similarly, what we do is, we harmonize your infrastructure to make sure that your code runs smoothly everywhere. So who am I? So I started my career in 2004 and been here for last 20 years. So I am a WordPress user. I have installed WordPress users since 2006 and have learned a lot and tried to contribute myself. I run an AWS user group community back in Kochi, one of the organizers there, and firmly believed in community-hosted P2P learning, HeadSage, for my organization, Support Sages, with my lovely team, passionate team of 75 cloud professionals. We are an AWS Advanced Tier partner, DevOps competency, one in 3 in Kerala. So I'm a strong advocate of FOSS technologies. So have you ever faced any kind of a scalable related issues in WordPress? Now what happens here is, like, normally you have your WordPress, like, you host it in any platforms, GoDaddy, Bluehost, everywhere. Like, you'll be having a hit of like maximum of 100, 200, 300 visitors per second. We are talking about the concurrent users here. So when you are talking about the concurrent users, if more than that, you will have some kind of limitations imposed by the host if you are on a shared hosting. If you are on a VPS, again, you will face slowness in the issues. But then depending on the VPS size, if you are running at a kind of 1 core, 2 GB RAM, you may be able to host around, if you have got proper caching and all, you will be able to host approximately 500 or less than 1,000 visitors concurrently. Now, how do you scale your WordPress installation? And why? So first of all, high traffic. So for a high traffic website, when you are talking about high traffic, let's assume, like, you are having a traffic of one of your news articles gone viral in your news platform. So assume, like, you used to get around 3,000 or 4,000 visitors at a time, and suddenly you are getting a spike of 1 million. So that could happen, right? So if you are a developer, you will think, like, use WordPress as an API, and you will develop a front end in React or any JS-based technologies, and you use the caching layer will be there, and then you will have entire application. The data will be fetched from the WordPress API. WordPress will be act as a backend platform alone. So that is one way of doing it if you are a developer. But then, even then, it will be very difficult for you to hit the 10 lakhs, especially when there is a lot of concurrent editing of your news portal. So every time there is a news articles comes in, there will be like 100 editors doing in the back end. It will be very difficult. So then you will have large data. Then you will also have the e-commerce and online stores. Now, if you have seen this, how do you manage it normally? So if you are running on a 2-core 4 GB RAM, and you are able to have traffic, you will be able to handle 1,000 visitors at a time. Suddenly your application will get timeout. If you are running on a monolithic, like, entire front end, back end, everything is managed in the WordPress installation itself. So in this case, what you will normally do is you will upgrade your instance. How do you upgrade it? Like, I have running on a 2-core 8 GB or 4-core 8 GB RAM, and I will upgrade to a 16-core or 32 GB RAM or something like that. It's called vertical scaling. You scale your application based on, like, I am running an application, I am getting 1,000 hits, my 1-core 2 GB RAM. Let's talk about only the RAM, okay? So assume, like, I am running in the application like around 4 GB RAM, I am able to handle around 1,000 users. Now, if I want to serve 2,000 users concurrently, I will have to double the size of the system. So that is vertical scaling. Now, in that vertical scaling, The problem there is you will have to have a downtime. So you will have to shut down the system, you will have to change the instance and then upgrade. So you will definitely be hitting something of downtime of approximately, so something like 10 minutes to 15 minutes downtime. It depends on how fast the system gets rebooted, assigned, how big your machine and a lot of other factors. But there is another type of, this is called vertical scaling. What I just mentioned is called vertical scaling. The third part is the horizontal scaling. Now horizontal scaling is simple. Like you have this 1 core 2 GB RAM machine, which handles around 500 users or maybe 200 users or whatever be the number. You have another 1,000 machines, 1,000 visitors coming up. Then what you'll do is like you will have another such machine, similar machine coming up. So this 2 GB RAM can handle 200 visitors. There is another 200 visitors coming up. The similar machine of such kind of configuration will come up and it scales. So basically what happens is there is an in and out. You are scaling in and out. The other one is up and down. So there is a difference between these two scaling methods. Now, when you talk about the scalability of the WordPress, what all factors you need to consider? First thing, media files. Now, how do you upload? Where do you upload this? You will be uploading everything in the WP content upload folder, right? So in this WP content upload folder, if you are uploading it, assume it's vertical scaling, it's all good. The problem there is how big will you scale? If you are getting a hit of 1 million, that is 10 lakh visitors at a time, some news portal go viral, it's not that easy. You won't be able to associate it. We have faced this with our own SSLC examination. So we understand that. So what happens here is, you have to split these scalable factors accordingly. You will have to manage these scalable factors accordingly. Now, instead of putting it to the upload folder, you will have to use an object storage and use a CDN. In this case, in AWS, we will be using CloudFront CDN. Okay, so the first thing is media files has to be uploaded elsewhere and it has to be linked in something like instead of going with domain.com/upload/image name, I will go for media.domain name, media./image name. So that is one thing. So that is the media files. So then it comes the database. Now, the database is easy. Easy in the sense like that is a very easy to think. Here what happens is, when you have got 100 or 200 editors doing your news or publishing your news on a regular basis, you are getting a write instance. So this write is getting hit. Your write instance has to be scaled, vertically scaled, and so but then most of the use cases, if you have noticed, 80 to 90% of your news articles or anywhere users will be more of a more of a readers. 80 to 90% will be readers. So that has to reading. If it goes to a million, then we need to scale it accordingly. So in WordPress, there is a plugin called Ludicrous DB, which does the auto scaling part, which does the read and write endpoint, split it. So here in AWS we use. So if you see this, if you are we are using an Aurora DB cluster, you need to use an Aurora DB cluster where you have this 3 ACs using. Like AC is a data center in one region. So basically, we have this availability zone 1, 2, and 3. Now what happens is, like anything happens to that one data center, it will automatically make the second one to the right, and the third one will be the read. Or it will scale automatically. You don't worry about it. They're all automatically managed by the AWS. So, and you have this data copies, everything available. So that is one data. Then you need to have the code. Where will you store the code? I told you, if it's a horizontal scaling, you need to scale the application in such a way that your machines will be having, you will be having around 100 machines at a time. And you need to update the code. How do you update the code here? So you need to use a CI/CD mechanism. CI/CD is like continuous integration and continuous development or deployment. So development or deployment, it's up to you. So CI/CD method is what we need. So how do you keep your plugins updated? How do you keep your themes updated? How do you keep your code updated, core code, WordPress core code updated, and the configuration files? So we consider these 4 into 4 different Git repositories. So we'll talk about the architecture later. So these are the 3 elements we need to have consideration. There is a 4th element also, which is caching. That will talk later. Yeah. So AWS recommends this kind of a scaling system for the for your auto scaling infrastructure. Now this infrastructure, it will be little bit, if you are not familiar with AWS, this will turn too much technical for you. But let me very briefly talk to you. We have this CloudFront CDN available here. Okay, we have the one, you just follow the numbers. One, Amazon CloudFront, which is the CDN, which fetches the data from the S3 bucket, which is the 2. And there is an internet gateway. Internet gateway is nothing but the communication between the internet and this one, and the internal networks. So they have this application load balancer. We have this NAT gateway, which is to, because if this is for security reasons, we keep this entire code or EC2 inside a private subnet. Now this is not available for public, so no one can get inside through the load balancer. We have this WAF and all available, but there are situations where we need to talk to, this plugin gets updated automatically, right? So these needs to talk to the internet. So if you want to talk to the internet, then you need to use the NAT gateway in between. So that is the reason why we have this NAT gateway. Then there is a WordPress instance, which is the auto scaling thing. So here, then you have this Elastic Cache, which is the Redis or caching layer. Again, the read replica, which I talked about, the database, EFS mount point, and the EFS. So these are the 1 to 9. You just follow that, you will understand. You will get these slides easily available in my LinkedIn or organizations I will share. So this is one architecture which is normally followed. But the problem here, so then the problem here what the EFS is a shared file system. Now what happens is, like, AWS is, you have to use AWS for your, as per the requirement. So here what happens is, like, we have to use the, when you are using the EFS, there is a bandwidth available. Now bandwidth issues, like, the entire data has to be transferred from 1, 2, and 3. Different data transfer is there. So in our particular use case, which when we designed this, we had around 80 terabyte of data transfer. So there was a situation where we had to eliminate the $800 of billing, and we had to redesign the architecture in such a way that instead of uploading the code in the EFS file, we completely pushed to the EBS. Now EBS is the normal, instead of the, it's a single, it's kind of like, your own hard disk of your laptop. So here in the EBS, the problem there is, when you are designing this EBS, you get this, so what happens here is, in the EBS, you need to update the code. It's not that easy. Because, like, in every system, you need to keep the system, log in, get it updated, everything has to be manual here. So that is the reason why we have the CI/CD system here. Now you need to make sure, like, the initial 3 key components of the scalability, we take care of this here. Now what happens is, like, one is the JIT, where we keep the themes repo, plugins repo, core repo, and the configuration repo separately. And we have the initial EBS volumes. EFS we are using only for uploading the files, which is act as a temporary storage there. And as I mentioned, like, we have a caching layer. Now every time a caching layer has to be updated, you need to clear the caching at the AWS. Each of the EC2 machines is cached. It's not just the Redis cache we are using, we are also using the page cache. So this caching has to be removed on each of this machine. So here what we do is, like, we have a trigger announced over there, which will automatically, whenever there is a new update to the website, or a post or a page, it will automatically clear the caching. So the entire, it will crawl the entire EC2 machine and clear the entire caching. So this was the CI/CD, WordPress CI/CD, which we implemented in the AWS infra. I mean, this is more of a CI/CD, but then if you can just use this. It's a code deploy we are using. And yeah, so the clearing cache, which I earlier mentioned, we have got different cache plugins. Whatever be the caching plugins available, we use the WP CLI to clear the cache. So we have this run command, which is running in the backend, which uses the, here we use the different, I mean, depending on your cache clearing module, we will be able to run the WP CLI clearing command. So yeah. So that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Abhilash, for giving that power-packed session. So lot of knowledge in 15 minutes. Only you can do it. Okay, all right. I invite Heidi to give a token of love from our side. Yes. Come on a little bit louder, please. Yeah.
Thanks again.
All right, moving on to the next session, which is about unmasking cross-site attacks in WordPress, understanding and preventing security threats. And the speaker is Ishiga Bansal. 2 words about her. As a seasoned WordPress developer at Mini Orange, okay, that also we saw the stall outside, right? She has spent 2+ years helping businesses and organizations protect their WordPress sites from growing threats and cyber attacks. So she's a security kind of person, and hopefully she'll have us engaged today. Over to you, Shiga. Ready? Yes, please.
Namaskaram. Hello, good afternoon to all of you. I hope you all are having a great time. So make some noise if you are having a great time at the conference. So first of all, please give a big round of applause for the organizers and the volunteers of WordCamp Kerala 2024 for organizing a fantastic event. I know that you all had a great lunch, especially the non-veg menu, and you might be getting the post-lunch nap. But I want you to be interactive through this session because it is very important to be attentive in this session if you are a WordPress developer, if you are a WordPress site administrator, or even you are just a normal internet user. So this session will be very helpful to you. So I hope you enjoy this session. So I'm really excited to dive into today's session, which is about unmasking XSS attacks in WordPress, understanding and preventing security threats. Cross-site scripting, which is popularly known as XSS, is one of those sneaky vulnerabilities which, if left unchecked, it can cause havoc on your site. Today, in this session, we are not just talking about what XSS is, but we are also discussing the impact it has on WordPress, from stealing user data to hijacking their sessions, and more importantly, how we can prevent that. So, if you ever wondered how these vulnerabilities slip in undetected, or how attackers take their advantage, then you are in the right place. By the end of the session, you'll have clear, actionable items and strategies to protect your WordPress site. So, a quick introduction about me. I am Ishika Bansal. I am passionate about cybersecurity, especially in the context of WordPress. From the last 2 years, I have been working at Mini Orange, and where my focus was on developing plugins and security solutions for WordPress. So what brings me here? Something that brings me here is like the challenges related to security which I faced, and the learnings through which we overcame those challenges. So I will be sharing those with you. So you might be wondering now, what is actually an XSS attack? So let's take an example. Suppose you work at ABC company, and ABC company hands you a folder of their work. And you start doing the work because you assume it is from ABC company. But what happened? If ABC left their work folders open, where any user can insert any page into that. So a bad actor can easily insert a wrong instruction page into that. And since the ABC company doesn't check any of the inserted pages, it comes to you and you start working on it. Now you might be thinking that it is a very simplistic way, right? Because we are humans and we can gauge good from bad. But do you think our browser can? Can our browser similarly act like us? No. It does not happen. Our browser doesn't act similarly like us. It just assumes the set of instruction is from your site and it executes it. And it just follows the letter to the instruction and it executes that. And it can be used to exploit your situation. Okay, so now the next question is, like, what is the impact of an XSS attack? Like, how severe an XSS attack can be, and who are the victims of the XSS attack? So attackers mostly target your website visitors, and more specifically I would say the attackers target the users' information who visit on your site. Now how can they exploit this situation? Let's see. So, do you know, if an XSS attack is successful, then depending upon the script, the attacker will be able to access all of the user's data, which is there on the browser and is accessible to your site. And any guesses like what kind of data it can be? It can consist of all your private data, like user login information, their session, their cookies, and in worst cases, there might be any very private information like credit card data and anything. And do you imagine like what will happen if those details get landed in the hand of an attacker? You can assume on your own like what extent they can go if they have those details. They can also take over the user's account completely, and they can impersonate that user on your site. And you will assume that, no, this is my user, and you will keep those activities as normal, right? Users can also be redirected to another site and can fall victim of phishing attacks. And attacker can also change how the web page looks on the browser. Suppose like you go submit a form and you see that your website is hacked. How will you feel? You will blame the website, right? So users can get into serious legal implications as well. Okay, so having said about like the impact of this vulnerability, now like you might be wondering that how is this vulnerability introduced on your site? Like what paves the way for this vulnerability? And you will be astounded to hear that your favorite plugins having millions of active installations have sometimes fallen prey to XSS attacks. So, plugins and themes that do not follow the security standards of WordPress, they become vulnerable to XSS vulnerabilities. Now, second thing, suppose it is your site and you have added some code to it. And your code consists of receiving a data from user. Like you give the user the privilege to enter some information. And you are storing that information in your database. So, this unvalidated data can also pave a way for an XSS attack. Okay, so let's understand how this attack is executed step by step. So, first of all, the attacker identifies a vulnerable web page. Now, what is a vulnerable web page? A vulnerable web page is the one which takes an input from the user but doesn't validate it. So, the attackers just go by hit and trial mechanism and try to submit a script into an input field. So, they do hit and trial, and if like you have not added the validations, then their script gets injected successfully into the database of the site. Now, what happens is a user goes to your site and accesses a web page. So, what happens is on that web page, the data is fetched from the DB and displayed. Your browser doesn't know what to execute and what not. So it executes the saved script which was injected by the attacker. And it gets executed on the victim's browser. I have added like a simple form. For example, like you have a WordPress blog and you want users to add some comments on your articles. And you want to display the list of those comments on the site. So you might have used a third-party plugin for that. And the third-party plugin manages all your comments which you get on that article. So this is like a simple form which allows user to submit comment on an article. So user goes ahead and submits the article. So it is so good so far, right? But when things go wrong when a not so nice person tries to execute a script in that comment. Sorry for the interruption. Yeah, so an attacker tries to inject this script into the comment section, which, if you can see it, it contains the user session cookie information. And since we saw on the last page that this input section was not validated, the user when submits this comment, its comment got submitted because there was no validation and the form got submitted. And now this script exists on your site database. Let's see. So this is the comment ID and you can see it says nice article, and then in script tag it gives the information of the session cookie to the attacker's site. This payload is saved in your database. Now, whenever a user visits your site and you display the list of comments on that article, so all the saved comments are called and they are displayed one by one. And when this comment is displayed, the script gets executed and your session cookie information gets sent to the attacker's site. Okay. So, like we have talked about all the steps to implement an XSS attack, how attackers approach this situation. Now, having said all this, now the question is like, how can we prevent these XSS attacks? Is there a way that we can secure our WordPress site so that we do never fall a prey to that? So, yes, there are various steps which we can follow to secure our sites. So, any WordPress developers out there? Please raise your hands if there are any WordPress developers out there. So, have you followed any security mechanisms? Please raise hand if you have followed any security mechanisms. That's great. That's great. So, what should a WordPress developer do to enhance the security of their site? First of all, they should sanitize all the data, all the input which you are receiving from a user or any kind of form. You should always sanitize that data. Okay, being said about the sanitization, the second step is to validate the data. Now, what is validating the data? Suppose you are taking the input of email and I enter a text field. So, you should not accept that user input. Validating means the input field, it must be exactly same which you expect. And you ask the user to resubmit the form in case the validation fails. Next step is escaping any kind of output. Any kind of data which you are displaying on your site, you are displaying from your database, it should always be escaped. So, there are several functions that WordPress provides us by default through which we can sanitize our data. I have listed some of them here. First one is the absent function. You can use this function to sanitize the positive integers. And the second one, if you are a WordPress developer and you have already implemented security practices, then you might have heard about sanitized text field function. Is that so? Please raise a hand if you have heard about sanitized text field function. So, for any text field input which you are receiving, you should always use this function to sanitize your data. Third one is the sanitize email function. You should always use this function if you are receiving input in which an email needs to be entered. So make this your mantra. Sanitize early, escape late, always validate. There are some escaping functions as well which we can use. These are escape attribute, which we can use to escape the data which we are displaying in an HTML attribute. Second one is the escape HTML function. You can use this inside an HTML tag. And you can use this function to escape the data. Third one is the escape URL. So this function tries to fix and clean URL. So on your site, the next time you are printing a URL, you should always use the function escape URL to display your data. And likewise, there are a lot of functions which can be used. Okay, so any WordPress site administrator out there who manage the WordPress site on their own completely? Okay, so nobody is there. Still, we'll listen like what should be done to protect your WordPress site if you are a WordPress site admin. So outdated plugins and themes can be a major reason which can introduce XSS vulnerabilities on your site. And bugs in the software can always leave you open for the security risk. So it's always good to keep your WordPress core, plugins and themes up to date. Now the second thing is like, most of us don't just look about a plugin background and install it and see like how it works. So we should not do that. We should not install any untrusted sourced plugins, because these are not supported by any vendors, and there are very high chances that they does not contain the validations which we discussed in our last slide. Okay, so having done all of these, there are some additional practices that you can follow. So you should always scan your site through WP Scan. You can scan your complete site through this tool, and it will list all the vulnerabilities on the site and you can fix them. If you are installing a new plugin or you are just updating an existing plugin, then you can use the plugin check plugin to check if the plugin contains any vulnerabilities. Also, it is also safe to keep WordFence installed with us, because it always lists any kind of critical issues which are there on the site. Lastly, like if you have added any custom code to your site and you are in the process of changing it, then you should always review the changes thoroughly and test it. Now, what can we do as a normal website users? I'm not a website admin, I'm not a developer. What should I do to enhance security so that I don't fall a victim to any of those attacks? So a very simple thing which we can do is to disable JavaScript in our browser. And for Mozilla Firefox, we can use the no script extension, which does not execute the scripts. And there are a variety of extensions available for various browsers which we can use. And these restricts your website from executing any kind of malicious code. All right, so this was my time today. And let me know if you have any questions.
Any questions? Okay, all right.
Also, you can find me at Mini Orange booth. You can come and discuss with me if you have any questions related or you want a quick discussion. Thank you very much.
May I? One question. The question is, you have talked about the sanitization of text field, emails, URLs.
Yeah.
What about the images? Because there are chances, there are forms which allows the author images that can use the PNG and SVG images which are more vulnerable to the websites also. So for that, what your suggestions are?
So it depends like how you are displaying those images. If you are...
The images are hosted on your server, okay?
Okay.
So the images will, if they contain the vulnerable scripts, they will be hosted on your server.
Yeah, yeah.
How you will validate that there are no vulnerability inside it?
In that case, you can implement some restrictions to uploading of those images. Okay. And you can validate things before uploading those images on your hosted site.
What you will validate?
Sorry?
What you will validate? You will validate the size, you will validate the extension, but what about the content? How you will validate the content? You can't validate the content using the escape HTML.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it will be required to render the image. So in such cases, what we should do?
No, if you are picking the image from a source, then you can just validate that source.
That is one, I understand you are talking, but normally those developers, what do? We Google, we use the free images. We are using the free images and those code reach to the servers.
Yeah.
Suppose you have used some third-party AI tools or which you don't know the source validator. It has injected some script in your image which you upload that will reach to your server. So in that case, what are the solutions or plugins as a developer community? I'm not trying to just giving a suggestion here.
For those things, how we can validate those images? Because it's very difficult to track those type of vulnerability on the sites.
Yeah, I can completely understand that. But the most secure practice that which we can follow is to not to download any kind of image from an untrusted source. And like there are not any kind of functions available in WordPress.
That is to self-aware.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. It was a great time here.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Ishika. Just a minute on the stage, because you do deserve a token of love from our side. Can I have Shweta, please? Thank you so much for your time and effort coming all the way here and giving such a beautiful talk. Thank you. Guys, please, once more. I'll hold the mic. Can I get the mics? Yes. All right, thank you. Yes. Need a tea break? Do you need a tea break? Oh, tea break nu parnilla appathinu neat. Anyways, but before that, we'll take a group picture together. So our volunteers will be leading us to the lawn. There is a beautiful lawn. I told you, right? How many of you did go there and take a picture? Okay, nice, great. So you guys can go there. We'll take a group picture and then we'll have tea. Okay? Okay. Yes, Fairuz will lead you to the lawn, please. Everyone follow Fairuz to the lawn. Lawn.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to. Can you provide it? 10. That means 5 more. Okay. That's right. So yeah. Right now, what is 4. 4.
Sages. Ready to transform your AWS experience? Explore more at supportsages.com. Reach out via email at sales@supportsages.com or give us a call at 773-638-1410 to secure your review today. Support Sages, your launch pad to optimized AWS excellence.
Platform that helps you automate workflows no matter your role or business. Whether you're an enterprise looking to manage workflows across all your teams from a single platform, or an SMB looking to scale quickly and save resources using automation, or a freelancer looking to implement automation solutions for your clients, Zoho Flow empowers you to build custom workflows and automate mission-critical processes, saving time and resources every day. Getting started is as simple as dragging and dropping the required triggers, actions, and Zoho Flow's logic elements to customize your workflow however you want. Invite all your teams across the organization to Zoho Flow, so each team can build the kind of workflows they need to automate key processes. Apart from building specific workflows for each team, you can also connect different teams like sales and support, HR and finance, or sales and marketing, ensuring that critical information doesn't remain in silos and the organization functions as one well-oiled machine. So try Zoho Flow today. It only takes minutes to build your first workflow, even less if you choose from over 1,000 pre-built templates covering the most common apps, which means anyone from any team can leverage the power of automation and unlock a new level of productivity.
Struggling to scale your WordPress performance? We have got you covered. With Rocon's hosting powered by Kubernetes, your WordPress site scales seamlessly, better than traditional hosts. Our separate managed database servers ensure optimized performance, so your site never goes down on your best days of business. If your cheap hosting site gets hacked, you're in trouble. Rocon makes your site secure behind Google integrated DDoS protection and firewall. And if you're ever hacked, we'll fix it for free. That's more time and money saved. Try Rocon risk-free for 30 days with free migration and a money-back guarantee.
Got WordPress? Now what? You have questions. We got you. You need Jetpack. Jetpack makes your site faster. Lightning fast. Create better content with AI. Jetpack expands your audience. Publish on your site, share it everywhere. Promote your content across millions of sites. Watch your stats grow. Downtime? Not for long. Everything is backed up in real time. Jetpack protects your site. Your business stays online 24/7. Trusted by sites big and small. 27 million sites and counting. 8 individual plugins, one powerful family of products. The fastest, safest, most popular. The best WordPress sites have Jetpack. Get started at jetpack.com.
Hello guys, where are your friends? I can see 3 dark t-shirts. Where is the 4th dark t-shirt? There was a 4 dark t-shirts, right? Last time? Yeah, okay. Just call your friends. Our speakers are waiting. We have 3 lightning talks and 1 panel discussion left. We have to wrap it up. Speakers are waiting. Call your friends in. I request all the volunteers to guide our audience back into the main hall.
Review today. Support Sages, your launch pad to optimize AWS excellence.
Guys, speakers are waiting for you.
Platform that helps you automate workflows no matter your role or business. Whether you're an enterprise looking to manage workflows across all your teams from a single platform, or an SMB looking to scale quickly and save resources using automation, or a freelancer looking to implement automation solutions for your clients, Zoho Flow empowers you to build custom workflows and automate mission-critical processes, saving time and resources every day. Getting started is as simple as dragging and dropping the required triggers, actions, and Zoho Flow's logic elements to customize your workflow however you want. Invite all your teams across the organization to Zoho Flow, so each team can build the kind of workflows they need to automate key processes. Apart from building specific workflows for each team, you can also connect different teams like sales and support, HR and finance, or sales and marketing, ensuring that critical information doesn't remain in silos and the organization functions as one well-oiled machine. So try Zoho Flow today. It only takes minutes to build your first workflow, even less if you choose from over 1,000 pre-built templates covering the most common apps, which means anyone from any team can leverage the power of automation and unlock a new level of productivity.
Okay. Hello all. Had the snacks? Which snack did you like? Neither. Okay, I liked samosa, but it was a bit oily. Next time we'll see. Okay. Now let's move on to our next lightning talk. It's a very, very important topic. It's about remaining healthy while working remotely. I met a lot of people here who were doing work from home, you know. So there are a lot of people working remotely, and we have a speaker, Ajay Kumar Jain, who is going to talk about remaining healthy while working remotely. So 2 lines about him. Ajay works as a happiness engineer at Automatic and has been at it since July 2018. He specializes in migrating websites and security and provides support remotely for Automatic products. And before joining Automatic, he has worked with Directly Software, and he built his first WordPress site in 2008. Okay, interesting. And he has worked on more than 40 WordPress projects overall. Wow, impressive. And he was also responsible for creating the first online store in Eastern India and make it break even within 18 months of launch. And in his leisure time, he enjoys exploring places. I hope you liked Kozhikode and loved the food. And yeah, quite often throw a book and likes to click as many beautiful things from nature. I hope you had a great time here. Over to you.
Thank you. Hello to all lovely peoples of Kerala. I started working remotely around 8 years back, and after pandemic, I realized many of us are struggling with health. When we talk about health, the first question is, what is health? Anyone? What comes to your mind when someone says you should be healthy? Physical fitness. Anything else apart from physical fitness? Okay, mental health. What else? Just to? Okay, we'll explore. What else is there? As per WHO, 3 elements consist: health, physical well-being, mental well-being, and social well-being. Now, that constitution of WHO was adopted long time back. Probably it was valid at that point in time, but I beg to differ in our current scenario. And we will explore why. What is holistic health? Holistic health is taking care of being able to carry out our work without feeling fatigue, without feeling undue pressure or stress. Physical well-being, there are different ways to be physically healthy. Move your body. You can do gym, yoga, stretch, run or walk. When I say move your body and someone comes to me and say, hey, I don't have time. I can't go out and I can't take a run for 5 minutes or 30 minutes, or I can't do a 10-kilometer walk. What can I do? My answer to them is take a break every 20 minutes, do some stretching, do some moving. If nothing else, play some music and do some dance for 2 minutes. That will move your body enough. Next point is mind what you eat. If you say what I'm eating is perfectly fine, but I'm not getting result as I should, consult a nutritionist. Go for regular health checkups. These things will help you take care of your physical health. Another point when it comes to physical health is invest in appropriate hardware. And when I say hardware, it's like height adjustable desk. If you're sitting all day on your chair, your back pain, your belly fat, and whatnot. Get a standing chair if you are standing desk, sorry, not chair, standing desk. So if you are having a meeting, raise up your desk and have it while you're standing. I have few colleagues who have purchased treadmill and steppers. They raise their desk, do the stepping when they are having a meeting or when they are reading something. So you don't need to go out of your home to take a run or to walk. You can do that at your home. Keyboard, mouse, ergonomics. Invest in some good keyboard and mouse, otherwise I have faced what is called RSI or something. I'm forgetting the term for your CPT or RSI for your pain in nerves. So definitely you should invest in good hardware. Another thing that I learned after I joined Automatic, I'm working since like 20 years, 28 years, my career overall. And I have always known one keyboard format, that was QWERTY. After I joined Automatic around 6 years back, I came to know few more keyboard layouts, and I'll recommend switching to one of those. What these layouts does, your hand or fingers will travel less, and you will probably type more faster. Second point is mental well-being. While moving your body and eating well helps you care for your physical health, both are equally essential for your mental well-being. Additionally, there are a few more elements that help you take care of your mental health. I put some questions for you. If someone wants to come forward and answer any of those, you are welcome. If not, you can answer these questions in your own time and see how you are doing in your mental well-being. How many hours do you sleep? And when I say sleep, I mean deep sleep. How do you disconnect from work? And how do you connect from work? Here, I would like to share an example. If you are connected with your work 24/7, you are not taking care of your mental health. So it's good that every day you disconnect from your work and next day you connect with your work again. Digital detoxification. Our life is completely full of digital things now, especially with WhatsApp, Facebook, X, and all these apps and mobile connectivity everywhere. Most of the time we are on our mobile devices. Someone uploaded a reel, okay, let me watch it, and then Facebook, Meta, or Insta, whatever you are watching, will suggest 10 more reels, and you will spend like an hour or two on those reels, and you don't know when you have spent your day. So practice some digital detoxification if you can. How much time do you spend with your family, friends, socially? You can always disconnect from your work. You can always disconnect from your digital connections and connect offline with your friends, your families, etc. Do you express enough gratitude? Expressing gratitude is one important part of your mental well-being. I won't define to whom you should express gratitude. It's up to you. I'll share one example. That's my own example. When I have my food, I express a gratitude to everyone who made that food possible for me. Be it the farmer who made the produce, be it the shopkeeper who sold the raw ingredients to me, be it my partner who made the food for me. Everyone involved, whosoever has made that food possible for me, I express gratitude to them. So it doesn't matter how or to whom you are expressing your gratitude, but expressing it is the main part, main ingredient. Do you celebrate small wins? So you are a developer, a customer requested a new feature, and you are working on it for, let's say, last 3 weeks. You are stuck in a code. Suddenly you realize, oh, I can solve it this way, and this is solved and done. Do you celebrate it? If not, then do celebrate it. Small achievements, small wins, it will add up to a pile, and that will help you take care of your mental well-being. Now, this is the thing where I differ from WHO definition. WHO says socially well-being. I say emotionally well-being. If you are not well emotionally, you can't connect with people socially, and that in turn impact ultimately your physical health as well. So mental well-being leads to your emotional well-being, leads to your mental well-being, and that leads to your physical well-being. That completes the whole cycle of holistic health. And that's why it's important to take care of emotional well-being, even if you have taken care of your mental and physical health. Question is how? How to take care of emotional well-being? The first and foremost point is practice empathy. When I say practice empathy, say you are selling a product, a customer comes to you, hey, I didn't like this product, this is not working, give me a refund. And you're like, man, you have purchased it a month ago, I can't refund you. My refund timeline is 7 days, 14 days, I can't refund it to you. That's where you can do some empathy. What you are doing currently is you are creating a friction. Customer is asking for a refund, you are saying, no, I won't refund. If you practice some empathy, why? Why the customer is asking for refund? What is not working? What can I do to help them? The friction will go away, and you will work in tandem with your customer and ultimately resolve the issue for them. One important point here is be the viewer, not the judge. Why I say this, if you start judging the person from their behavior and then practice empathy, the results will not be as good as if you are the viewer, okay, this person is doing this, why? Let me explore. And in that way, the results will be completely different. Have a support network of friends and family. When things go wrong, you need someone, and that's when this network of supporters, be it your friends, be it your family, comes to help. Practice relaxation techniques, breathing, music, meditation, whatever works for you. There is no one single thing that will work for everyone. So whatever works for you, do try some relaxation techniques. Set priorities and learn to say no. So you're a team member, developer team member, your lead says, hey, do this. Another person comes in, hey, do this. You will say, yes, I'll do this, I'll do this, I'll do this. Your list will get piling up, and you may not be able to finish them all, which will lead to some, which may probably lead to some confrontation with people who have assigned you the roles, assigned you the tasks. So learn to say no, or learn to set your priorities. I can do this work, I can do this work, I can do this work. Out of these three, this is my priority number one, this is my priority number two, this is not my priority, so I can chuck it in favor of another task. Identify and accept your feelings. This is the probably most important part of your emotional well-being. Someone comes and shouts at me. Maybe I'm the service provider, I can't shout back at them, but I'll feel angry or I'll feel anxious, hey, this person shouted at me. I wanted to punch their face, but I can't. But this is my fault. I could have done this thing, and that's why avoided. That's how I could have avoided it. Those emotions of anger, of depression, or of whatever, if you don't accept those and if you don't deal with those will get piled up and those will impact you again mentally, and that mental health will lead to a deterioration in your physical health. So identify and accept your feelings. I'm angry today. I'm nervous today. I wanted to smash someone's face. And then seek help. Go to a friend, go to a mentor if you have one, go to some family member. Hey, this is my feeling today. Even if they don't give you any advice, if they don't suggest you any remedy, just by expressing yourself and accepting that how you are feeling that day will help you with that particular emotion. That will avoid the piling up of all those emotions and ultimately lead you to a smoother well-being. That's all. These are my get in touch details. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask.
Thank you so much. It was like a very different session. Like, we don't usually think about these stuffs generally. So thank you for talking about those stuffs. And we'd love to give a memento for Ajay. Yeah, Aravind, please.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah, sure.
Maybe all of us or most of us are aware of what I just told right now. But in our day-to-day work, in our day-to-day life, we forget about these things, that we have to take care of these things. So it's very important that we take care of these emotions, these mental well-beings, and everything that can lead us to a path of being holistically well.
Yeah, right. And I also believe like coming on to such events, connecting with people and seeing, okay, you are also suffering, great. Finding people of our wavelength. Such word camps and meetups help in. So, yeah, this is the right place to talk about these stuffs. Please, Aravind.
Thank you.
A round of applause, guys. All right, thank you. Okay, moving on to the next lightning talk. This guy has come in wearing a lightning color jubba. No, he is nodding his head. Don't do that. But last year, he was there. His name is Ashutosh Gaur, and he is going to speak about mastering the art of content creation from words to wins. Now, I'm not done yet, Ashutosh. 2 more lines about you. Ashutosh has been immersed in the startup world since the age of 22. It's said like he has founded 2 IT firms and also an online radio portal. Currently serving as the AVP of Business and Marketing at WPoets Technology, he also runs his own radio platform, Riddleman FM. For Ashutosh, creating content and music in his way to unwind, and he lives by the mantra that ideas are everywhere, you just need to grab one and start building. Interesting. So this mindset has enabled him to guide numerous startups in creating effective go-to-market strategies. A natural talker. Let's see if he's a natural talker, and you look lovely in this traditional outfit. Over to you, Ashutosh. Ready? Okay.
My introduction was more about my dress and less about myself. So I feel that you are liking my dress, and I hope all day long you guys have been seeing me in this kurta and mundu which I purchased yesterday. Because I had this, there's a story behind it. Where is Bigul? Bigul is not here, he ran away at the right time. Last Bangalore, Bigul asked me, are you wanting to talk in WordCamp Kerala? I'm like, I'll do that in a mundu. So then he, I don't know why he messaged me on Facebook Messenger. I mean, WhatsApp, nothing else, not Instagram, but Facebook Messenger. And he told me that you have to wear a mundu. So I realized that, okay, fine, I am. I'm just happy I did not fall there. Otherwise, it would have been the most viral video on WordPress TV. And let's hope this does not open up, because I've been holding it for a long time. And otherwise, it's going to be the second most viral video on WordPress TV. Okay. So we are going to talk about mastering content creation from words to win. How words can win. I'm just going to check my clicker. He said point it and then, okay, that's working. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know. This pic was taken how long back? Achha, this was WordCamp Asia. Okay, so she's talked a lot about my clothes and me. So thank you so much. And I've been a part of the talking world for a long time. I've been a vocalist. I've been a radio jockey. I am now the AVP of Business Development and Marketing. So, mota I'm supposed to get business in the company. That's what it is. And my company's name is W Poets. So yeah, anywhere you see orange, that's our company's. We are going to be the mascot of the company. So that's how it is. Okay, so to begin with, I'm going to just ask you guys, how many of you here understand English? Just raise your hand. And how many understand Hindi? And how many of you understand Malayalam? And how many of you do not understand any of the three languages? Okay, so I'm not going to talk in Malayalam, I'm not going to talk in Hindi, I'm going to talk in English, okay? So cool. We'll get started. Cool, so what is content creation? So Google says that content creation involves creating, distributing valuable, relevant, consistent content to attract and engage target audience. I'm dead sure half of you will not even go and read this. I say it in a much more simpler language. I say that it's about making good food with right ingredients, and along with that, attracting people with the fragrance of making it and then wanting it. Simple, right? So I'm going to connect everything with food over here. Everybody's full, man. I mean, I can see people yawning at the back. You guys can hear me, right? Chalo, theek hai. Some of you are awake. Cool. Okay. So content creation is all about making good food. It's like making good food. You need the right ingredients. You need to simmer it at the right moment. The fragrance in itself is going to call the people. That's what content creation is all about. So we're going to connect content with food. Okay? Cool. So what is the importance of this whole content creation, which is going on nowadays a lot? Influencers, reels, tweets, videos, podcasts and whatnot. Earlier it was blogs, now it's something else. So just like good food needs the right ingredient and right timing, content creation needs the same. Okay? So you need the right ingredient. We're going to talk about the ingredients and we're going to talk about the timings and the ways you can create good content. Okay? And in the end, I'm going to involve every one of you. So you better start waking up because that's what's going to happen. So what are the types of content that are running in the world nowadays? It's blogs, videos, podcasts, and of course social media. I mean the short video content or the images. Okay? It's very straightforward. Who is the content for? So this is the next question that you have to ask yourself. How many of you are vegetarians out here? Oh crap, okay. How many of you are non-vegetarians out here? So you tell me what food am I going to prepare if I have to get into the kitchen? No, I didn't ask the dish. I asked what type of food. Quite hungry you are, huh? What type of food am I going to create? Is it going to be veg or non-veg? Yeah, I'm not going to let you go. I will come down there and ask you guys questions. What am I going to create? Non-veg, okay. So what did I do? I tried to understand my audience. What is it that it's going to, attract the users in my kitchen? Heads up, I'm a vegetarian, so that's okay. So cool. There was just this one person who said vegetarian, I'm the other one, so bad luck. But okay, cool. So we understood that the audience is there. Now, a few years back, this is one image that I really love. This explains everything that I'm trying to say. You do know about the Big Whopper, right? It's a burger, which is mostly known for non-vegetarians, okay? Now they started noticing that people are craving this Big Whopper who are not non-vegetarians, I mean the vegetarians. So what they did was they came out with an ad saying, try it, don't taste the difference. They say don't taste the difference. People say taste the difference from our competitors. They're saying don't taste the difference. This was a proper meat that was created out of plant. And that is what they wanted to say, that we have created something that is going to taste just like the meat. The texture is going to be like meat and you won't even notice the difference. So what I'm trying to say is, I wanted to connect everything with food. So I'm going to bring up, I brought up this picture to explain it to you that this is what it means. You don't taste the difference. You get the people to read the line twice. And that's the reason why I'm still on this slide. Otherwise, I would have skipped. You've got to get the audience's attention, but at the same time, you need to know who your audience is. Non-vegetarians are still going to go and purchase the big Whopper. But vegetarians are going to come up and say, why are they saying don't taste the difference? It'll raise a question. And that is when they're going to go to the center and ask them, what is this don't taste the difference? And that is when they're explaining it, that this is a plant-based meat that we're getting. Again, you need to identify your style, okay? You're not Rajma Chawal. Not everybody is going to like you forever, okay? So what you have to do is, you need to identify your style. If I ask you, what is the type of content you write? You're going to give me 100 categories that this is what I write about tech, I write about movies, I write about, something else, I write about celebrities. But what is the style in which you write your content? Is it quirky? Is it serious? Is it sad? Is it, clickbaity? Is it, something associated to people, reading it and then getting bored out of it? Or are they hooked onto your content? So you got to figure out your style and stick to that style. Trust me when I say that every content can be created in the style that you have. That's what matters. You've got to pick up your style, hold on to that style, and create the content in that style. And it's really simple. In case, in the end, of course, you've been seeing my Instagram handle, you go onto my handle, my style of writing is quirky. If I start my talk by talking about somebody who's been talking about my dress, then obviously I'm quirky. So I like quirky content, and that's what I will always write about. If I have a serious thing that's going on in the world, I will add a quirk, but at the same time, make the people understand what am I talking about. So pick up your style. You need to know your style. Read all the content that you've been writing for a long time. And when you start writing the content now, that is when you stuck to the style very easily. As in when you start moving along, you start modifying your style, and that's not right. Stick to that style. And you read all the things, and then you'll get to know what exactly is it that, you're going to be writing in. Okay, next comes, engage. This is not literal engagement. I'm not asking you to put a ring on anybody. I mean, engage with the audience. So what happens is, you've been noticing trends coming up on social media. You've been noticing people, following the same trend, doing the same thing. If it's an ALS challenge, people are putting, ice water bucket on top of them and whatnot. And if you notice, quite a lot of mosquitoes. So if you notice, on Instagram, or actually on Twitter or X, as we now know, brands come up with these trends. So there was a very funny thing that happened that there was this guy who was delivering food on a horse, and he had a Swiggy bag behind it. You all know what Swiggy is, right? I've got to start listening to you guys. You are very attentive, I'm telling you. I'm talking about the people at the back. You know what Swiggy is, right? Yeah, okay. So what Swiggy did was, Swiggy announced that we're giving out 25,000 rupees worth of Swiggy benefits to people who find us this horse, or the person who is riding this horse. So the people went crazy as to what city it is in and everything. Now what happened was, brands started associating with them. So, Mumbai police came into the picture. They said, we are great at finding people, allow us to find it. What does Mumbai police has to do with this horse? They're still connecting with the clients, and they're saying, actually they're still connecting with the users and telling them that we are good at finding this horse. So that's what I'm saying. When you pick up a trend, find that style that I mentioned about in the previous slide, and connect your audience with that style. And that's what's going to help you, gain that traction. It's going to take time, of course, but sooner or later, people will start realizing, this is how this person writes. Pick up any influencer that you guys are following. You follow them because they have a style, and you like that style. The moment the content creator stops creating that content in that style, you'd either just not want to watch their content, or just unfollow them. That's what it's all about. Don't go overboard. That's the next thing. While you're engaging, don't get too, into the whole zone and, get to the point that you say something that hurts the sentiment of the people. Because it's like a Band-Aid. You can add all the masala that you like, again, connecting it with food. You can add all the masala that you like. But in the end, what happens is that if the food is bad based on that masala, some people might not like it, and they will never return. So connect with your audience in a very subtle manner, stick to your style, and as I said, connect to the trend that you are watching over the internet. Okay, next comes connect them all. I did not mean connect with the audience over here. You've been writing blogs. You've been maybe posting on social media. You are writing a LinkedIn post associated to that thing. So let's start with a blog. So let's suppose you write, how many minutes? You've got to make it dark, 5 minutes, okay, cool, yeah. Okay, so if you write a blog, you post about it on social media. When you connect that social media with your blog, the audience on the social media might be completely different from what it is coming onto the blog. Maybe SEO is helping you get the audience onto the blog. But what about the people who are on social media? They need to know that there's a blog that's come up. So make a post around that blog. Then comes LinkedIn. You've got to write a serious, maybe a serious post about that blog, because LinkedIn is not about quirky nature unless you are able to, you know, adhere to the things that LinkedIn is giving you. Otherwise, they'll just ban the post. So you connect every social media handle, everything that you're doing, and just interconnect them to make the person eventually reach to the point that you want to, which is the blog or the podcast or the video, whatever you're trying to do. That's what it's all about. Measure and evolve it up. Now, with time, you're going to be using these analytics. You'll be getting to know what are your audiences wanting. What is the demographic? Whether the people are they male who are coming onto your reading your blog or watching your video, whatever it is, or are they more females? So you've got to measure it up. Once you measure it up, you'll understand that, okay, fine, this is the audience that's coming onto my content, and I need to get the different type of audience. So evolve your content. Maybe if you're writing something that only women are liking, you've got to connect with the male audience as well, na? Aisa to you're going to be just, you know, okay, I'm going to be a female content creator, not a male content creator. So you evolve your content based on the other demographic that you want onto your content. And that's how you kind of, you know, get everyone onboarded with the content that you're writing. So measure your content, what's the audience, and evolve, keep evolving, okay? Since I have 5 minutes, I'll just speed it up. Okay, so in the end, I'm going to talk about the 4 Ps. Plan it, produce it, promote it, and perfect it. Going by all my slides, you'll get to understand whatever, you know, I said. You plan your content, get who your audience is. You produce your content, write in your own style. You promote it by connecting all the things that you are, you know, wanting it. And finally, perfect it. I'm going to just say it once and for all. When you write the first blog, it's not going to be your best blog. When you make the first podcast, it's not going to be the best podcast. When you're going to make the first social media post, it's not going to be the best social media post, but you will eventually reach there. So I just want to say that you should be regular and consistent, and if it's possible at all, stay different. Okay, so how much time do I have? 1 minute, 2 minutes? Okay, I have 120 seconds. So let's just do a small activity, and this might just open you guys up a little bit for the next talk and the panel discussion, which is a very important panel discussion. Why don't you just throw a word to me, and we'll try and create a branding tagline for it. Anything that comes onto your mind. Maybe the chair, maybe the cameraman, Anna, whoever it is. Sorry? Biryani. Okay, I'm going to say this in Hindi, कि एक बार खाओगे तो सोते रह जाओगे. Okay? Anything else? Sorry? Sorry? Mundu. Okay. Tough to wear, so much air. Next, anything else? Throw words, come on. Let's have some fun, man. Sorry? Give me something in English or Hindi, yaar. Sorry? Chai. Okay, you're talking about chai. Okay, sabka saathi kabhi nahi sulati. Okay, anything else? Just one last word. Calicut. Oh, okay, great. I'm going to try to rhyme this one because this is the last one. Okay, so it's going to be Uber or Ola nahi milte yahan pe har baar. Ye to hai auto ka sansar. Thank you so much, everyone. So this is my, information. If you want to connect with me, let's talk. Always happy to connect with you guys. and happy to see you smile. And you should just, give the same love to all the other talks that are coming up. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Akshat. Ashutosh, yeah. You just rocked it, as always. Last time also you were great. No change, only getting better.
You're now
At
going to
dressing sense too.
You moved on to my body shaming system now? What? Are you talking about my weight?
No.
Oh, okay.
I was, in the sense of talk and, their
Thanks.
dressing style.
Thank you. All right.
Not body shame. Okay, I'd like to welcome Shilpa to give this guy a token of love from our side.
Thank you.
All right. Now moving on to the last lightning talk, and then we'll have a panel discussion. Okay. Now our next talk is by Join TV, and he's going to talk about ensuring open source compliance for WordPress plugins, a legal guide to licensing and distribution. Okay. Join is a technology lawyer at Legally Tech. His work centers on data protection, open source license management and compliance, where he helps clients navigate the complex legal issues surrounding open source and data privacy. Okay, all right. And he has been killing in the area of managing license obligations and implementing best practices for seamless open source integration. So we are, it's going to be very informative session, hopefully. Joven, all set? Ready? Yes, over to you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. This is one of the last lightning talks. I hope you have some energy left in you to, hear one more lightning talk. So I'm Jovin TV. I'm a technology lawyer. I work at Legally Tech. We are a law firm focusing on data protection and open source compliance. So before we start the session, a disclaimer. All the representation here are all for informational purposes, and nothing should be construed as legal advice. So before we jump right away into it, these are some of the legal issues that must have come up into your mind as a developer or a contributor in the WordPress ecosystem. So one could be, can I use proprietary code or third-party libraries in my WordPress plugin? Are themes or plugins derivative works of WordPress, and do they need to be GPL compliant? If I write a plugin or a theme, do I need to make it available to everyone? So I'm sure by the end of this session, you will have an understanding along with learnings about these following topics. You will be able to answer these following questions and legal issues that must come up in your mind. So I'll be today walking you through the essentials of ensuring open source compliance, particularly in the ecosystem of WordPress and when it comes to plugins and themes. So first, we'll try to understand what is meant by open source compliance in WordPress. So the definition goes by following the terms of an open source license, in this case, a GPL license, to ensure that you can legally use, modify, and distribute the software. So when we talk about compliance, the other side of the coin is non-compliance. So what are the consequences of non-compliance? Non-compliance lead to legal action, and it comes in the form of lawsuits, injunctions, and monetary damages. But there is also reputation damage. There is mandatory release of source code. So when you're combining a GPL licensed and proprietary license code, And if you're releasing it, if you are not meeting the obligations of the particular GPL terms, you will be forced to release the source code. And also you will lose the automatic rights given to you by the license. So these are the consequences of non-complying with the license terms, at least under GPL. Now, let's understand what is GPL stands for General Public License. So it comes with 4 basic freedoms. Anyone who has a software under GPL, it comes with these 4 freedoms. One is to run any program for any purpose. And second, study how the program works. And third, redistribute copies of the software. And fourth, improve the software and redistribute it. Now, when you have been given these freedoms under GPL terms, these can act as obligations on the developer, but also protection for the end user. So for that to understand, we need to look into the definition of what it means by derivative work. So what is a derivative work under GPL? A derivative work is any program that is based on or incorporates GPL licensed code, either by modifying, adapting, or directly linking to it. Now, since plugins and themes comes under this definition, plugins and themes needs to oblige under the GPL terms as well. Now, from a legal perspective, I come and tell you how to stay compliant so that you do not run into consequences that can affect your proprietary business or have a reputation to your product. Now, there are basically, what I have mentioned here is 6 basic steps that you can take that will make you compliant with the GPL license term. Firstly, provide the whole source code available. And second, include the license and copyright notice inside the software package, and also include the whole license text with it. And third, license derivative works under the GPL. And fourth, provide attribution. So whoever are the original authors, when it's coming from downstream, you provide whoever credit the original authors, and that's an obligation under GPL. And also ensure that license compatibility with the code. And when you're passing on the code to a downstream customer, you need to ensure that all these changes or modifications, if in case you're making, that needs to be documented. Now we have touched upon open source compliance with respect to general public license. Now, one of the other legal issue that we face in the WordPress ecosystem is WordPress and trademarks. So in 2010, the CEO, Matt Mullenberg, he split the trademark rights into 2, and the non-commercial purposes was given to the WordPress Foundation. So this WordCamp is a non-commercial purpose, and it's an educational purpose. So for me to use this trademark logo is okay with that. But for a commercial purpose, you need to, the sole discretion is under the automatic private company, and it's for them to sub-license it. But what about normal users like us who are using the software? How do we use WordPress trademark logos and the trademark under that? For that, we have this principle called the right to nominative fair use. Under here, so as long as we do not confuse the customer that we are directly affiliated to WordPress, and we are just referring to the WordPress software, we are in the clear, and we are not violating any trademarks of the WordPress Foundation or the WordPress itself. Now, for an example would be, if I'm writing on my site or on my product page, I built a website with WordPress. So that is okay. So here I am referring to the software. But in a case where if I have a product called WordPress hosting, now this could confuse the user into thinking, oh, is this directly affiliated or associated with the WordPress.org? And that could lead to trademark infringement, and legal action could be taken against you. So to highlight this, a recent incident that had happened was the WordPress versus WP Engine. You must have all read about it. Now, WP Engine has filed a lawsuit against Automatic and its CEO, Matt Mullenweg. In this, what has happened is they have filed a case in the jurisdiction of California court, where they cited that there is abuse of power and there is too much arbitrary power given to the CEO and the private company. Now, what the CEO is demanding is that he wants a license fee because WP Engine is using trademarks like Essential WordPress, Core WordPress, and making it proprietary and making a lot of money, and without giving back to the community. So that's the claim by the CEO. Now, with that, the trial is going on. We'll see what happens, and the outcome is very much, we are all waiting what the court will interpret it as, and which way it will go. Now, another incident that has happened, which is in relation with WordPress and trademarks, is WP Fusion Lite plugin. Here, in this last month, a cease and desist order letter was sent to Automatic, the private company, by the creator of this plugin trademark. He is Jack Arturo. He heads Very Good Plugins LLC. Now, what happened here was, what WordPress.com did is, this particular plugin, they had listed it on WordPress.com without consulting the creator of it. Now, they send a letter in turn suggesting that they remove it because this is violating our trademark policy. And they had to remove it. So these are some of the trademark issues that we have faced recently. Now, the last legal issue that I would like to touch upon is WordPress and data protection. So if your site, if you're a developer or a user, your site might be collecting personal information, or your plugin or theme might be collecting personal information. So always it's either you have to or you should have a privacy policy to conform to the privacy law regulations around the world, depending on which jurisdiction you belong to. For example, if you are in the US, CCPA would, the California Consumer Privacy Act would apply to you. And for Europe, you need to be compliant with the European Union's GDPR, that is General Data Regulation, Data Protection Regulation. And India has also come up with its own data protection regulation, that is DPDPA Act. And its rules are soon to come out. And once it's out, all the entities and stakeholders will have to comply with it. Now, you might think, what harm could it cause? I'm just a small developer, or I'm just an individual contributor here. So if you are violative of these terms, and then under the GDPR, the fines can go up to as high as 20 million euros, and or 4% of the global turnover of the business. And in India's specific privacy policy, the fines can go up to rupees 50 crores. So it's always better to have a privacy policy. So what privacy policy does is, it lets anyone who uses your site or plugin know that how their data will be transferred, how their data will be processed, etc. So that is, with that, we have come to the end of this session. Thank you for your valuable time. I hope I did not scare you, but always, a lawyer is always trying to simplify the legal jargon for you and help you comply with the obligations, and so that you do not run into any legal risk. And thank you for your time. Thank you for listening to me. These are my contact details. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Jovin. We could know about the recent hot topics happening around. So thank you so much for giving an awareness on that, and as well as on the topic as well. And I'd like to welcome Jose to give a token of love for Jovin. Yes, please. I'll catch the mic for you. Yes, please. A round of applause. All right. So we are done with the lightning talks. And moving on to the last item. What we call, in Sadhya, it's payasam. So let's see how it will turn out. So we're going to have a panel discussion. Meanwhile, our volunteers will be arranging the stage. I'll just introduce our panelists and our moderator also. So the topic we are going to discuss here is Voices of WordPress, a glimpse into the future. I'd like to welcome the panelists also. Amit Kumar Singh, Siddhant Wadhwani, Akshaya Rain, Riaz Yusi, and Hari will be the moderator. Yes, so over to them.
Hello. All right, friends. We are finally at the final session of WordCamp Kerala 2024. Everybody outside, please come on inside. This is with this final panel discussion, we are wrapping up WordCamp Kerala. And to everybody here, I want to ask you a question before we kick off our final panel discussion. How has WordCamp Kerala been? Anyone? Not loud enough. How was the event? Awesome, awesome. I'm hearing some enthusiastic words, and we plan to wrap up this very exciting WordCamp Kerala 2024 with an even more exciting session. It's a panel discussion, and we plan to keep it really short because we know it's the end of an exciting day, and we have something exciting for you, but we want to wrap things up. We are completely mindful of that you all want to go home. You've had so much to process. So to give some time for you to rest and relax and go back home. So the title of the panel that we have today is Voices of WordPress, a glimpse into the future. I'm going to share a brief intro on what we are doing today. So today I have with me 4 excellent WordPress professionals who have been in the WordPress community for a long, long time. And all these 4 people also happen to be my friends, so I'm very excited to introduce them to you all. So these people, they've been in the community for a long time. They are some of the best, literally the best. I do not use the word best lightly. They are the best WordPress professionals ever. And they have together, I would say, around probably 60, 70 years of combined experience together. I mean, that's the kind of experience and insights that these people have. So I try to bring all these people together to this amazing crowd of WordCamp Kerala to give them an opportunity to share their stories, to inspire you. Because WordPress has taken people places. The potential of WordPress is immense. And I don't even think we can summarize this in a 30-minute panel discussion. But I am surely going to try. So the hope here is to get these people to share their stories with you. And I want to know what they think about the future of WordPress is. So that's what we are doing today. And I'm going to start with Riaz, Siddhant, Amit, and Akshaya. So I introduce myself. My name is Hari. I'm one of the organizers of WordCamp Kerala, and I'm also a full-time WordPress contributor. I am from Kochi. So very simple. I'm going to ask these people a few questions, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves. So once again, I'm going to very quickly name our panelists: Riaz, Siddhant, Amit, and Akshaya. So I'm not going to introduce themselves because I will probably bungle it. I will let them tell their story. So let's start with Riaz. Riaz, share a bit about your WordPress story. How did you get into WordPress, and where has WordPress led you so far?
Okay. എൻ്റെ പേര് റിയാസ്. എൻ്റെ സ്വദേശം തലശ്ശേരി ഇല്ലാതെ നാട്. ഓക്കെ. ആൻഡ് സ്പെസിഫിക്കായി പറഞ്ഞാൽ പിണറായി, അതായത് ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ചീഫ് മിനിസ്റ്ററുടെ പഞ്ചായത്ത്, പിണറായി പഞ്ചായത്തിൽ മലയാളം മീഡിയത്തിൽ 1 മുതൽ 10 വരെ പഠിച്ചിട്ട് അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടാണ് ഞാൻ ബാംഗ്ലൂരോട്ട് വന്നത്. ഇപ്പോഴും സെറ്റിൽ ഡൗൺ ബാംഗ്ലൂരാണ്. So now I'm in Bangalore since 1991. All right. Now, what is my background with respect to WordPress is, I started my career in 1995 and worked till 2002 for 5 companies. Then I decided I want to have my own. That is when I started a training company that went up to 2017. But 2010 onwards, I started making website, which none of must have used that tool called Microsoft Front Page. Okay, I tried. Then after some years, now it's no more there in the system. Then I always want to do no-code based website. Then I searched, I found a tool called Mobilize. I couldn't satisfy myself. Then everybody knows Wix. I tried with the Wix also. Then somehow, I don't know where it came, first I could find this WordPress system. Everything self-learned, 2010 onwards. You don't believe there is only one operator called Net4. All right? Everything I need to do manually. Now you have a one-click installation, and some of the hosting companies are giving pre-installed also. You don't, so that much headache is removed. Straight away get into the design part. So I concentrated a segment called highly cost-conscious client who normally agency don't want to interfere because of various reasons. And I have gone through many challenges and just want a brand name. Then I created a brand name called Rytech. I exclusively do only design using WordPress. Now, many customers come and ask, oh, there are a lot of issues. Can you do coding method, that method? I said, I can do anything on WordPress. You tell me, I'll get you the functionality. Or somebody say, I want only Wix. Though I tried, I know how to do it in Wix. I don't use the Wix at all. Again, I convinced them to come to the WordPress. One reason, it is the easiness, the flexibility it offers. All others are closed source, proprietary. It has got its own limitation. It comes with only predetermined template. You can play around with that template. Beyond that, it cannot. So here, if you have a capability, you can go into any length. So I'll next slide. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll go ahead. So firstly, good evening, WordCamp Keralites. It's a genuine privilege to be part of this panel and share my thoughts on the future of a platform that's been so instrumental in shaping the web, as we all know, WordPress. My name is Siddhant Vadhwani, as Hari explained. I'm an engineering manager working at Newfold Digital, Bluehost being one of the several brands that I manage. Talking about WordPress, well, My foray into the world of WordPress was in many ways an unexpected detour. As someone deeply entrenched in the IT world, with a strong technical background and a career trajectory which is steppingly set in stone, WordPress was initially not on my radar. During my 12th grade studies back in 2011, it's been 13 plus years since I've been associated with WordPress. It was one of the many tools, technologies, and platforms that I was exploring. I think most of you know WordPress, right? It's born as a humble blogging tool in 2003. And the journey since then has been remarkable. My initial thoughts on WordPress was it's merely a blogging tool, but the more I dive deeper into understanding WordPress, I think a lot of things set in path. And if you see, as of today, being an engineering manager, WordPress has in many ways set the right stone and helped me connect with the right set of individuals, not only at WordCamps, but even beyond. Being a technological blogger, I have set up my own website, built a lot of personal brands and online presence around it, and WordPress has set the right path. So yeah, that's what I like to talk about.
Yeah. Loved hearing both your stories. I think we can go with Amit next and maybe then go to Akshay.
Hello everyone. So I started with WordPress like most of you. I was working in a company and there was a client requirement for setting up a blog in WordPress for their Joomla website. Before that requirement came in, I would have said Joomla is best, set up your blog in Joomla itself. But then that requirement came in and we took it up, we built that blog in WordPress, and I kind of liked it way better than Joomla. And that's how my journey with WordPress started. And I have been with WordPress since that time. It was, I think, 2006 when I first worked with WordPress. And afterwards, I started creating plugins for WordPress. Then when I started my company, WordPress was part of it. That's my journey on how I started with, WordPress.
Thank you. Akshay. Do you want to actually introduce yourself first and then start? Yeah. We don't know who you are, so tell everybody who you are.
Yeah, so hi, my name is Akshay Rane. Okay. I started my career as a software engineer, and my first job actually led me to the WordPress. It is leading me to cross my boundaries, to have such wonderful people around me, and in the panelists, and it is helping me to solve the business problems for small, medium, and enterprise clients. So and connect with the global people and work with the talented people like them.
All right, so thank you so much everybody for sharing your introductions. And I want to share a bit more about, because all these four people are my friends. So Riaz organized WordCamp Bangalore that was held recently. Siddhant is a serial WordCamp speaker and a very active community member. Amit Singh, he's been involved in the WordPress community for so long and he runs his own PHP events series called PHP Camp. And Akshay Rane was actually the WordPress 6.5 release lead. So these are the coolest people that you know, and you can see how humble they are. Like they've done so much, but they are really humble, and I think that's what makes them special. And that also speaks to the WordPress community. Like this community has some of the best people that you will see. And if you want to stay along, you will see that they are the coolest. All right. So I have a few more questions to ask them. I'm going to go in the reverse order. So Akshay, tell us about your biggest success with WordPress so far, and how has that motivated you, or how has it helped you?
I think the WordCamp talk is one of the biggest success, because
which WordCamp talk?
yeah, that is my one. So my WordCamp talks journey started with WordCamp Kerala last year. Okay, and since then I had given a talk to some of the WordCamps, 4, 5, 6 total. So that helped me to cross my boundary. Generally, I'm an introvert person, so I generally roam with the people who talks a lot, so that I don't need to talk. But this helped me to cross my boundary and increase my boundary. So that is one of the biggest successes that I would like to share.
I'll probably come back to you later, but I have another question for you. But
Yeah.
I'm really inspired by the fact that, so actually I was a speaker at WordCamp Kerala last year. If you were in the track 1, she was a speaker for WordCamp Kerala again this year. But that WordCamp, speaking at a WordCamp actually like really supported her and helped her grow. So amazing. Amit sir.
Okay, so biggest success for WordPress, right? It's like, it's a long journey. So where do I start or which one should I pick? Like when I wrote my first blog post about using admin ajax.php for, sending Ajax requests. Today, everybody knows this. But in 2008, it was not the preferred way of doing Ajax in plugins. And I wrote that article and a lot of people commented on it, liked that idea, right? And I am talking about the time when admin ajax.php was only available through WordPress admin. You could not send a front-end request from front end, which changed after some time in few releases, right? So whether that article that got me a lot of recognition, or whether when I started my entire company, the Blue Poets, on WordPress, right? And it's 15 years now running the Blue Poets and on WordPress. Well, it's slightly less because earlier it was AmiWorks before we rebranded it to W Poets and only WordPress. So that's the journey, and that's my commitment to WordPress. That we only do all our services on WordPress.
Amazing.
Nothing else.
Amazing. So I think what I learned from what Amit sir said is, so essentially like he did an open source contribution. He wrote a blog post. He tried to help people. So by doing an activity to help people, that actually helped him himself. How cool is that? That is the beauty of this of WordPress and open source in general, I believe. Thank you so much for sharing your story, Amit. Siddhant.
Yeah, so similar to Amit, my journey also has been long with WordPress, starting off as a blogger. But before I talk about my success with WordPress, I'll just take a moment to appreciate the remarkable journey WordPress has been on right since 2003. Yeah, talking about my success with WordPress, it's been like building a personal brand and getting that online presence with now almost 20,000 followers on LinkedIn. And right from having that technical blog, like I named it the Tech Geeks because I was too inclined in the technology field. So connecting with a lot of tech professionals across the globe, having a lot of key speaking experiences, networking and engaging with the community. And today that's happening with WordPress in presence. Speaking and attending a lot of WordCamps, networking with you all, learning. All these have been various successes I can count on. And yeah, that's what I'll like to answer in short.
Quite inspiring. Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Okay. Hello. Success is subjective, right? So with respect to WordPress, for me, the first success is attending my first WordCamp in 2017 in Kochi. That was my first success. You may say, why? Because those days, we don't have a lot of YouTube resources where you can learn, or I cannot afford to go to somewhere and learn. It's all self-learning. So I accumulate all the questions and I come here. You don't find me in the network area, but during the session, I'll be always in one other session and wait for the speaker to complete. And if it is relevant, I start asking questions and clarify. Some of them not relevant, then people like Hari, Bigul and all used to be there. I go there and they used to help me. So that is where I get a confidence. There is a community I can back up on. I am not alone. Whenever there is a problem, I can go back and there are people to support. That's the first success with respect to WordPress. Now, after the Kochi WordCamp, when I went back, I was not part of the Bangalore WordPress community and all. After that, then I realized there is a community in Bangalore. So I started joining as a last bencher, but I always attend. Then slowly middle bench, then slowly front bench, then started organizing meetup for Bangalore community. Then as Hari said, last year I got I don't say opportunity, I got a responsibility to lead WordCamp Bangalore 2024. Okay, this is with direct for the community part. Now, when it comes to my personal or professional part, I don't take or I don't depend on online leads. I depend on my leads through my business network. So through that, I get a business normally. So normally, as I said, my clientele is very small, solopreneurs or small business owners. Through that, I got my first breakthrough for a private limited company through a tier 2 referral where their childhood friends met. Then they said they have. So I could redesign one of the company's website. From there on, they keep on adding number of websites. So lack of time, these are the 2 success stories with respect to WordPress. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. So, first of all, I'm super inspired by all your stories. Thank you so much for being so vulnerable and sharing all these things with us. I think one common thread that I see here is how the community has really helped you all, right? Like I see that, and I see that shine out, and I want to share it out with all of you. Like really, this community helps everybody that is a part of it. You know, so there's so many of these success stories, and I would recommend you all to visit this site called heropress.com, HEROPRESS.com. So whenever you're low, just go to the website, read our story. So it's stories of people sharing their own stories of how WordPress has helped them. So these are 4 amazing people. They found success in life, and not just that, they're actually helping others succeed too. I think that's the beauty of it. All right, so we've heard their stories. Now let's go to the future part of this session. I mean, these are all experts. All these of my friends are experts. I want to ask them some questions on what WordPress currently is doing and where it's headed. So, so based on your journey with WordPress thus far, according to you all, what are the platform's biggest strengths and biggest challenges? I think we can try to make your answers short because of lack of time. So, Riyaz, do you want to start?
Can you tell any business without a challenge? Everywhere there is a challenge. For a simple analogy is, do you think loving marriage couple don't have any problems? Do you think people think that they don't have a problem? That means the arranged marriage people they don't have happiness at all? Similarly, we'll say parents, the couple with a child are happy. That doesn't mean that a couple without a child not happy. So challenges are there. Every piece of life. It could be profession or your personal. How you overcome the challenge is a major thing, number 1. All right? As I said, there's a lack of time, so I'm not getting into that. Strength part, I am here, all of us are here because of one reason, open source. WordPress is an open source platform. And you all know how open source operating system started, Linux. Linux has died? No. Just because of the proprietary, Microsoft is still not there, they are still there. Both are in the market, they are playing to their strength, they are continuing to grow there. Similarly, there are proprietary platforms available for design as well, but WordPress 20 years, if they can sustain, so you can imagine they can sustain another 20 years as well. So there will be challenges, definitely. How you overcome is the idea. That's it.
So I think the answer that you try to say is like open source is the biggest strength of WordPress, and I completely agree. So Dan, over to you.
Yeah, for those of you who know or don't know, WordPress is the largest content management system in the globe. Talking about its core strengths and weaknesses, well, just knowing about WordPress, it's like the testament to WordPress's core strengths lies mostly, like Riyaz said, in its open source nature. Second, its unparalleled flexibility. And last but not the least, its vibrant community. Because they are tirelessly working, giving their best days and nights in contributing to its growth. So, of course, that's what I would put as the 3 top pillars of strength. In terms of challenges, WordPress too has its own challenges. Mostly we have seen that with certain security vulnerabilities or making sure that WordPress is evolving over time. Because as all of us know, technology world never stands still. So WordPress also has to evolve, and likewise, it needs to be maintained. So these are definitely some challenges. Likewise, the last year has been the era of generative AI. So the way we are evolving from there is something that we need to look forward to.
Thank you.
So, according to me, and I'll keep it simple, the biggest strength of WordPress is its community. It's community that made WordPress where it is today. You know, from just being a blogging platform to today a full-blown CMS. But its biggest challenge is also its community. I have seen big popular open source projects die because of infighting between community. I'll take an example of CodeIgniter, and those who know what happened to CodeIgniter will know what I'm talking about, how community can destroy something or how community can build something. So to me, the WordPress biggest strength and challenge is its community.
Thank you. Akshay.
Yeah. I second Amit sir. Community is the biggest strength. And from the challenge point of view, I think WordPress is a 20+ year long project. So documentation is a bit challenge. So sometimes if let's say you want to test the beta release, okay, then how are those steps, okay? But generally, recently, learn.wordpress.org tool, there are tutorials coming in. So hopefully that will cover up in future. Hoping for that.
Thank you. So summarizing all that I heard, I guess the strengths are open source, flexibility, community, and challenges include probably even community and lack of documentation, security issues, and things like that. But I think it's still beautiful, you know. So and I love the fact that Amit, you mentioned about how community is both a strength and probably a challenge as well. But in WordPress's case, despite the challenges, we've survived for 20 years. And we are still going strong. We're still the most popular, CMS out there. So I think that speaks volumes. All right. We are getting to the end of the session. I have a final set of questions for you all. And picking up from that 20 years thing. So we've been around for 20 years, right? According to you, and I want you all to put on your thinking caps. According to you, what does the next 20 years of WordPress look like? So, I mean, you all have worked in WordPress for a long time. So be free, start imagining. Who knows, you might be predicting the future today. And we'll someday come back to this talk on WordPress.tv and say, hey, Akshay predicted the future, Siddharth predicted the future, Amit predicted the future, Yas predicted the future. Who knows? So I want you all to imagine what WordPress of 2044 is going to look like. I'm going to start with Akshay.
So I think the performance is the key part, and in the recent releases, performance team is working relentlessly. So and in the parallelly also, WooCommerce is also doing improvements in terms of performance. Like they are moving the orders from the post. So I'm looking forward that more e-commerce business comes to the WordPress ecosystem, WordPress plus WooCommerce. So I'm looking forward to it. So that is my wish, actually.
Yeah. There's a part of my question which I didn't ask, and I'm going to ask this to you all. So, excellent. And I think you answered this, but I'm still going to clarify. Of this, what are you most excited about? Of what's coming up? I mean, in WordPress, about the future, what are you most excited about? I think you said performance. It seems like you are quite excited about that as well.
Yeah, performance is the most key factor.
Okay, right. So, Akshay is saying that performance, watch out for WordPress performance. 2044, WordPress is going to, you think about something, WordPress is going to load. All right, Amit, over to you.
See, 20 years, right, of this, I have spent 17 years in WordPress now, right? I'm part of that 70 years.
This is why we have these folks in the panel.
Right. So, it's hard for me to predict next 24 because, when I started, it was just a blogging platform. Today, it has come long way, can do hundreds of different things that it was not possible then. Could we imagine it at that point of time? No. We just kept building, we kept innovating. We kept solving challenges that the user base was complaining about. And that's how we've reached where we have reached today. With AI in the picture, right? This game is going to change and change drastically. How generative AI is going to play out, I don't know. But what I do know is WordPress and AI is going to get to something we cannot imagine right now. I mean, I cannot imagine right now. I do know that the challenges we keep talking about, they will get solved. If not next year, 2 years down the line. Right? So that's how it will evolve. So innovation is going to happen, and where it takes up, I can't predict. Sorry.
So I think the summary of what you're saying, Amit, is that we can't even imagine how cool WordPress is going to be, and I think that's freaking awesome. Thank you. Siddhant, go ahead.
Yeah, I just put up my thinking cap and remembered the HR asking, where do you see yourself in 5 years?
I kind of did that to you.
So yeah, see, no one knows the future, but at least the 5 key trends where I see WordPress headed is, the first point is like the rise of headless WordPress. If you know, a lot of companies are now focusing more towards that with a decoupled approach where WordPress being the content repository and backend APIs, and the modern front-end stacks with varying JavaScript. So it's making it more flexible, more performance optimized. Second, of course, generative AI-powered WordPress, as we call it. So I would say experiment more with how we can maybe tackle certain challenges like security, maybe image optimizations, content creation, and several others. There could be various use cases that we can think of with AI. Third, where user experience takes the center stage. I think with WordPress, we have seen sometimes it's difficult, it's too cloggy at times, at least for those who are coming new, how we can enhance that user experience and make it more seamless for the people coming on board. Fourth has been the Gutenberg evolution, all the way from classic editor to now full site editing and stuff with block editing and stuff. And fifth is definitely the community, because we all present here, we are giving our time. I think it's the best use and the best way we can contribute to WordPress. So the more we can evolve in these coming years will definitely shape the path for WordPress. Again, setting up traditional sites and everything will go on, but focusing more on e-commerce, online education, and even metaverse, why not?
Luckily, I don't have HR asking periodical reviews, but I have hundreds of customers. They ask, what is the future of the WordPress, right? Okay, I put it very simple way. Now, as Amit said, it was only for the blog. Then we started designing as the pages. Now, those pages, when we started designing, using a normal theme, I can't have my own header and footer. I forced to go to third-party page builders. Now evolved such a that like block editor onwards, I don't need to depend on third-party, so I get a better control. So that way, WordPress, the core itself will give majority of features and function, and maybe you will have a better marriage between AI and WordPress. That's what I foresee.
In short, I think the summary of all these people are saying is, the future of WordPress is the brightest. So the cool things are yet to come. We've seen nothing yet in the past 20 years. I think that's what these folks are trying to say. We are at 43% and we are still growing. If you look at the charts, we're growing like anything. We are popular. We power literally the best websites in the world, from NASA to the White House, you name it. We power the big brands. We have a multi-billion-dollar economy all over the world, which trumps a lot of things. So we are cool, and you know what the coolest part is? Like, as you all said, it's powered by all of us. Like literally all of you here, you built NASA. I mean, you can go home and say that I helped build NASA because I contributed to the WordPress community. How cool is that? How cool is that, right? Yeah. So that is a power of WordPress. That is the beauty of WordPress. And I'm going to ask our organizers, do we have time for one final question? And maybe time for a Q&A? Timekeepers? Okay, looks like we have time. So I have a final question. We are coming to the end of this, and we have a lot more cool things happening before we wrap up this event. Not a lot of time. We won't take a bunch of your time. But I want to ask a final question to all my panelist friends. So you all have inspired us, at least me. I'm inspired by your stories. What advice do you have for people here who want to be like you? Like you're seasoned professionals. You're amazing. I mean, I adore you. So, what advice do you have?
May not be advice. I can share my experience. If I can start learning WordPress at 42 and sustain like this, anybody, youngsters, anybody can start using WordPress or learning WordPress and become a business out of that. All right. I started, learned, implemented, burned my finger, learned from the market, corrected the mistakes, then like that, created a small company. And if I can do it, and I said, I do not want to use a coding platform. No code platform, if you have to learn and then do it, anybody can learn and do use WordPress. That is what I can share my experience.
Yeah, just to put it in simple terms, WordPress is not a rocket science. I think we started this WordCamp with a session on introduction to WordPress. You start off simply with that, end up contributing to open source, just participate in these contributors during the WordCamps. Even a simple photo contribution gets you a badge. That's one step towards contribution, right? WordPress has a plethora of opportunities. I think the community that's present here today and several parts of the globe, we all are building NASAs today, right? As Hari mentioned. It's just putting yourself in place. You start off with a simple blog, learn the power of WordPress, engage, share that with your fellow members present here, and seek advice. These are small steps, but that will lead you to success.
Thank you.
I will say, experiment never fails. That's the simple motto I follow. And that's how I do all my activities. I treat everything as an experiment, and I just go ahead and do it. Right? And that's all it is to what I have done till now. Series of experiments. Some succeed, some fail. When they fail, they basically say that this approach is wrong, try a different approach. Right? So that's all I will leave you guys with. If you want to take it up. Yeah.
I think I will say, in terms of contribution, do what you enjoy. Don't think that what X person is doing, what Y person is doing. Don't go behind it. Do what you enjoy, so that you will move forward easily.
Actually, I want to ask you a question. I think I paused earlier. Sharing some context. I don't know if you know, and I mentioned this in passing. Akshaya was actually the release lead of WordPress 6.5. Like, she led the WordPress 6.5 release. I don't know how you think you know the gravity of it, but for me personally, I think it's like super cool. So can everybody please give a big hand of applause to Akshaya? Thank you. Thank you. So I want to ask you, like, how was the experience? How was it like, from speaking at WordCamp Kerala and like, being very active in the Mumbai community, and then suddenly like stepping up to lead a WordPress release, and a major release at that. 6.5 was one of the biggest releases. It launched in April 2024. So how was that experience? Like, could you probably share a few words with us? Like, how did it go? How was the experience? Like, yeah. And maybe if somebody here wants to lead the next WordPress release, do you have any advice for them? I know I'm putting you in the spot, but...
No, that So I was a part of WordPress 6.4 and 6.5, both the release.
Oh, both, yes.
Okay. But I'll just say, this is a good example of proactive communication, okay? Because in 6.4, if you read that post just today also, I was a part of cohort. I was not part of release lead. But when 6.4 released, I was a part of release lead, okay? So that is because the contribution that I did was a noteworthy contribution, according to them. So therefore. And the contribution I did because I asked a lot of questions. So that is what I said in my session also, be proactive. If you don't know, ask questions and get clarification. so that you will understand what exactly you need to do, how you can contribute more, and that is how it is. And the experience was amazing. I mean, though I'm a part of a release lead, okay, the people who are part of the release, okay, who are maybe test team lead or core team lead, and other contributors as well, help me a lot to understand how to write a blog, or I mean, not write a blog, but how to write a particular thing, which is a part of a release process, okay. So, because they are more experienced than me, okay, so they help me actually to help them. That is what I'll say.
Amazing, amazing. Right, thank you so much, friends, for spending this time with us today. Do we have time, maybe, or? Okay. All right, I think we are already at time, so if you, I mean, I'm sure you may have questions for these amazing panelists. Please find them and ask them questions that you have. And I think if I learned something from talking to all of you and asking you all questions, it is that, as I said before, the future of WordPress is bright. And this has been the most exciting time for WordPress. And this day, spending here today with you all today, it's given me such amazing experience. And I think we are in for the coolest era in future for WordPress. Like, the coolest things are yet to come. And I'm gonna wrap up this panel discussion with a quote. And since we are in the future of WordPress, we've talked about the future of WordPress. A quote from the WordPress co-founder Matt Mullenweg. So it is, he envisions WordPress of the future is the operating system of the web. So that could be where this goes. That is where this goes. So that is the power of WordPress, and it is not one person, it's not one organization, it is the community. WordPress is us. WordPress is all of us. And it is here for the future. It is going to power even more websites, and it's going to change the lives of even more people. It is open source, and it belongs to all of us. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Riyaz, Siddhant, Amit, and Akshay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you, our very dear panelists. So moving on to the very, very last portion. Yeah, like you guys have some of the gifts pending, right? The lucky draw is pending. Support Sages promised you some gifts. Mini Orange also promised you some gifts. You guys didn't ask. It's time for that. Let's see. So can I have the Support Sages team to announce the results? Yeah. Can I get your name? Malavika. Okay.
So good evening all. So we Support Sages team are here to announce a special event, that is a giveaway that we have hosted in our stall. Okay. So I want to announce what all are the gifts for the winners. So the first prize will be a Fujifilm Instax Mini 12 camera. And the second prize will be an Amazon Echo Dot 5th Gen. And the third prize will be a Boat Rockers 450 headphone. Okay, so we have some criteria for the winners, like we already have. That is, the winners must be present at the time of the announcement. If absent, the prize will be forfeited. And the winners should present their WordCamp tag for the name confirmation also. Okay, so are you guys ready? Okay, so I welcome our Hall SS team, Support Sages team, to announce the winner. Please come. Hall SS team. So for selecting the winners, we have a spin wheel. Okay, so the coordinators will be starting the spin wheel. Okay, so for the first prize, we will spin it, and if the winner is not here, we will give one more chance. That is, 3 chances will be there for the first prize. Okay, so these are the names for the entries that we have received, many entries. So thank you for your active participation. Okay, so I think this WordPress coordinators can click on the spin wheel button for the first prize. So Vaishak K, is he here? Yes. Vaishak K. Okay, congratulations Vaishak. So congratulations for winning the first prize, that is the Fujifilm Instax Mini 12 camera. Soumya Shivashankar for giving the gift for our first prize winner, Vaishak. So congratulations Vaishak. So thank you. Next is the chance for the second prize. Okay, so we can move on to the second prize. So coordinators, please select the second prize winner. Rahul Verma, is he here? Rahul Verma? Not yet, yeah. So we can move on to the second chance for the second prize winner. Okay, coordinators, could you please click once again for spinning the wheel. Dr. Hridya. So congratulations Hridya, she is here to receive the award, like this second prize. So all of you give a huge round of applause for Hridya. So I invite our CEO to give the prize to Hridya for the second prize, that is an Amazon Echo Dot 5th Gen. Thank you, Hridya. Okay, so it's a time for the third prize. So we can spin the wheel for the third prize winner. Sandalia Kafil. Sandalia. Yeah, he is here. Sandalia Kafil is the third prize winner. So congratulations, give a huge round of applause for Sandalia. So Soumya ma'am can give the award, third prize award to this Sandalia, which is a Board Rockers 450 headphone. So congratulations, and I hope you enjoy. So thank you so much.
All right, that part is done.
Jetpack
Now the
expands
next
your
thing-
audience. Publish on your site, share it
honest.
everywhere. Promote your content across millions of sites. Watch your stats grow. Downtime? Not for long. Everything
Can you please come to the stage?
is backed up in real time. Jetpack protects your site. Your business stays online 24/7. Trusted by sites big and small.
Ganga.
27 million sites and counting. 8 individual
minutes.
plugins.
Who is keeping on running? Please, a round of applause. He's running all the way.
Thank you for providing us 2 minutes time. As you all know that WordCamp Asia is happening in where? Manila, Philippines, February 20 to 22. So we both are organizers here. So we think that at least we need to give you the invitation for WordCamp Asia 2024. Sorry, 2025. So our third batch of ticket is going to be released very soon. If you haven't secured the ticket yet, don't worry about the visa, because India has the highest number of attendees in every flagship event WordCamp Asia that happened past year as well. So we are also expecting the same number or even greater. So we'd like to invite you in the WordCamp Asia 2025 in Manila, Philippines. We would love to see you there. So if you haven't booked the tickets yet, our third batch will be released soon. So see you everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi. Now the time to give a token of love to our beloved sponsors. Without your kind support, it will not be possible to organize a WordCamp in this level in a grand venue like this. So, first of all, I would like to thank Bluehost, Platinum sponsors, Bluehost, WooCommerce, GoDaddy, WP Beginner, Mozilla, Jetpack, Support Sages, Mini Orange. And the gold sponsors, Soho, Rockon, Silver, RunCloud, Flying Press, UCards, WP Remote. Then the bronze sponsors, Awesome Innovation, Booking Press, Stella WP, Echo Apps, MailerCloud. And our contributor sponsors, Midnight, Design Kit, and InkMyWeb. Thank you very much for your contribution. We are calling you one by one here to receive a token of love, a memento from WordCamp Kerala team. Okay? We will call you one by one. Few of the like WooCommerce and WP Beginner is not here because of the title. Also GoDaddy is not here. So we are calling first Bluehost. Please come. Mozilla.
Jetpack. Support edges. Mini orange. Soho.
Sorry, one person from Wood team is here, so I'm calling them WooCommerce. Sorry, this is for Soho. Now I'm calling Flying Press. Wood. Oh. Okay. Flying Press. U-cards. Next, WP remote.
Next, awesome innovations. Booking Press. Next, Mailer Cloud. Aquawebs. Midney. Now, if our partners ticket for events, who are ticketing partners for the event, I don't think they are here, but we are giving a shout out to them. And there are a few other partners, including Cyberpark, Calicut, then Calicut Forum for IT, who has been promoting us for last 1 month with all their associations and spreading. So we are giving them a shout out now.
We have one more lucky draw from Mini Orange. So I kindly invite Mini Orange representative to the stage. Please come to the stage. So please wait for a few more minutes. Sorry for taking so much time. Please wait for a few more minutes.
Hello guys. Hello. Hi. So basically, just an introduction. Mini Orange is helping you guys make WordPress more secure. We have a solution like single sign-on, multi-factor authentication, REST APIs, and integration with Azure Suite. We also have a new platform which are building for web agencies to help centralize all the clients in one place. So without wasting your time, we just move for the exciting thing. So we have 2 gifts. One is a basic new Mini Orange t-shirt, and another is a surprise. So I'll just ask my colleague to just select a random number from the entries which you have given to us. So Nikhil, can you please?
Hi everyone. Ambrose. Who is Ambrose? There is one more gift. Nima Nazreen. Nima Nazreen. Anaga Devasya. I'll go for one more. Hidayat Tiki. Mukhtar. Hidya TK.
So we had given a shout out to our partners. Now we have two of our partners already here. So I invite Ticket for Events to receive their memento. Now we invite Agil Krishna, Secretary of CAFIT, to receive the memento for CAFIT. Now we are going ahead with WordCamp Kerala Lucky Draw.
Katu. Now I invite Katu Akasora Anup to the stage for the lucky draw. She is one of the youngest attendee here. Please come, Katu.
This one has not been filled full, so we are trying another one. This one is also not full. No, this one is also not full. This one seems to be full. Mohammed Sabit. Mohammed Sabit. This is not full. Again, not full. Adul K. Adul K. Ashif MS. Ashif MS. Mohsin. Mohsin. Is he here? Shobha Rani. Shafiq MK. Fatima Shazia. Fatima Shazia. Mohammad Rashid.
And now it's a time to announce the winner of our volunteer contest. We had a contest for our volunteer who will be selling the most ticket. They have each volunteer had a coupon. Who will be selling the most ticket will have a good prize. And our target was minimum 10 tickets. We would like to inform you that more than 4 volunteers managed to sell more than 10 tickets in 3 days. Okay? And now we are announcing the winner. It is none other than Mujib Rahman. Please come to the stage. He is able to sell 26 tickets in 4 days. Then, who is next? Any guess? That is none other than Sharon, the man behind our wonderful and amazing videos. Please come to the stage. The next winner is Praveen. And the final one, let's go to Ashley. Please come to the stage. Katu, you can also.
Now I invite all my volunteers, the men and women in blue, white t-shirt, please come to the stage. Without you, this event is not possible. Thank you very much for your sincere and tremendous support to the WordCamp Kerala community. Please come to the stage.
Mohammed Abid. Satyam Vishwakarma. Aftab S. Mohammed Zain. Mohammed Jamshid. Rima Siddiq. Amir Bachai. Dr. Nizamuddin Neeraj. Vaishak K. Sulegel. Ahana. Mujibur Rahman. Jafar Sadiq. Irfan. Pranav MT. Krishna. Ashini. Vishnu Chandra. Ashley. Abdul Samad. Mohammad Fairoz. Mohammad Ilyasi. Prabinam. Mohammad Ilyasi. Prabin. Mohammad Fawaz. Jizina Prakash. Mehroof. Anurag K. Sarun Raj KM. Junaid C. Vishal KK. Vishal KK. Arun Sudhir. Vinci M. Hibaranshi. Hibaranshi. Sniji. Sahil. Krishnanguti. KK. Nitin TV. Nitin TV. Amir. Farhan. Sharon Krishna. Vishnu Chandra.
you very much. All the attendees, all the speakers, all the sponsors, all the volunteers, and my beloved organizing team. We made a great WordCamp. I hope all of you enjoyed. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we can, if you are interested, we can have a group photo together in the stage. Please come to the stage. I request all the people assembled here come to the stage for a final group photo. Please come.
Volunteers, volunteers, വൈറ്റ് ഒരു ഫോട്ടോ കൂടി ഉണ്ട്, വാളണ്ടിയേഴ്സ് മാത്രം. Volunteers, white t-shirt.